Chat, we are here. We are goosing. The goosening is upon us. We have goosed. I am a goose. You are goose. Together we are goose. Goose morning, chat. Holy goose morning. It is 9 a.m. November 24th. 2024, and we are vibing. We got the new podcast equipment. We got Just Rustling in the chat. Boom. There he is. We got the man, the myth, the legend, Weezer, the emote king in the chat. I know. We got Bruce Wayne Poor looking fantastic. Adam. We got Benjamin freaking Wheelie coming in just to say good morning, good night. And then he's going to check out the vault in the morning. Benjamin Wheelie, a classic W for Benjamin. Let's go. Shout out Benjamin. Holy smokes. And then we got Celine Winter Night in the chat. Let's go. Just for Celine, I'm going to top off my water just like this. Chat, it is happening. We got
Porsche.
Alpha Striker in the chat. It's Porchichi. It's Porchichi. I made that clear. I made that very clear in the video. Wizard says, you can see the 7TV emotes, but only has the generic ones. Oh, interesting. Let me see if I can, I'm looking yellow. It's probably... Does that look better? Like yellow sickly or yellow tan? Just dropping by to say hi from Dario. Dario, you freaking rascal, you beautiful goose-tastic. We'd love to have you here. Oh, it looks better. Excellent. Perfect. Chat, we have upgraded the stream. We have, hold on, let me get some more tunes going on here. I have been having so many issues trying to get this freaking new setup set up. For most of you that don't know, or many of you who do know, whomever doesn't know, I spent a lot of the, I spent all the money that I made from Twitch so far, and I've reinvested it back into the stream. And the reason I did that was so that way I could do better streams. And so what I have here is we have a new camera lens so that we have a sharper picture and more blurred background, so it should pop more. This will be even more apparent during the night stream. So can we just get W lens or W cameras?
From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always trouble when I ring.
Dude, that's exactly what I'm saying. Was that text-to-speech sponsored by Lunchly? That's what I want to know. Were you sponsored by Lunchly? Sponge James in the chat. Looking beautiful and goose-tastic. Looking beautiful and goose-tastic. We have Mr. Daniel Tiberius Lemon. Where would we be without Mr. Danny Lemon? Giving Cameron his one compliment of the day. So help me God, if he gets one more, I swear to God, the glasses will come off. Do you hear me? Chat, I've upgraded the stream. In fact, check this out, chat. Actually, before I talk about that, chat, we have a beautiful show today. We have a bunch of special shout outs I want to give today. Super, super cool. Today we're going to be talking some StarCraft news that we didn't get to talk about last week. So that'll be a quick how do you do on StarCraft. We got Sony freaking talking to buy Elden Ring. They're no longer maidenless. They're trying to buy the Elden Ring. Absolutely insane. So we'll touch on that. Last week, if you remember, we touched on Xbox's This Is Xbox segment, but there was actually an interview on Bloomberg with Phil Spencer. We'll quickly touch on that. He had some interesting things to say about an Xbox handheld. And then guess what, chat? Guess what? The big news of the week, the Game Awards. We're going to be voting our favorite picks of the Game Awards, and then we're going to be discussing the giant controversy that is the game of the year. You guys know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Because the game of the year, there's a lot of controversy right now. Can DLC be in game of the year? Should remakes be in DLC? Should remakes be on DLC? Should remakes be discussed for game of the year? So we're going to be talking about that today. That's going to be a huge thing. And then I thought I'd finish the show with something very beautiful. A tier list. Something we could all come together, and I thought we would rank the greatest game of the year nominations. So the Game of the Year awards, or Game Awards from Jeff Keighley, have been going on for about 10 years, if you can believe it. This is his 10th year. Absolutely insane. So we got 10 years of nominations, and I figure we just rank them. We see if their awards are actually good. Let's rank the Game Awards and see which ones are actually S tier. Let's see. Let's make the definitive list. But first, let's get some coffee in here, shall we?
Have you seen that the US government is after Google Chrome, and Google has developed a new app called Google Sema? It's a cool browser.
Why do I feel like this is a D's nuts joke? Like, I know the first part is true, but the other part feels like a D's nuts joke. So I'm not going to touch that. I'm just going to drink my coffee. Sponge Aim. By the way, Sponge Aim. Is everything okay over there? I'm seeing news of Montreal. Is everything okay? They're crazy over there. A lot of news going on over there. Shocking imagery. I have not heard of that, but I'm afraid of the D's nutsing. Mr. Daniel Lemon with Game of the Year for Concord. I mean, you know, it was so good, it couldn't be left on store shelves. There it is. There it is. There it is. What a little rascal. We got AIXy in the chat. Look at beautiful Goose-tastic. We'd love to see you, AIXy. Before we jump into the news, chat, let me just show you what we got cooking today, shall we? Put this a little bit further down. Let me put this a little bit further down, shall we? Shibbity bop 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 boo. Doobity doo 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 doo. Shabada doo doo. Let me just go ahead and grab the Discord link. Chat, fun fact. You know what I learned? Probably way too late. This is what I learned. As you know, I'm going to post it right now. I post an exclusive Discord private Discord link. Right? I post that in the Twitch chat every single week. There are 10 uses.
I got list of games I want to get for Christmas, and I gotta pray at least some of them get discounted.
Dude, there's actually the not that I'm saying everybody wants Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, but I saw yesterday on Epic Game Store. I checked it out because I couldn't believe it was true. The Ultimate Edition is selling for $5. You get everything. The Ultimate Edition for $5. Sure enough, I looked up. It's $5. Absolutely insane. So anyways, I posted the Discord link in the Twitch chat, so it is there. It is beautiful.
Black Friday.
Yes, it is coming. It is coming. Let me go to let's go to the Discord, shall we? So I went and posted a link here. There it is. The Discord has grown tremendously. Honestly, I want to give a special shout out to all of you guys for, you know, the boost, the community, all that stuff. There is a link in the Discord for anybody who wants to join. Of course, there are 10 slots available for free every single week in the Twitch stream. That is the gift to people who come into the Twitch stream. However, I just learned that if you subscribe to the channel, you just automatically get that integrated. You just go into Discord, you look at your integrations, and you can just join. I didn't know that. And so what happens now is, if we go inside general, you see Benny right here. Benny has this little badge, Twitch subscriber. So if you're a Twitch subscriber, you get the little badge and you're automatically in. You can see we got our boy Jack JMW, freaking legend, a legend, a Goose-tastic legend. absolutely in there. People are goosing around in there. You can even see stuff that I don't share on Twitter, which is like, YouTube performance. So that stuff's kind of cool. And we got lots of updates. We got Cameron is officially in. Cameron Guy is officially in the Discord, which is fantastic. Hold on. And so we have Cameron Guy. We have a new trending section. So now anytime something trends per channel, depending on its emotes, Cameron will go ahead and post that here so everybody can immediately go to it. So we can see SpongeAim is an absolute legend, just grinding all the Call of Duty skins. And thankfully we get to immediately see that. So if you're not locked in or you miss things, you'll be able to go to the trending section and see the best parts, and then you could actually go here and you'll see Cameron will automatically pin it. I'm tweaking things as we go, but so far we got levels, we got achievements, the gaming news, and of course we have the community section where we could talk about the mega threads and stuff like that. So the mega threads over here, you can see the show notes. Actually, let me go back. So you see right here,
Did Cameron get his salary?
He got a slight bump. That's how we were able to get the Discord. And quite frankly, I'm going to speak for Cameron on this one. Cameron would like to thank you, as well as me, for all of your support throughout the year. Goose Morning is something we started in January with 0 viewers. I didn't promote it at all because I wanted to get good at making live stream content so I could become a better entertainer, so I could get better at making YouTube content. So Cameron and
You mean celery like the food?
I hate you. I hate you, okay? That's just a fact. I hate you. I want it out there in the open. I want people to know I hate the sponge. And it's not because of the Call of Duty footage, okay? It's because of this moment right now. So Cameron and I came together, and we've been trying to make a better show every single week, as you know, and it's been absolutely amazing. We've grown. You guys, we get to meet all of you guys. You guys have been fantastic. Cameron has basically not improved whatsoever. I've improved incredibly. I've actually noticed in small talk, I'm 1,000 times better at small talk, which is crazy, and I would attribute that to the stream. And we used all of your support, through subscriptions, bits, and we've used that to improve the Discord and get new stuff. So, for instance, we have a community picks section where you guys can share your home, office decor, collections, and Christmas stuff. Thankfully, we have Christmas stuff. And I think that's really cool. We'll get to share all that stuff together. So, for instance, I shared my Christmas tree. Y'all said it was small. First off, fight me. Okay, first off, fight me. Okay, this is my beautiful little tree, and if you guys want to go and post your own Christmas stuff, I think that's very beautiful. In fact, I think the Bogster had in one of his pictures, he had a Christmas tree. I think that would absolutely be insane to see. I love all the Christmas cheer.
Looks like Stickman.
How freaking dare you, dude? How freaking dare you? Watch your mouth. That's my beautiful little tree, okay? That's the only thing I could fit, okay? That's the Canadian economy at work, okay? That's
anorexic a Christmas tree.
Hey! That's the Canadian economy at work. You don't talk about my tree, okay? That's my beautiful tree. You keep my tree out your mother freaking mouth, okay? I'm so dehydrated all the time. By the way, this episode of Goose Morning Live is brought to you by Canada Dry. Canada Dry.
Size doesn't matter.
Canada Dry. If you'd like to pay us, we'd appreciate that. Size doesn't matter. Cameron, actually, I don't know what Cameron's tree is.
Stop, get some
Cameron,
help.
post your tree. So yeah, the Christmas tree's there. You guys can see it. We could talk about it. And obviously, I would love if you guys posted your Christmas stuff in here. It'd be absolutely goose-tastic. We might even do giveaways for whoever has the best Christmas setup. Something I want to do.
Height is as tall as the tree.
Do I have to turn off text-to-speech, you little monsters? But the big topic of the day before we get into the gaming news is we have the stream room. So yesterday, I ran into so many issues. I was missing some stuff. How many ginger ales? I need a ginger ale kill count. Counted on the stream. We got a new camera lens. Unfortunately, this means no more zoom ins, but I think that's okay because this is giving us a sharper image that we can use for our shorts and stuff. So this is fantastic. We got a new microphone. We're now rocking the podcast mic to the max. This is absolutely fantastic. I gotta get used to it. So let me know if the audio has any issues. Let me know. I'm just getting used to it. I tried to map everything out the best I could, but overall I think it sounds good. And then Cameron gave me this little thing to help him send signals so he can help. Right over here, you can't see it, Cameron's sitting on a little high chair. And he's got a little dunce hat on top of him. I force him to wear that. That's the only way he gets paid. He has to wear the dunce hat. He just has to. And we're now rocking 3 screens
Cameron
now.
loves tacos.
That's what someone who would wear a dunce hat would love. That's what I'm saying. You know? A man would rock pizza. You know? But Cameron's rocking tacos. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just stating facts. Okay? He likes the best tacos on ****. Take that what you will. Also, real quick, before we go on to the stream setup and talk more about it, Kiwi's in the chat, looking absolutely goose-tastic. Kiwi with a sup goose, and sorry for missing a couple streams. Listen, Kiwi, you're beautiful, you're goose-tastic. Don't you worry about that. You come in, you do the streams whenever you want. The VODs are available, and we might have some stuff cooking for you in the future to make it easier for people who can't make the streams. Okay, don't worry. Cameron and I are looking out for all of you little rascals. We're going to try to make the best show possible. Don't you worry, Kiwi. You're beautiful, goose-tastic. We love to have you. Kiwi highlighted message 4-month sub. What does that mean? What does that mean? Like you didn't sub. You just highlighted a message that said 4-month sub. Oh, are you a 4-month sub? Kiwi, I'm lost. I'm confused. Also, by the way, hold on. I can't pin. Give me 1 second. See, now that I have the third screen, I can go do things. Let's mute this. I need to go into the chat. Where's the chat? Chat. I need the chat. I think I just do /chat, right? Because I want to pin that message. Yes. Okay. Oh my god, this is so much better than what I had in OBS. Dude, the three chat, I'll get it eventually, don't worry. There, I pinned the Discord link in the Twitch stream chat so you can be able to click it at any time. So anyways.
07 Goose is so short he's gonna go work for Santa in the North Pole this year again.
Hey, yo. Did I just get roasted to death? Holy smokes. Chat, let's just try to be nice. Let's just try. Okay? Kiwi, you've been subbed for 4 months. First, shout out to all of you guys for the 4-month sub. We have a couple of you little rascals in here. I can see Sponge Aim with the 2, Wizard with the 3, Danny Lemon with the 4, absolutely insane. Kiwi with the 4. Yeah, I mean, you guys
Do you have your PC specs written anywhere?
I don't, but you know what I should do, AIXC, is I should probably put one of those, you know how some streamers post their, like, my rig, my setup, whatever? I should just post that in the Discord somewhere for you guys. I should do that. That is a good thing. Of course, if we go back to the Discord, we have a suggestions tab, community suggestions. And so you can go here and post stuff. So this is actually where Wizard goes and posts all the amazing emotes that he's made, which, you know, chat, can we get some hearts in the chat for Wizard just making these incredible emotes? Absolute stallion! A stallion! A legend! Okay, let's get some hearts for the man. The man tirelessly makes the greatest emotes.
Where's the nest goose, or is that secret information?
Where's the nest goose, or is that secret information? What do you mean? Like, where's my location? Well, you just gave it away. Apparently, I'm in the North Pole. I'm a 2-foot short king. You know what I'm saying? Thank you guys for giving all the beautiful hearts to Wizard. Well deserved. Absolutely insane. Like, dude, there's such a tremendous amount of work with streams. So when you guys go and do that stuff, like, just it's so beneficial to not only the stream but for me. It's amazing. So. Because I've been wanting to get on emotes forever, and I added some. But a huge shout out to like Benny. Wizard, all of you guys in this thread. If you want to see the start of some of these emotes, you can go in here, and it's absolutely amazing. So I want to keep this. I turned this thread into a mega thread so we can always post emotes in here, and we can see all the stuff that you guys done. So that way you guys are just like, it's set in stone. People will always know. So anyways, the Discord's in there, and like I said, if you're a Twitch subscriber, you can just join in for free. Well, I mean, you paid. I mean, you're a subscriber, but it's automatically integrated. I was like trying to figure out how that stuff worked, and I couldn't figure it out. But then I was like, I started seeing. Anyways, long story short, you just go into Discord, look at your Twitch integrations, you just get in, so you don't have to try to get into the 10 slots per week that I make available. I'm also going to, at some point, make a membership on YouTube. Right now I'm thinking about two tiers, a 99 cents tier, just to let people subscribe, because actually, it's chat. Do you want to hear a funny story? It's actually not that funny. It's actually really annoyed me, but it's funny now that it's gone. But let me know if you want to hear a funny story. But anyways, the 2 tiers, 99 cents tier just helps support the Goose and Goose content and Cameron. And then a tier that's the same price as the Twitch subscribe tier for people who don't want to go on Twitch to get Discord access. So eventually I want to get the YouTube folks in here, and then, you know, some YouTube folks will go on Twitch stream because it's more accessible, etc., etc., etc. So that stuff will work. Okay, before we end up going into the big gaming news of the week, which we're just about to pop in here, let's hear this funny story, shall we? Chat. Okay.
Slapping my knee right now.
Hurts.
That was a good one.
Okay, first off, chat. Dude, I look so tired. This week okay, I have 2 funny stories. Number 1, I've been working out a ridiculous amount, which is good. This week has been a lot better. I look so puffy. I've been having horrible sleeps. And it's because I listened to, I don't know if you guys know the tech billionaire Brian Johnson, who's trying to basically reverse aging. Okay? So Brian Johnson, one of the things he says is like sleep is really king, which, you know, obviously no one's going to dispute that. And so effectively, one of the things he said to get better sleep was he bulks all his food in breakfast and lunch. So he does breakfast, lunch, and then he's fasted from, 2 p.m. to the time he goes to sleep. Let's say 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. Okay? And then he sleeps fasted. So it's just like all the 16-hour fast, not eating, helps his body sleep because it has less to do. Bro, I tried it for the whole last week, and I've been having the worst sleeps. That's why I look like a freaking wreck right now. Where are my tunes, Cameron? Thank you. So yeah, he does live a miserable life. I'm just gonna let him figure it out. I'm not gonna try that again. For context, I like to not eat until like 2 or 3 p.m. That's just what my body likes doing. I just like having coffee and Canada Dry. Which, by the way, this episode's sponsored by Canada Dry. Why drink water when you can go Canada Dry? Think about it. Control your zugs. So yeah, that was horrible decision. And in fact, if you look on my Twitter, or in the Discord in the fitness section, which I can go back to, you can see, if we compare it to my last results, like right here, 152.8 muscle mass gained, and right here, only 153. Like I barely gained any muscle. Pardon me. Goose burp. And I think that's just because of my poor sleep, despite doing all the right workouts, because my workouts were really tough this week. By the way, if you want to follow my workout progress, it's available there for you. Cameron, put it back to me. Thank you, Cameron. So yeah, that's funny story number 1. Funny story number 2 is, chat, believe it or not, some rat boy, okay? Some rat boy straight up copyright claimed one of my videos. Now, if you don't know, my Goose videos take freaking forever. Like the Blizzard video alone took like 2.5 months. Very painful process. It takes a lot of time. I do everything myself: scripting, recording, editing, thumbnail, which includes graphic design. I do all of it.
That's next level hating, ain't no way.
Dude, they copyright claimed it. It was some company. They copyright claimed one of my videos. And it took away all my ad money. And I only realized it because I was just trying to figure out how much I make a day so I can try to figure out like how long I have until another video, because I don't take sponsorships right now. And the reason I didn't take sponsorships is I really wanted to show you like the community. Maybe it's a silly thing, but I wanted to show the community, look, I can make content on my own, and I would prefer not doing sponsorships. I'd prefer just like making great content and not ruining the content, because I know most people just skip through sponsorships. Like I just wanted to make great videos and figure out how to make great videos, and then we can figure out from there. Anyways, so I live only off ad revenue. Ad revenue is the thing. And this rat boy goes and claims it. And so I go and check my YouTube, and I'm like, okay, how much do I make? And then I see this little notification on one of my videos. I'm like, what? And then for the past 2 days, because I'm 2 days late, I see it makes $0 all of a sudden. Zero. And this made me so mad, because the thing it was claiming, I'm trying not to get too much into specifics because I just don't want this as public as it was. But dude, it upset me so much. Anyways, they took the ad revenue. I lost it all. YouTube let them do it.
Highway robbery.
Yeah, it really was, and it made me scared because like, that's my money. Like that's how I get by. So, anyways, I did that. I noticed that, and then I had to go figure out, like I made a post on Twitter asking creators what to do, and different creators told me different things, and I took one option from I Am Rob. So if you guys haven't watched I Am Rob's a legend. He really helped me out there. We went back and forth on Twitter to try to figure that out. Gave me some help, so shout out to Rob. Can we get some hearts in the chat for I Am Rob? I Am Rob, just helping out the goose. He gave me some great advice, and so we disputed it, and it got figured out. But immediately that made me go like, okay, I need to diversify
the Platinum King. The
Platinum King, the man, the myth, the legend. I need to diversify my income. Like I can't just focus only on ad revenue. It's just too like it's too what's the word? What's the word, chat? When something is just like hard to, it's too easy to destroy. You know what I'm saying? Like someone could just come and take me out for like Fickle. Excellent. By the way, Knightley's in the chat looking freaking fantastic. What's going on, Knightley? Goose Morning to you. Yeah, it's Fickle. So effectively, I don't want to do sponsorships, but I feel like I have to. So I have a couple plans to figure that stuff out, including I have the second channel, which we plan on putting a little bit more effort on, because I want that to start building some income, so that way I can use that as like a protective shield for the main channel, just in case, for rainy day funds. So yeah, it really bothered me. And for those of you who don't know, the second channel is just focusing on the best moments of Twitch. Right now, I've moved only to shorts on the second channel, but I will be doing clips depending on how this stream goes.
OnlyFans account incoming.
Yeah, you guys are going to see my feet pics, okay? Look, I didn't want to show my feet, but I think it's necessary. So if you love the channel, you're gonna love my feet. Chat, just picture this, okay? Picture this. Picture this. Hold on. Let me just...
Sell your bathwater for $500.
Picture this, chat. Okay? My feet. Be rated. What is wrong with you? I
am not picturing anything. Get out of my head, you freakster.
No, it's going to be big, okay? It's going to be a big thing. Stick with me. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is going to be big, okay? Now, Cameron, I just told the story of how we lost ad revenue, and you go and play George Michael's Careless Whisper. Just let that sink in, Cameron. Just let it sink in. That's why you wear the dunce hat, Cameron. You said you wouldn't scream, Goose. You said you wouldn't scream. Sam's, you freaking monster, in the chat. Let's go, Samju. Let's go. Let's go, Samju. Let's go. Can you guys actually hear the clap when I do that? Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, I'm looking at the levels. What a great Goose-tastic day. It is a Sunday. It is beautiful. But let's talk about the greatest gaming news of the week. Let's do it. Quite frankly, let's jump into it. Cameron, hit us with the news. You missed the transition, Cameron. I hate that you exist. There it is. All right. The first gaming news, chat, is a quick gaming shout out. Chat, if you don't know, YouTube offers this thing called YouTube Gaming Recap. You can go on the mobile app and you open the mobile app on YouTube. In the top left, there's a little compass. You click that, and then you'll be able to see your YouTube Gaming Recap, and you get this beautiful little image right here, like we got from Alan on Twitter, who posted he was in the top 0.1% of Zenkai Goose fans, watching 20 times more as the average viewer. Yo, shout out freaking Alan. If I don't get 20 goose emotes in the chat for Alan, I swear to God, I swear to God, chat, I'll find you, okay? I already know where SpongeAim lives, roughly. I'll work my way up, one by one. Let's spam the chat with some emotes for freaking Alan. Let's go. Alan Hayden VB on Twitter. Sharon, that's what we love to see. Thank you, Mr. Danny Lemon. Thank you, Shalene. We love it. 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 AIXC, thank you. So huge shout out to Hayden. But Hayden wasn't the only one. Alan Hayden wasn't the only one. We got Harrison in the chat. Here are all your top favorites. Look at this. The old Goosington is up there with the greats. The beautiful and powerful video game donkey. Have you heard of him? Of course you have. He's been around for like 10 years. And he's consistently made the same great content. It's actually impressive. I'm up there with Donkey, Jack Sather, Legendary Drops, and Skill Up. I love all these guys. Quite frankly, I watch probably tied between Jack. I think Jack's the best. Look, I'm going to show my bias. I've talked to Jack. I think Jack Sather is like literally one of the greats. I think Jack Sather is literally one of the greats. So I listen to him the most. Donkey, I watch whenever the video's like interesting to me, but I know every time I click a Donkey video, it's going to be hilarious, and I love it. Like his timing is so amazing. Legendary Drops, I started listening more because of I watch a lot of Asmon TV. So he watches a lot of Legendary Drops, so I've started listening to a lot more Legendary Drops. Skill Up's probably the one I've done the least because he's more like journalistic, I guess. Like obviously Legendary Drops is too, but I don't know. Skill Up is, I guess it's more like, I don't feel as tied to him, but Skill Up is an incredible creator. And so this is just insane to me, the fact that I'm up there with these guys. This is insane. As a young Canadian country boy, okay, who just thought like no one would ever care about his opinion. Look at me. Look at me now, Mom! Look at me. Canada Dry sponsorships and up there with the greats. So shout out to Harrison, absolute stallion. And we got another one here from The Real Pride, hooking me up. Another 0.1 top Zenkai Goose fan. Watch 15x is the average viewer. Absolutely insane. People watching the I Play Everys. People watching the What Happened To's. People watching to Why Haven't They Died Yet. Quite frankly, it's been a tough year, chat, but we learned a lot. We've created a lot of incredible content, and 2025 is going to be off of the hook. So shout out to everybody, and if you go ahead and you have something like this, just post it in the Discord, post it on Twitter. I will pin it. I will retweet it. I love it. This absolutely hypes me up. It's such a tiny thing, but it actually makes such a huge difference for me. It's just like, because sometimes you get lost in your bubble creating stuff, right? So you're just like, oh, I don't know if I'm good enough anymore. I haven't posted in a while. And then, you guys post stuff like this, and it's like, I'm not bad. Yay! Anyways, so that's
Asmon does a lot of leg drops reaction.
Yes, he does.
That will be you soon.
Yes. Maybe someday. It'd be cool. It'd be cool. There's been a lot of reactions actually this year. We had Tim the Tatman, we had Nick Merckx, we had Flats, we had a couple more. We had a couple Tim the Tatmans. Absolutely insane. We just keep growing.
Have you seen the Jaguar Car Company rebranding and the CEO blaming the audience? Rest in peace to that Concord Car Company.
I'm tentative on that because they showed a picture. Okay, so what SpongeAim's talking about here? Let me pull it up here. Twitter, Jaguar. they've been posting like meme stuff, copy nothing, and they changed their logo from like the cat to like this new thing. Did they delete all their tweets except for this? Okay. Anyways, then they posted this. People were dunking on them. I'm pretty interested in whatever this new car is. Like this, you can see the tires right here. This is the back. This is intriguing. Right here. I mean, the Jaguar car looks like the most futuristic thing I've ever seen. It looks like Tesla's the Cybercab, right? If you want to see the YouTube wrap thing, Samju, you have to open the mobile app, and then you click the top left compass. Actually, let me just double check. I did it yesterday. Open the mobile app.
Looks like an air conditioning unit.
Yeah, then the top left, there's going to be tags, and it's like a little compass. And then you go to gaming. And then, yeah, once you see gaming, you'll see get your recap. Which is crazy. Actually, what is mine? 15% of my watch time was gaming. I watched 90 different games this year. Woo! Your top game, chat. My top game, apparently. World of Warcraft. Probably due to some of the video research I had to do. This is an insane amount. Hold on. Trying to see the top creators here. Here are my favorites. Chat, you literally want to see my favorites? Look at this. I told you, I watch a lot of Asmon. Asmon, Lyric, Ackman, the Nerd Chat. If you don't know, they put me on their podcast. Absolute Stallions. I give them support. And IGN. That's probably because of Goose videos. Like, I have to study and look at some stuff. I don't think I'm an active follower of IGN. Yeah, I watch a lot of Asmon. It's like good to have on when like I'm drinking coffee in the morning while I'm working. I like to have something that I don't need to focus on, but it's like in the background.
They updated the GTA Definitive Edition and fixed a lot of bugs and added a classic lighting feature.
I did. It wasn't posted in the mega thread, so I didn't post on it. Hold on one sec. I have this little rascal in here. Hey, what are you doing? Relax. There he goes. He's like throwing his little bone around and stuff. Little rascal? Where were you, Cameron? Great job, Cameron. Really helping the stream out here. Freaking guy. So help me God,
What
chat.
is that rat behind you doing?
He's playing with his little baby bone. He's got priorities. So yeah. I'm all this to say is I'm tentative on Jaguar. Dude, my mouse keeps lagging here. It's annoying. Okay, the first gaming news of the week I'd like to talk about, chat, is we have the following StarCraft reports. Apparently, Blizzard is hiring for an open world shooter game. Chat, have you heard this? Have you? What are your thoughts on this? This is a post on Video Games Chronicle by Jordan Midler. The Midler. The Midler. Where he says Blizzard's new shooters reportedly.
Is this Cameron guy in the room with us?
Oh yeah. By the way, German guy. Shout out German guy. Beautiful Goose-tastic. We'd love to see you, German guy. Yeah, Cameron's right here. Like I said, he's right here. And he's wearing a dunce hat, and he's setting up the camera controls. It's not rude to say that. That's what you're wearing. I'm just describing what you're wearing. It's not offensive. It's just what you're wearing. No, don't take it off. It's necessary. Anyways, the article says Blizzard's new shooter is reportedly being fronted by ex-Far Cry boss Dan Hay. Chat,
It's Goose having a schizophrenia episode.
Chat, am I going to have to turn the text-to-speech off? I literally begrudgingly turned it back on the news section. I turned it back on for you. Watch it. You're pushing limits, chat. Limits are being pushed. We actually have such a beautiful show for you today. Absolute beautiful show. You're being limited. So yeah, Blizzard's apparently working on a
Okay then.
I hate you guys so much. Chat. Sorry, lost it there. Yeah, so apparently Blizzard's working on an open world shooter. And the rumors are a third-person shooter for StarCraft. First off, chat, are we interested in this? Yes, no. I want to know. Let me know in the chat. Because quite frankly, after playing Space Marine 2, And chat, and that's a great idea. Mr. Danny Lemon says poll it. Listen, after Space Marine 2, and to be fair, Blizzard's Blizzard was a role-playing RTS company. We agree, and an MMO company. Dude, my mouse is like freaking dying here. Hold on. Slash poll. Yeah, so Blizzard's an RTS MMO company, like RPG, right? That was their thing. And then all of a sudden they came out with Overwatch. Say what you will about Overwatch, but the shooting mechanics are insanely good. A StarCraft shooter. Yes, no. All right, the poll has started in 1 minute. There, I will let it open. You can now vote in the poll. And so their shooting mechanics were pretty great for their first time at it. And then, so the idea of them doing a third-person shooter of StarCraft, because I feel much more interested in a StarCraft shooter than I would for a Space Marine shooter, even though I love Space Marine. I just feel I like the StarCraft universe more. Personally, I feel more connected to it. And so to see how they went from nothing to an incredible Game of the Year voted shooter that we're going to talk about later when we do our tier list, it makes me incredibly hyped to see what they could do. If the open world shooter is based in the StarCraft universe, like Far Cry, big yes. Also, shout out Birthday with the amazing chat. Amazing. That's a great point. Yeah, if it's like Far Cry 3, dude, Far Cry 3 freaking slapped. If we can get that, but like StarCraft, third-person shooter, just taking down freaking Zergs. Perfectly balanced. We love it. The poll is perfectly... How the heck did the poll perfectly balance? 2 of you voted to get yourselves banned. What is wrong with you, chat? 2 of you voted to get yourself banned. 33% of you said no, and 33% of you are excited for the StarCraft shooter. Well, guess what, chat? I'm excited.
Is Far Cry that good?
Far Cry 3 is literally incredible. Okay, Far Cry 1, nobody played. Far Cry 2, the malaria thing made the game basically unplayable, but the mechanics were solid. Far Cry 3, no one cared about because of Far Cry 2. It came out in December, I think, of 2013 or 2012. I think it was 2012. No one cared about it, and then it just ended up becoming like it fixed everything about Far Cry 2, put you on an island, had incredible characters, and it just ended up being amazing. Far Cry 3 was amazing and pushed the industry forward with like open world mechanics that you could just go and like take out little bases and stuff. Far Cry 3 was very, very innovative. People loved Far Cry 3. And then effectively what Ubisoft did is they just made Far Cry 3 like 3 more times.
What's Far Cry about?
It's usually a guy gets stranded on an island or a location and just has to fight his way through a terrorist group, a group of rebels or what have you, and then just free himself from something or save someone. And so Far Cry 3 was the best one.
It's to cry Farda.
Exactly. Yes. SpongeAim nailed it. I didn't want to simplify it that much, but like he nailed it. You go somewhere far and you cry. Cameron, please ban SpongeAim. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get the man out of here because I'm going to put...
Far Cry Primal is very good game, and it was overhated.
I never played it. Far Cry 3 was incredible. Cut it, Cameron. Far Cry 3 was incredible. Far Cry 4 was a reskin, and it started getting a little tired, but it was still fun. Never played Primal, because I think like this oversaturation came in with Far Cry. And then they came out Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, somewhere in between there. That was amazing. I loved that aesthetic. It was a short little thing. I actually wish they would do another one, another Blood Dragon. That was incredible. Then Far Cry 5 was more of like a American Civil War type vibe. They could have done so much more with the story, but it was so safe. And then you were just left with like a non-island based Far Cry. And then Far Cry 6 I didn't even play. It's in Mexico. I didn't even play. I heard it was like bloated, like every Ubisoft game is ever. Ubisoft, stop making... Ubisoft needs to focus on like streamlining their games, making stories that are actually interesting. Why is it so hard for video games to make good story? You know? Do you guys find this? I find like what movie did I see recently? I'm trying to think. Even TV shows. It's like TV shows, movies, you go in, you have a great time, the story's interesting. And, you know, they have the beginning, a middle, and end. Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, and it's like character arcs, and boom. Video games, for the most part, the stories are usually garbage.
I think Far Cry 6 has the guy from Breaking Bad.
Yeah, he does. Like the acting. And he gave birth to one of those memes. One of those great memes. Fortnite erased Far Cry from people's brains? SpongeJame, I thought we banned you. How the heck are you even here? What the heck? Yeah, I just wish Ubisoft would figure that stuff out. Make a Blood Dragon 2. What are we even doing? Come on! Ubisoft, you need one. You need one right now. It would do so well for Ubisoft to come out of nowhere with a giant buff dude. Overly campy 80s vibe. I feel like it would really help Ubisoft right now.
Ubisoft just had to copy-paste AC Unity and improve it.
Instead, they copy-pasted Witcher and pretended it didn't happen. Absolutely disgusting. So the article goes on. Let's go back into this. The job roles have been published following a report earlier this year that Blizzard was once again working on a StarCraft shooter. Multiple roles, including associate design director, senior designer, and principal designer of an unannounced game are being advertised. Several of the job listings reference an open world shooter game. I don't need it to be open world personally for me. Chat, I feel like Mr. Danny Lemon says it in chat, sort of, but I feel like open world's peaked at Simpsons Hit and Run, which we're going to be playing a full day stream. We're going to try to beat it in one stream relatively soon. Stay tuned.
A cyberpunk Assassin's Creed would be awesome, or a modern time AC game.
Yeah, I actually agree. I actually agree. I think the open world shooter stuff is like, I don't know. I just don't need it. I think like small little hubs would be nice. Like, you know that the silent cartographer level in Halo CE, that's open, but it's like a tiny little zone. I mean, it's not even that tiny, but it's like not open world giant mega city. I don't need that. I really don't. So personally, I don't think that's a huge plus, but I like the idea. Like, I feel like the hub zones are good because I feel like a traditional linear level story, I could see where that's an issue. It could be a little limiting this day and age, but I had a lot of fun with Space Marine 2. In fact, we got to finish Space Marine 2. I never went back to it and finished it with you guys after that stream. Earlier this year, it was claimed that Bloomberg journalist Jason Schreier's book, Play Nice, The Rise and Fall of Future Blizzard Entertainment, that a new StarCraft shooter was in development at Blizzard. The passage, which refers to previous StarCraft shooters, reads, most of the developers were laid off. Oh my god, bro. I didn't expect that curveball. Holy smokes. Most of the developers laid off. What's with the gaming industry and laying everyone off? What's going on with that? What's going on with that? Could we just hire people properly? Like, you know, what are we doing? Oh my goodness. First time chat. Strict lineage with best viewers on *****. It's been a while, chat. I was wondering if we actually had it. I was wondering.
Still sick.
We do have the best viewers on *****. Let's go. Shout out. I thought I was fine with the sickness, but yesterday night and today, it's like something's wrong with me. I don't know what it is. I'm hoping it's just the bad sleeps this week. I'm not sure. We do have the best viewers on *****. I appreciate it, chat. Let them know. The article goes on to say that, most were laid off, while few would remain with hay to begin incubating, of all things, a new StarCraft shooter. Perhaps after StarCraft Ghosts and Ares, the third time would be the charm. I mean, specifically right after Space Marine 2
Best viewers on *****.
Let them know. Specifically after Space Marine 2 being such a success, you can't look at that, given that StarCraft is just a derivative of Warhammer 40k anyways. You can't look at that and be like, hey, yo, I think ours would do better. Because I personally think StarCraft would be a bigger hit, like as far as the brand. I know Warhammer 40K is huge, but I feel like StarCraft is so popular. I mean, people go insane. Honestly, look, I'm not huge into MMOs, but to me, I always thought there were two like franchises that would make great MMOs. And for me, number one was StarCraft. Call it whatever, the stars of StarCraft. I think that'd be incredible. Okay. And number two, Mass Effect. The fact that we don't have a Mass Effect MMO, like to me, that fits an MMO so much better than most properties. The world is so juicy with lore that is interesting. It's not like boring. It's actually interesting. I think an Mass Effect MMO would go so freaking hard. And same thing with a StarCraft MMO. But hey, who am I? Who am I? I'm just some guy. Ex-Far Cry boss Dan Hay left Ubisoft in 2021 after a decade in Montreal studio. Holy smokes. SpongeAim, did you know him?
Montreal. They should do a Warhammer 40K X StarCraft collab.
That would be cool. You know what? Speaking of that, Wizard brings that up in the chat. And I actually thought, you know how like Nintendo has Smash Brothers? I mean, we all know how popular Smash Brothers is, right? I was always surprised Microsoft, because their whole thing is usually shooters. Like Nintendo's obviously more kid-friendly, so Smash Brothers makes sense. I was always surprised Microsoft, given all their shooter-based franchises, never did like a Bullet Brothers. Something to that extent, where it's just like all your favorite shooters in one game using their shooting style to beat the other side. Doesn't that sound interesting? Master Chief versus Doom Guy versus the Call of Duty guys versus Marcus Phoenix versus StarCraft people, like all of these different like Overwatch people now. I feel like Microsoft-based Bullet Brothers would be huge. Am I wrong, chat? Not like Fortnite. Think about it like basically Super Smash Brothers, but they had guns.
Bullet Friends.
Bullet Friends. There it is. I kind of like the alliteration German guy, but hey, to each his own. Bullet Friends it is. John Molotov versus Master Chief. They have the rights. Let's get John Molotov back. John Molotov would actually hit so hard because he does. John Molotov barely misses.
Spock's All-Stars Battle Royale.
Exactly. I think that would be huge. To me, do you guys not find that there's so many free wins with these gaming companies that they just never freaking take? Like a StarCraft shooter to me is like, stop getting crazy. You just make Space Marine 2, but with StarCraft. Easy. What are we doing?
Xbox more like Xbox.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that with another article coming up soon. But real quick, we have ads coming in 3 minutes. So let's finish this off real quick. First off, this guy left Montreal. So clearly SpongeAim knows him. SpongeAim's probably best friends with him. Shout out SpongeAim. It was then stated in December 2022 that he was heading up a survival game at Blizzard, but in January 2024, it was announced the game, which had been codenamed Odyssey, had been canceled. There's a lot of sadness for this idea that Blizzard's survival game had been canceled. Look, I'll be real. There's enough survival games in the world. It is super saturated. Apparently, Odyssey was built from an upgraded mobile engine. So my final thoughts on this is, to be honest, canceling a survival game without seeing it, just coming from an idea of like what the market has already, to me, that's a great idea. I actually think that's the right call. Apparently, it was a headache to work on based off the fact that it was built on a mobile engine. That's number one. Number two, the idea of doing a StarCraft shooter, Blizzard, for the love of God, do it. Like we've said it a couple times here, but Space Marine 2 has proven that it would work. I just think a third-person StarCraft game would be huge. People like shooting. People like being in giant armor shooting dudes. I don't know what you do for the multiplayer. Probably a horde mode type of thing. But yeah, they have the opportunity to make an incredible game, because I don't think we have enough great third-person like AAA shooters recently. Personally, for me, I love a good third-person AAA shooter. You know, like I loved Uncharted 2.
I know everyone in that studio. They keep getting fired for some reason.
It's probably because they keep making decisions like Skull and Bones. That's probably why, SpongeAim. That's probably why. Excellent point you brought up. Yeah, like Uncharted 2 is an incredible third-person shooter. Incredible multiplayer, actually. Amazing. Gears of War, incredible third-person shooter. And I feel like, Space Marine 2 is another incredible one. I feel like we just don't have enough of those guys. And I think, firstly, actually, here's a quick poll while we wait for the ads to start. What do you guys prefer more? I've always been curious about this. First person or third person? Which shooter camera which style do you prefer more in shooters? Third person? First person? There's a poll going out right now asking which style do you prefer more in shooters? Third person or first person? I want to know.
I like both.
I wish that you were able to vote for both. That would actually be nice. Oh, overwhelmingly right now we have 75% going to third person with 25% going to first person. Interesting. Ban Me has not been selected, probably because those people have been banned. Absolutely insane. Real quick, we'll wait for the ads to commence.
Like with your video, you don't really need thousands of employees and a bloated budget to make a great game.
100%. Weezer brings up an excellent point. There's just everybody's just too bloated these days. I mean, Ubisoft is at. I looked at the stats not too long ago, but it was like Ubisoft was at 20,000 employees, EA was at 14,000, I believe, and Nintendo was at 7,000. Nintendo has a console. Okay, let that sink in. And Valve, makers of the Steam Deck, AAA games that they support forever, like Dota 2, Counter-Strike 2, all of their games. They just put out
beat RE2 Remake. Absolutely amazing.
Absolutely amazing. So, going back to Valve, guess how many employees Valve has? Steam Deck, Dota 2, Counter-Strike 2, the economy, Steam. Mr. Danny Lemon coming in with a wild guess of 6. By the way, we got Slimy Rose back in the chat looking beautiful, Goose-tastic. Slimy, we love you! AIXE with 142. German guy with 69. Nice. No, 300 something, like 350. So we got Ubisoft with 20,000.
You getting the white Steam Deck?
I would love to, but quite frankly, it's too expensive, and I don't know when I'd play it. That's my thing with these portable games. I don't know when I'd play it. So, again, Ubisoft, 20,000 employees. EA, 14,000 employees. Nintendo, 7,000 employees. And Valve coming in with 350. Chat, do you see the problem? Do you see it? I just want to know if you see it. Do you see it? By the way, the poll results. Where's the poll results? Did I just lose the poll results? I lost my poll results. How do I see my poll results?
For me, third person depends on performance, and it's not awkward to play.
Yeah, I agree. The poll results were 100% ban you. Mr. Danny Lemon getting banned left and right. I believe, if I remember at a glance, third person was winning it like by a lot. Which doesn't surprise me. I just find third person is more, it's less jerky, especially on a controller. I feel like first person, except for Halo and Call of Duty, I feel like most first person shooters feel jerky. The camera doesn't feel as smooth. And Destiny. Destiny obviously coming from the same people who made Halo. Here we go, the ads have...
Bungie with 25 luxury classic cars.
Yeah, exactly. Counter-Strike 2, but that's like PC based. I'm talking like controller stuff. Like controller stuff, I feel like first person can be jerky for the most part, unless it's made by those three guys. And so even honestly, I'd say Infinite feels a little more jerky.
Third person had 75%.
Okay, so third person won by an insane amount. Yeah, like third person, I feel like it feels less jerky. It's more cinematic, and also like little things like this in third person where, you know, when you're like playing, like for example, Space Marine 2 or Gears of War and they're moving, you see like the armor pieces move around. That stuff just hits, baby. I can't tell you why it hits, but that stuff just freaking hits. Cameron, swap us back over. The next news of the week we're going to be talking about here. an exclusive world premiere. World premiere. Chat, does this make you happy? Or does this make you mad?
Remember Anthem, what a classic third-person game.
I don't think it was that classic, SpongeJam. The headline states, exclusive by Reuters. Sony's in talks to buy media powerhouse behind Elden Ring. This is by Anir Ben Sen and Sam Nussi. That feels, I don't like saying that, Nussi. I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It bothers me. Why am I so dehydrated? I find myself so dehydrated. For people just listening on the side, I've been drinking, I think I drank almost half my Zug jug.
They haven't even made Bloodborne PC port.
Preach. Preach, AIXC. Preach. So let's jump into this article. This has been blowing up here, some gaming news here. You're dehydrated because you have 8 cans of ginger ale. Listen, you're not a scientist, Mr. Danny Lemon. You're not a scientist. You don't know. You don't know. It could be correlated, but correlation is not causation, okay? Correlation is not causation. Let's remember that, chat. Okay? It's not Dr. Danny Lemon. It's Mr. Danny Lemon, okay? It's very important to state that. Jeez, so dehydrated. It's insane. Let's jump into this. Exclusive from Reuters, Sony's in talks to buy media powerhouse behind Elden Ring, which, given the amount of things that Microsoft has bought, obviously Microsoft has bought Bethesda, which came with, Doom, the Elder Scrolls, Fallout, a bunch of studios they decided to lay off, which is not as great. And then they bought Activision Blizzard, which of course is the World of Warcrafts. You got your Call of Duties, you got your Spyros, your Crash Bandicoots, and now Sony's deciding to do it. However, for context, Sony did buy Bungie, a year or two ago? And the deal there was, weird. The deal with Bungie was, we're going to spend billions on Bungie, which is, apparently a really inefficient company, but they still get to, they get to do whatever they want. It's just Sony backs them. They can make their game for Xbox if they want. They could do whatever they want. Just doesn't seem to be the move. I'm no businessman. I'm no corporate.
Then Microsoft bought Minecraft.
Yeah, they bought Minecraft as well. But look, I'm no corporate fat cat, okay? I'm no corporate fat cat, but that just seems like a bad business move. Let me just buy the company to do the same thing it could do anyways. Maybe it's for some tech behind the scenes we don't know about, but personally, I'm not a big fan of everybody buying up studios to make their own games. It just seems like y'all can't do it. And even Microsoft, they're buying all these things and they're, putting nothing out. Everything they're putting is just, no one cares. Did you guys know Microsoft just released Flight Simulator last week and, there's been, not that much about it. They just dropped a new one. Just came and went. It's kind of crazy. I'm no corporate fat cat. I'm a goose. This is true, Mr. Danny Lemon. This is actually incredibly true. And just because of that, I'm going to put dirt in your eyes. It's going right in your eyes, sir. Open them up, buddy! Because they're coming in!
Eve's seen a lot videos on TikTok. It actually looks so cool.
Oh, yeah. I've seen a few on Twitter, and it's actually been... I've seen some VR stuff of Flight Simulator 2024 on Twitter. And, yeah, it's looking pretty good. Mr. Danny Lemon says, shoot, I haven't got dirt in my eyes in weeks. Well, you got it now.
The weebs will not be happy with this one because they will acquire all the light novels.
Yeah, okay, so that's a great point SpongeJam brings up, and I've been hearing stuff about this, but I don't know much about it, so let's read through this. Sony's in talks to acquire Kadokawa, the Japanese media powerhouse behind the Elden Ring game. Two sources familiar with the matter said as the technology giant looks to add its entertainment portfolio. The talks between the two sides are ongoing, and if successful, a deal could be signed in the coming weeks, sources say. Kadokawa's shares closed up 23% at their daily limit. Its market capitalization was around 2.7 billion prior to the router's report. Sony shares up 0.6%. Sony declined to comment, but Kadokawa said it cannot comment. Oh, that's fantastic. Now, Sony already has a 2% stake in Kadokawa, and it has a stake in Kadokawa controlled from Software, the developer of the hit fantasy game.
Can't wait for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2069.
I will shut this text-to-speech off, and I will fight you all to the death. Warning number 1. Cameron, get the banhammer ready. The developer of the hit fantasy action role-playing game. The critically acclaimed title is a collaboration between veteran game director I always butcher these. Hidetaka Miyazaki. I can do the Miyazaki part, but Hidetaka. And Game of Thrones author George R. R. Martin. The game, which depicts an atmospheric world where players battle monsters and quest to repair the Elden Ring, has sold 25 million units and has been widely praised. 25 million's pretty good, dude. Dude, I think Elden Ring is one of the greatest games that's come out in a long time. I didn't finish it because I'm soft and I'm a casual. But I loved every second of it. That's just how I play these Souls games. I enjoy it for every second of the game.
I am going first. Let's go, Goose. Show me what you got, little goose.
This man just asked me to fight him IRL. Get him out of here. Anyways, 25 million units for Elden Ring. Look, that's incredible. That's a huge feat. I'm willing to go ahead and say probably 100% of you have played Elden Ring in the chat. Am I wrong? Has anyone in the chat not played Elden Ring? Because I feel like everybody's played it. You know? Am I crazy? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know. We'll have to find out. Wait, does Sony actually own Crunchyroll? Wizard says in the chat, Sony already has Crunchyroll. Do they actually? SpongeJam, you haven't played Elden Ring? That is so shocking. That is insane to me. Oh, you watch. SpongeJam is mailingless, confirm. The title available on all...
Fight me then. I got the power of Germany and anime on my side.
Chat, I will shut off text-to-speech, you little rascals. Let's give it a quick cooldown. It's been cooled down. You freaking rascals. The title is available on platforms including Sony's PlayStation expansion. Shadow of the Erdtree has sold 5 million units in the 3 days after its release in June. Kadokawa began as a publisher in 1945, which is kind of insane, but has expanded into games, anime, events, and figures with the franchise such as Re:Zero, in which teenage boy is summoned to a fantasy world. I feel like that's every anime ever. This is what I didn't know. I guess this is what people are talking about, that they're going to be owning like the books and all that stuff. I was like under the impression this was just buying like FromSoft, but it seems to be like obviously this Kadokawa company, which is above them and has all this other stuff, which I didn't know. Interesting. Like I said before, I just personally think there's just too many of these purchases and not a lot of like making games. Remember when they just made games? Now I feel like they're just buying people to make the games. It's just like, why don't you just make the best product ever, the best tools, and help people make games? I don't know. Like, it's so businessy recently. In this and last generation, I just feel like it's so much more businessy than like artsy, if it makes sense. I feel like, but here's the thing. Celine says PlayStation wants to boost their company's portfolio. I totally agree. I think that's exactly what they're doing. But from my perspective, I just feel like Sony is strong. You got The Last of Us, you got the Uncharted, you have the Ratchets, you have the Horizons, you have the Killzones, right? Like, they have so much great stuff. They have the Spider-Mans. I think they're good. Just keep making those. In fact, you can make tiny versions of that. Like, you remember when they made Spider-Man Miles Morales? It was a tinier version, like a snow version. It wasn't that long of a game. Dude, make another one. I would love that. They have the God of Wars. They have Twisted Metal. They have so much stuff. I just feel like they don't need to buy. Like, what's the benefit? unless they do things like obviously steal from software games to be an exclusive. That would hurt Microsoft. That would definitely hurt Microsoft. Ay, 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 that would hurt them. Other franchises include Delicious in Dungeon, a manga series adapted in anime about adventurers exploring dungeons and eating monsters that they encounter. I've seen trailers of this, and every time, I swear that every time, I don't know if you guys are like this, but I feel like I get a sense of what anime can or can't do, and every time I look at something available on Netflix that is anime related, or I go on Crunchyroll, which is rare, but when I do it, I'm always shocked at what anime does next. I saw the trailer for this Delicious in Dungeon show, and I was like, what will they do next? Those anime people, those animes, holy smokes. Been trying to watch Dragon Ball Daima recently, and I don't think I like it. I don't think you can release a show in 2024 that is 20 minutes long weekly. What in God's name are we doing? Is too long to wait for 20 minutes? What in God's name are we doing? Binge drop it or drop it in like 3-episode chunks? Like, it's just... Look, Knightley says that he wants binge releases back. Or that he doesn't want binge releases. Look, wait, why did it time you out? I said allow. I apologize, Knightley. I don't know why I did that. Literally. Okay. Twitch, get it together. Look, I think binge, it depends on what you do. But I think, here's the thing. Like Stranger Things, I think the point of binge is literally just a talking point, right? I didn't mean to ban... I did not mean to ban you, Knightley. And it was a timeout. It was a timeout. I apologize. I said allow. I clicked allow. The whole idea of binge was just like to do something completely new and fresh that added this contrast to what was normally happening with the weekly cadence of TV shows so that it felt super new, so people would gravitate to that. Now we're in a case where the binge model is so popular that it's no longer new. It's just what people do. So it doesn't pop out. It's not fresh. So the weekly makes more sense. And quite frankly, the weekly has this benefit of keeping the subject talked about longer, and everybody can meet up and have scheduled appointment television. This makes a ton of sense. However, when your show is like 20 minutes long, like Dragon Ball Daima, it's too short. Like, it's too short, and effectively, Dragon Ball Daima is also too slow of a start. So, if you've seen it, then you see, like, it's just incredibly slow. I think we're on episode 6 now, and it's like, they've barely done anything. So, in that case, I don't think it makes sense. I would drop, like, 3 episodes, and some people do that, too. If you're going to do weekly, I think Disney does this, right? Where they drop the first 2 episodes in the first week, and then it's weekly. But it's usually an hour. How did they release Arcane? Mr. Danny Lemon says in the chat he liked how they released Arcane, but I've only seen like the full thing available on Netflix. I haven't finished Arcane. Oh, they did in 3 acts. Yeah, see, that makes sense. That's a great solution because at the end of an act, you leave like this little cliffhanger for the next act. I would assume that's what Arcane did. I mean, that's just how acts work. So that gives you enough to chew on and get ready for the next act. I think that makes a ton of sense. Oh, Knightley said the same thing. Netflix doing act releases, basically admitting binge releases do not work. I think for me, like, the problem with binge releases, like, they worked at the start because they were novel, but now they're no longer novel. And the problem with binge releases is they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on these shows, and then they just, like, drop them, and then they're just forgotten, like, the next week. You know? And the conversation doesn't get to have as much fervor because there's so many shows now, and it's no longer a novel thing to binge. So it's like not everybody's binging the same thing. It was the same thing with like Xbox 360 back in the day. Had Xbox Live Arcade. It's where they'd release these indie titles, and it was so fresh and novel. I don't know if you guys remember that in the chat, but the idea of the Xbox 360 Arcade was every once in a while they'd do this event where it's like, here's the arcade games, and there's going to be one for every week, and they'd set it up, and it's like the summer of arcade, and so you get like Super Meat Boy, Castle Crashers, all these things. And they were huge, amazing hits. But for context, it was a novel thing. and like having these indie games you could just download on your console. That was incredibly novel for the time. And then also, there wasn't that much like competition in the indie space. Like, there wasn't much supply. So every game was like, we could all play it together because this is the only one out this week. We're gonna try it. Like Trials HD was a huge thing back then, and Super Meat Boy. I freaking love Super Meat Boy. That's probably in my top 10. I gotta make an official top 10 at some point. And so nowadays, there's so many indie games. You can't do that. You can't just have an event like that because there's so many. So you have to do something new and fresh to get people's attention. It's interesting. So the article goes on to say, known as the inventor of the Walkman, Sony has transformed from an electronics manufacturer into an entertainment and technology juggernaut spanning movies, music, games, and chips. Oh, okay, like computer chips. I was like, wait, I've never eaten a Sony chip. Is it like Ruffles? Are they making Ruffles chips? The Sony guys? Interesting. The quote says, lovable characters and intellectual property can live for 30, 50, or 100 years, Sony CEO Kenshiro Yoshida said last year. Totally agree. That's something we want to make an investment in for sustainable growth, he said. See, that's the thing. Like, I feel like they have enough IP for this. It's not necessary. I'd say they got another 5 years where this is really, really necessary to get something new. But you can always double back. Like, you know, it's like now we're working on the Horizon series, but we could always bring back Killzone. We could always bring back Jak and Daxter. Which, by the way, chat, who wants a Jak and Daxter? Your boy wants a Jak and Daxter. I'm just saying we should get a Jak and Daxter. Okay? I get it. Naughty Dog's doing something else. I get it. Give us a Jak and Daxter 4. Also, give us Jak X Racing 2. Let's go. Come on. What are we even doing? Yes. You know, I never played the Sly Cooper games. I never played them. I admit it today. Mr. Danny Lemon says in the chat he wants a Sly Cooper game. And quite frankly, wait, didn't they remake it or something? Ooh, another Conker's Bad Fur Day. Weezer says this in the chat. Dude, I'm in agreement. We are in agreement. Conker's Bad Fur Day literally has, not the Xbox one, the N64 one, it literally has one of the best multiplayer modes I've ever seen in my life. The fact that people haven't copied that. There's two multiplayer games that haven't been copied that I think would be a giant, big mega hit. Conker's Bad Fur Day's multiplayer is incredible. It has so many diverse multiplayer modes that are incredible. So that's one. Two, Splinter Cell's multiplayer, the OG, Pandora, Tomorrow, and Chaos Theory, the Spies vs. Merc. Such an incredible multiplayer. I think it would be so huge if they did it properly, not like they did in Blacklist. But for whatever reason, they don't do it. You know, Sponge Shame, talk to your Ubisoft guys. Talk to them. The article goes on to say Sony's focus includes anime, whose growth worldwide has been fueled by the spread of streaming services and greater familiarity with Japanese culture. The group has also had success in extending the reach in its own franchises, with the Last of Us game series being adapted into popular HBO drama. Yeah, I think this is like the next revolution in video games. I think video game adaptations, you know, I made a YouTube video on this. I think it makes so much financial sense to do these shows. Like, when you think about taking a popular book and translating that to the big screen or to TV shows, the amount of steps you have to do. What's the theme? What do the characters actually look like? Who are we casting? What do they sound like? How do they move? What's the world look like? What's the aesthetic? What's the vibe? All that has to be figured out and costs a lot of money. What's the costumes look like? In video games, it's already done. It's already done, and you already have a 3D sandbox to run through what it would look like. It's already done. So to me, from a cost, like how much it would cost to actually create a TV show for video games and adaptation, the barrier is so much lower than any other medium, and they already know things will hit. So when you do like a Last of Us TV show that is like a proper adaptation and it bangs, or Fallout and it bangs, I feel like it's not a shock whatsoever. But when you do like a Halo, the way they did the Halo, like that's where I'm like, brother, What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What in God's name are you doing, Mr. Halo? Mr. Tane Lemon says we get a proper Concord TV show. You little rascal. The article goes on to state Sony has a market valuation of around $114 billion. Jeez! In January, scrapped the $10 billion merger of its Indian arm with Z Entertainment Enterprises. I didn't even know about that because some conditions were not met. Kadokawa's business has been buffeted in recent years. In June, it was hit by a cyber attack that resulted in a data leak and affected business activities. 2 years ago, oh boy, Tsugohiko Kadokawa, the son of the company's founder, resigned as chairman after he was indicted on bribery charges related to the Tokyo Olympics? How do you just end the article here? Okay, look, I'm clicking allow, Knightley. It timed you out. I don't know why. 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 Knightley just keeps getting banned. I literally clicked allow. I wish I screen capped it. Next time I'm going to screen cap it. Okay? By the way, we got freaking Wiley in the chat. Wiley looking beautiful. Goose Tastic. We'd love to see you. Shout out, Wiley. I apologize. So to sum up on Sony buying the company that owns the Elden Ring franchise, personally for me, chat, I think it's like a great idea from a business sense for Sony, but from a gamer sense, from the people who play games who just want great content, I think we're entering this weird world in gaming where just like, brother, what are we doing? Could we just get back to making games and not buying everything and then not releasing games for like 5-6 years? But there's some major problems here at work, and for me, I think it's like this giant pursuit for graphics, I think, is just bottlenecking games. And like, I just don't like what gaming's become. I feel like they're forgetting what the heck is important to video games, and it's just like the gameplay and the experience. Like, it's just too much. Like, for instance, chat, this week I actually started playing Death Stranding, which I posted in the Discord. In fact, I think we can find it here. If we go here in gaming, I think it's somewhere in here. I posted me playing. Yeah, so here I am. I'm playing Death Stranding. And this is what I'm talking about. The gameplay of Death Stranding is actually very basic, but they focus more on the experience with the gameplay. And that's something I think AAA games can really, really get right with that graphic fidelity, really immerse you in this new world in a way that like no other medium can really do. And so for me, when I played Death Stranding, I was like, look, I can see why people wouldn't like Death Stranding, but this was coming directly from some artist's brain. Like, this is clearly a Kojima freaking game. And Death Stranding, it blew me away. I was like, holy smokes, this is incredible. This world is insane. I have no idea what's happening. There's strand people. There's like handprints. There's rain that changes the time it touches. Absolutely insane. So for me, like, I don't know. I just personally feel like video games have lost the plot, these giant AAA companies. And when you see things like Skull and Bones, Star Wars Outlaws, you know, Microsoft laying off everybody, Ubisoft laying off everybody, Sony buying Bungie for billions of dollars and then posting it on both, like they have no control of where it goes. What are we doing? What are we doing? Can we just get back to having an artist? Let's get a creative director. Let's let them make something crazy. I want something crazy, you know? By the way, can you hear my dog snoring? A simple yes, no will suffice in the chat. Dog snoring? Yes, no. Dog snoring? Yes, no. Cameron, swap us back over. We got some ads real quick.
Indicted.
Indicted? Oh, is that how it's pronounced? You guys say yes and no. Yes and no. Okay, you say no. No worries, German guy. You're a beautiful, goose-tastic individual. We love to have you here. Ads. Oh, ads are starting in a minute. A minute, 30 seconds. Twitch has this thing where they tell you that ads are coming and ads have commenced, and they look like the same thing. And it's very, very bothersome. Let me queue up the next news. Actually, Yeah, let me cue up the next news. Oh, we got some Microsoft gaming stuff coming from Phil Spencer. This is something that got really, really popular last week, and we didn't get a chance to touch on it, so I want to touch on it really quick before we vote on the Game Awards, because we're going to be voting on the Game Awards. And chat, we're going to be ending the stream doing a Game Award nomination tier list. So every single game that's been nominated for Game of the Year for the past 10 years, which I believe is 64 games. So these are the best games, allegedly, of the past 10 years. We are going to be putting in an official tier list, and this is going to be going on the YouTube channel. We're going to be trying to grow the second channel. So chat, you guys are going to be famous. You're going to be on the YouTube channel. You're going to be beautiful Goose-tastic, and we get to see what are actually the best games. Dude, I still have the 360 tier list. I still do. Hold on, let me show it. I literally have it saved. Mr. Danny Lemon brings up in the chat that we need to finish the Xbox 360 tier list. Look at this. For those of you who don't know, a couple weeks ago, probably a couple months ago, this is how long I've had this forever, okay? We decided we would tier every single Xbox 360 game ever made, okay? Every single one. And we worked through a good chunk. Well, this is like 3 streams in a row. We still didn't knock them all out, but we're going to eventually come back to this. But my God, what a video. I was like editing it as we'd finish the stream, and I'd go to edit it. Like, cause to me, like I ranked every 360 game ever. It sounded amazing, but holy smokes, there's a lot of games. Absolutely insane amount of games. Whoops. Went to the old style. Okay, real quick, I'm just gonna go to the washroom. All that Zug Jug got me feeling some type of way. I believe we have ads according to Twitch, but now I don't even know anymore with Twitch. Twitch, I don't freaking know with you. You're starting to upset me. Okay? Let me play some music. Let me get some vibes going. And yeah, I might wash my hands. I'm not even gonna tell you if I will. Give me 2 seconds, have a washer break, and we'll be right back. Also, it's a great time to finish off a beautiful can of Canada Dry. Highly recommend it. Okay?
Wash your feet.
Oh, okay.
Healthy stream ASMR incoming. Cameron, there is still time to run. Yellow ropes coming out of that tank. Levi and Pasha's. Have that Overwatch box with me too. Cameron, lock him and run. Chief Cheeks. Mr. Cheeks. Your shoe should have wings. The Nice Guys was a great movie. Goose got lost. Can't find his way back.
Now, listen. One of y'all said something about some streams, and one of y'all.
Close your zipper.
You rascal! He got me. He got me. By the way, Cameron can't run. He's chained. Now you know. Now you know. Cameron can never run because he's chained.
Tinkle.
He's chained. Okay, he's never coming back. He's never coming back. Okay, I'll actually show you what. I'll show you what Cameron looks like. I didn't want to have to show you guys, but I'll show you. I'll show you. Sure, I'll show you. Why not? Sure, why not? There he is. Are you happy with yourselves? There he is. What do you think? Is that the person you want managing your camera stuff? Is that who you want? Is that who you're rooting for? Huh? He's an animal. He's an animal. There he is. Cameron Guy. I will be good. But he never is. He never is he? He never is. You never are. You never are. Real quick.
Dancing with the Fly Open would be a good clip to get banned.
It would, actually, wouldn't it? Let's hit up the straight up. Let's hit up the news one more time. We got William frickin' Spencer.
Season 2 on Apple TV.
We got William frickin' Spencer. The hands have been washed. I swear to God. How dare you? Chat. Microsoft's gaming chief is still looking for acquisitions and sees future growth. This is an article coming from Bloomberg from Dina Bass. And we just talked about how we just think acquisitions should probably stop. Microsoft, you own enough. Microsoft bought like half of all gaming companies and they're still not producing things. Relax. Put out some games. Relax. Relax. What are we even talking about here? Let's go quickly into this news so that we can get to the Game Awards really quick. Because I want to nominate our favorite games of the year. I think that'll be fun. And then I want to do that Game of the Year tier list. That'll be fun too. So real quick, Bloomberg says, after a tough year, Microsoft's video game chief is still looking at acquisitions and charting how to complete and partner in the markets for handheld gaming devices and mobile stores. Chat, real quick, can you let me know in the chat if you feel confident in Microsoft doing a handheld? I'm really curious. I know my take, but I don't know. I want to see where you guys sit on this. Deals that add geographic diversity, including Asia, might be worthwhile, Phil Spencer said in an interview Tuesday at Bloomberg's offices in New York. That makes me wonder if he's also looking at the Elden Ring purchase. Because that'd be huge for them. Like, it would be huge for Sony, but I think it would be way bigger for Microsoft. Way bigger win for Microsoft. Buying another mobile company would add to the titles Microsoft picked up in its $69 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard last year, he said. Which, we've yet to see the fruits of that labor. I mean, we've seen some stuff come out on Game Pass, but I don't really know. Looking at the chat right now, you guys are saying that you do not have confidence. You think they have to do it, still no confidence. I'm not seeing a lot of love being seen for Microsoft coming into the handheld market. Personally, if I wanted to tell you like how I feel, I think Microsoft is really good at copying and not great at innovating. That's usually Microsoft's MO. They're great at copying and then tweaking in their own branding. And that's pretty much it. And when we look at Teams, for example, Teams is their communication platform. They copied Slack, made it their own thing, put it in Office, and made it available everywhere. Microsoft's power is pretty much scaling. That's their huge strength. Their scaling is incredible. Nightly says their Surface line is cool. I actually think Microsoft's Surface products are pretty bad. They just don't run as well as like the way that a Mac integrates with Mac OS. And quite frankly, the hardware looks nice for Surface products. I owned a Surface laptop too because I thought it looked beautiful, and I'm a big aesthetics guy. And I needed a good Windows laptop that was like not annoying to carry around. And the Surface laptop was incredible, but the battery just died like so fast. It was pretty much useless on the go. Unless you had it plugged in. And then because I had it plugged in all the time, the battery made it even worse. And it just wasn't as smooth as the way a Mac integrates with Mac OS. I'm not a Mac guy, but there's no question. The Mac is a better experience, a laptop experience. So for me, just Microsoft never does everything 100%. They just copy people and then try to add it to their brand, and then they just scale it really hard. So for me, I think an Xbox handheld will straight up be a copy of the Steam Deck. That's what it'll be. And chat, I don't think the Steam Deck's a bad product. I mean, I haven't used one in fairness. But when I think about what I would use for portable gaming, when I think about my favorite portable game experiences, I go to Pokemon. And when I think about Pokemon, I think about simplicity, I think about community, and I think about the cartridges, all these things. Steam Deck doesn't do. Like, I don't want to play landscape mode. I don't. I really don't. I got hair in my mouth. It was an eyelash. Weird. I don't want to play landscape mode with twin sticks. If I'm going to play landscape mode, then I just want to focus on one. Like, for instance, I think Vampire Survivors would be a perfect portable game. That, to me, is a perfect portable game. But I personally think landscape mode, I'd much rather a Game Boy than I would a Switch, personally. I know Wizard says Switch is the GOAT. I know a lot of people like the Switch. Clearly, it sold a lot. Personally, if I'm thinking portable, I think, for me, I would much prefer a Game Boy style console than something that's like focusing entirely on 3D capabilities. Like, I tried playing Zelda Tears of the Kingdom portably, and I was like, oh, this is just so awkward with the dual analog sticks. It just didn't feel right. It never felt comfortable, like where I could just sit there and play it all day. Like, I would just put it on the TV. Just never did. Yeah, exactly. Nightly says it's a GOAT and showcase how super duper graphics don't matter. Yeah, 1,000%. Like, I think you have a portable device that does something that's like a Vampire Survivors, Balatro, stuff like that. That is like in a Game Boy type of portable thing, and the games are shorter and more repeatable. The reason I go to games like Vampire Survivors and like Balatro is because those games focus. I was talking to someone the other day about this. Those games focus on core gameplay loops. They're not like, there's no story, there's no nothing. Not that those aren't important, but like the core of those games, the graphics could be whatever. But the loop is so good. Like, Vampire Survivors is so good. It could look like anything, but it's so good. The underlying core mechanics so good. Same thing with Balatro. Balatro has this like nice little card aesthetic, which we're gonna play on stream at some point because I owe you guys a stream for being late yesterday. But it doesn't need to look like that. It could look like Solitaire, and I still think it would be incredible because the core gameplay loop is incredible. Your hands would get numb handling a big Steam Deck form factor. That's what the Steam Deck looks pretty sizable. And that's my worry, is I think Microsoft's going to focus on copying a Steam Deck. We've seen Sony do it with the PlayStation Portal. And to some extent, obviously, it's focused more on streaming and cloud. And I think Microsoft will focus on cloud, which again, I just don't see as being a popular thing for the masses. Because Microsoft's focusing on like accessibility, how to get people into the games ASAP so they can play right away, right? We would agree that's Microsoft's whole thing with cloud and being able to play on any device, your browser, whatever. That works for mom and pop. You know, the people who don't really play games all the time. That does work. However, these type of players are so fickle. The second the game doesn't work exactly as expected, which is very likely to not happen with something like cloud, these people will never come back, ever. To them, the game is always like that and is dead to them, right? Like, think about someone you know that doesn't play games and you tried to show them something where they needed to use the analog stick. The second that they used that camera and they couldn't figure it out, they were just out. They weren't going to sit there. They weren't the type of person to sit there and figure it out. It just wasn't, it didn't come naturally to them. Which is why I think in the portable market for this type of accessibility, you want to go for something like the Game Boy where there's no barrier. It's a D-pad A-B. That's it. Simple. And I think that's why mobile games have taken off so much with this type of crowd, this casual market crowd. I think the OG Game Boy crowd, like these people, because remember, the Game Boy was popular with celebrities too. Like people who wouldn't traditionally play games. I think these people went to mobile because it was simple. You swipe, you tap, you swipe, you tap. That's it. That's the game. There's none of that. Also, real quick, shout out to Show Pony in the chat. An absolute rascal in the chat. We also got Severin Curve in the chat, looking beautiful, Goose-tastic. Love to have you here. So I just, personally for me, I just don't feel that Microsoft understands the portable market. I think they're just copying what works. That's typically what they do. However, maybe we're wrong. We don't know. So let's continue to see what they have to say in the article. Let me zoom this up just a little smidgeroo, shall we? Quote, we definitely want to be in the market and we find teams and technology and capability that add to what we're trying to do in gaming at Microsoft. Oh, my mouse just died. I don't know what's happening with my mouse recently. What we're trying to do at gaming at Microsoft. Absolutely will keep our heads up, Spencer said. Still, there's nothing imminent and very large deals are probably off the table at present as the company is spending a lot of time absorbing Activision Blizzard employees, he said. Microsoft wants to diversify teams working on games by looking more to China, he said. The company developed a new mobile engine version of Age of Empires, a world-building franchise that first appeared in the 90s. By partnering with Tencent Holdings, Microsoft and Tencent released the game globally in October. It's been a good area for us to learn from creative teams that have real unique capability. The real opportunity is to partner with creative teams in China for global, which I think makes a ton of sense. I think there's a huge market in China. I mean, it's nothing to think about. There is a huge market in China, and, you know, it's coming. It's a big deal. What are we talking about? The Simpsons hit and run curse? Do I sound bad? Do I need to drink more water? Is that what needs to happen here? I don't know how I'm so dehydrated. It's insane. Oh, the Simpsons hit and run curse for the mouse. Chat, sometimes my brain is just all over the place. The executive who has repeatedly professed his admiration for handheld game devices said the expectation is we would do something in that category, although the company is working on prototypes and considering what it might do. Spencer also asked his group to look at the market and develop its own vision based on what it learns, such as a device is a few years out. Chat, I'm very worried about this. I don't think it's the right direction for video games to go in. I just think it's not the right thing. I think there's such a list for personally, obviously I'm just some guy, I don't know what I'm talking about. But personally, as someone who's been in the industry forever and thinks about what I use personally, like, I never use the Switch portably. Never. I'd sooner use a Game Boy with Tetris on it or Pokemon. I never play mobile games because they're too, like, they're just gunning for my wallet. They're annoying. Even, like, the only mobile game, quote, game that I use is Duolingo. I use it every day. I do one lesson a day. And even it is, like, so annoying with its it's ads and stuff like that. It's very, very annoying. The ads are not relevant to me, and the game's free, sure, but that's kind of the problem with the mobile games is like they've conditioned the user to think that everything should be free. And I think that can work. I just don't think that the way mobile games have done it makes sense. There's a better way for it. And I think there's a huge disruption about to happen in the portable gaming market, but it's not the way that Steam's doing it. It's not the way that these cloud companies like NVIDIA GeForce Now with all these companies, the ROG Ally, or Xbox, I just don't. Hopefully Microsoft's on the right track. I have a theory for the right track, what it could be. I just don't think these guys are anywhere near that experience. They're just making like lamer versions of what would be on the console. They're like basically creating different markets, but like worse markets. You know what I mean? Like say what you will about the mobile games. There's some really good mobile games out there, but they usually play better on console or PC where the experience isn't, hey, buy these 5 gems so you can play for another hour. You know what I mean? Free with in-app purchases is also kind of a problem in desktop console. So what the difference does? So also kind of a problem on desktop and console. So what difference does it make? I agree. I think that's a huge problem. I think all that stuff needs to be solved. It's ruining the game experience. Again, not to like, send additional love to Vampire Survivors and Balatro. But they're pure experiences that just focus on a gameplay loop with any of that, without any of that stuff bothering the game's vibe. You know what I'm saying? It's not in the way. And yeah, no, I don't think Switch is a mobile game device, but people can play it portably, and it just doesn't. I've never done it. I mean, I've done it once or twice, like I said with Tears of the Kingdom, but it just was never great. The article goes on to say, in the coming months, designers and engineers will focus on making the Xbox app work better on existing portable devices, partnering with hardware makers to make sure their product syncs with Xbox games experiences, he said. The Xbox app right now is good rather than great on some of these gadgets, he said. I'll tell you, the Xbox app is dramatically more cumbersome than something like Steam. When I go on Steam and I buy a game and I play the game, it just feels so frictionless. When I do it on the Xbox app, there's like 2 different apps. There's the mobile store app, which actually updates your game. There's like, I feel like clicks don't actually, there's friction everywhere. You click thing, it has to load. When it loads to the next page, when you install, the install doesn't always work. You need a subscription. You don't need a subscription. No one wants to buy on the Xbox app. You'd much rather do it on Steam where all your friends are. It's just awkward. It never feels good. By the way, we got Frozen Onyx back in the chat. You beautiful little rascal. Good to see you here. Good to see you here. Also, another shout out to Show Pony. We were saying that I'm looking yoked today. I've been working out. The gains are coming. I just need better sleep. Also, I think I found out why I might be getting sick. I went to go make a coffee after I went for my bathroom break. Chat. I smelled the water, and I don't think the filter's been changed for a long time. It smelled putrid. And I've been drinking like 3-4 coffees every single day. And if I've been drinking this crappy, unfiltered, putrid water every single day, I would imagine that's going to be affecting me. So after the stream, I'm going to clean that coffee machine, and I'm going to see if that affects me. I mean, how could it not? The water smelled like sewage. It smelled horrible. I was smelling it. I was like, what the heck? So I'm going to clean that up. It's the ginger ales. It's never the ginger ale. Like I said, this episode is sponsored by Canada Dry. If you're not dry, then you're not high off life. Think about it. Electric Ethan 13 with the That's Gross. We appreciate you, Electric Ethan, you little rascal. I agree, it is gross. Quite frankly, Cameron was in charge of making sure the coffee machine was working correctly, but like I said, this is what I'm dealing with. This is it. I'm dealing with this. He's not helpful. Yeah, I'm going to clean that freaking thing entirely and then change the filter right after the stream. The article goes on to say, a quote from Spill Spencer, longer term, I love us building devices, Spencer said, and I think our team could do some real innovative work, but we want to be informed by learning what's happening now. I think this is admirable for Phil Spencer, but if we look at the sales of the Xbox Series X and S, I just think that that's not their strength. They need to refigure that out. Like, they're building devices, but they're not supporting them. They're actively trying to get away from them. And in fact, this is an Xbox marketing campaign was pretty much saying exactly that. Like, don't worry about our devices. Don't even bother. Just get it on cloud or whatever. So absolutely insane. Electric Ethan says, love the videos and thanks for the shout out. No problem, Ethan, you little rascal. And I appreciate you letting me know that you like the videos. Absolutely, like, means the world to me and Cameron. Really, really appreciate it. Shout out Electric Ethan in the chat. The article goes on to say the company's planned online stores mobile games has delayed the groups as the group does additional research in the market, Spencer said. Xbox president Sarah Bond has announced the store in May with a planned release date of July, but staffers are still talking to mobile developers, including those responsible for Microsoft-owned Candy Crush and Call of Duty Mobile, to figure out a plan. As regulatory cases involving Apple Inc., iOS, and Alphabet Inc.'s Android mobile devices work their way to courts in various countries, Microsoft still doesn't have an effective way to get its own stores on mobile phones. That's a big problem. Yeah, because Apple pretty much blocks you from using, blocks Xbox from using the cloud stuff. You have to like save a browser app on your phone. It's kind of a pain. It's not like Netflix where you can just open the Xbox app and start playing games on the cloud. You have to do this whole rigmarole on Apple, which is kind of a bummer for them. So a web store would mean somebody doesn't have to go into the app store to try to install something, but you still have to have a way to find the store. Spencer said, if we're hoping like if we build it, they will come, I'm going to bet that doesn't work. Totally agree. I think that's a 1,000%. Nobody wants another app store. Yeah, totally agree. That means Xbox has to make its store unique for players and figure out what will draw content creators at the same time. It's preparing for a world where Apple and Google mobile devices are more open to Xbox. Google for sure. Apple is getting there, but yeah, it's not, I don't think it's as open as they'd like. I think the ball is moving in the right direction, Spencer said, and I think this idea of open platforms where users have more choice, creators have more choice, and you see the momentum, right? I do not see the momentum. Chat, are we seeing momentum? I am not seeing momentum for us. Personally, I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing momentum for businesses capitalizing on easy gains, but not for the player. Not for me. Not for me. No, sir. No, sir. Quote, I do not see sort of red lines on our portfolio that say thou must not, he said. It's too early to make any sort of decision on the next version of Halo. Talking about if you would be putting that on PlayStation devices. Microsoft, if you put Halo on PlayStation, you're killing your brand. It's absolutely dead. No one will ever buy an Xbox ever again. I feel very confident in saying that. I know it will make you money. I know there'll be more people playing Halo for sure. PlayStation has like double the amount of sales than you do. Actually, I think it's like triple now. You're killing your brand. I would heavily recommend against it. In the short term, it's a W. In the long term, you've effectively killed your hardware brand. It will not be a good move for you. That's just my opinion. I think we live in this world, chat, where like people are so into video games that the business of video games has turned into two things. It's split into two things, okay? Right now, people are talking about the business of video games in such a sense that they're asking the question, what's better for video games as a whole? And then with this, you get things like cross-play, you get things like cross-save, you get this like play the game anywhere that you want, right? With Game Pass and all this stuff, like subscription stuff. This is like pro the gaming industry, okay? But then there's a whole other aspect in a business that is on the product level, right? So this is like Sony's approach of just like, exclusive games, timed exclusives, making a product that's all closed, stuff like that. And the way the gaming industry works is, or I should say the way the gaming industry works, the way that the hardcore gaming community focuses on these two avenues is they focus more on the first being considered, quote, better. However, this kind of misses the point if you're just a PlayStation user. If you're just a PlayStation user, then effectively none of that first stuff matters. It's only what PlayStation does matters, okay? And the thing is, when you're one of these big companies, Microsoft is focused more on the former, which is what's good for gaming. And by doing that, they've diluted their brand so heavily that the people who have paid $600 for their console have been left out to dry. And we've seen their brand die from a hardware sale point of view. We can see that very clearly. In fact, if I just go look at the sales here, Xbox Series X sales versus PlayStation PS5. I'll just put that here. I mean, this is already dated. This is like they're at 60 million. Let's see if we can find a more recent one. Yeah. Okay. So effectively, this is what's happened. Like they're at 37. I don't think that's true. Last I checked, they were in the 30s. Maybe this is projected. Oh, it's a forecast. So this forecast is like this forecast worked for Sony, but it did not work for Microsoft. Microsoft has been kind of screwed. They're like somewhere around here. So effectively, Microsoft is focused on the former. They're focused on what's good for gaming. Okay, the quote, right? Because this is defined by like people. They don't have any business stake. Okay, and Sony's focused on what's good for their products. And so when you do that, we've seen obviously the benefit of Sony's. Okay, we want to live in a world where we can say everybody should have everything and it should be available everywhere and it should work everything and it should be very simple. This is a very beautiful, nice to have thing, but I think from a realistic point of view, most people are buying Madden, Call of Duty, playing Fortnite on one device, and they're really not thinking. They're not going from like place to place. Like I would imagine it's a percent of a percent who goes and says, I'm playing Halo Infinite on my Xbox, and then I'm moving to my Super PC to continue my cross save and play it there because, my wife is watching reality TV or something on the TV and I want to move over. And now my kid wants to play Minecraft on the PC, so I'll just go on my portable handheld device and continue my cross save there, play it from the cloud. That's a percent of a percent of a percent, but we would agree that's objectively better for gaming. It offers more choice, more accessibility. Sony's approach and Nintendo's approach really is, Nintendo's an even better example, is they're solving a different question. Microsoft's question is, what's good for gaming? How can I make gaming better? Okay? Nintendo and Sony, their question's different. How can I make the experience better for my customers? The people who gave me $300, $400, $600, and I mean with the PlayStation 5 Pro, we're talking like $1,000 Canadian. How can I make the experience better for them? And whenever they consider that, then you start getting stuff that increases the sales. And to me, from a business point of view, I think you should only care about the people giving you direct money. Because I think what Microsoft's focusing on is the more ethical approach, which is definitely like good for gaming, but it's not great for them. And in fact, I would say it's worse for gaming because as a result, we're getting way worse experiences from Microsoft rather than what we used to get. We used to get Halo 3. We used to get Fable 2. We used to get Forzas that were actually interesting and not sterile. We used to get Gears of Wars. We used to get Xbox Live Summer of Arcades. We used to get all this interesting stuff. Now we don't get that anymore. Whereas Sony, really much you do still get the same core Sony experience. And I just find it interesting that you see these two different approaches. And quite frankly, one is frowned upon, which is Sony's direction, Nintendo's direction, but clearly a better business sense. Because their question is, how can I make the experience better for customers? The key Knightley says in the chat, the key takeaway is that Nintendo actually knows how to wrangle their properties, unlike some others. I would say just Nintendo knows how to make stuff for people who paid money for their stuff. Like again, Nintendo's going, you bought a Switch, you bought a device that works like this, and a TV and portably. What can I make to make the experience better for you? Well, I own all this Mario IP, the Zelda IP. Let me make this type of game, Super Smash Bros. Like anything to help it so it makes it a better experience for you owning a Switch. Effectively, if you give me $400 of your dollars, how can I give you back something to make your $400 worth more to you every single year? That's Nintendo and Sony's. That's what they do, effectively. Microsoft it's the opposite. Microsoft goes, hey, thanks for $600. What can I do every year to dilute your $600 and make it worth less every single year? That's what Microsoft's approach has been. So while it might be good for gaming, they've effectively ruined, like the Xbox Series X, I bought it. Why though? Effectively, I play on the PC more. That's good for gaming, but like, I could have saved $600. You know what I'm saying? So it's very, very tricky. It's not apples to oranges. And again, while I think gaming would say that this is the objectively the better one, and Sony and Nintendo are bad guys. In fact, I think no one would say Nintendo because they're kind of treated like a little bit nicer given their family-friendly branding, but they effectively do the same thing. Nintendo's games are exclusive. They're not going on PC. And so, but I honestly believe Nintendo and Sony's approach is the superior approach and is better overall. They do some shady things here or there, but overall, I think it's better for their consumers. They should only care about the people that spent $600. They shouldn't, like, I know we want to live in a world where Sony should care about PC players. No, I disagree. PC players are going to buy one game. Like, PlayStation players are buying a $600 console and a game. I care more about that person than the PC player. So I think timed exclusives make a ton of sense for Sony. In a perfect world, everybody gets everything. But from a business, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. I cannot get behind it. Anyways, we got sidetracked over there. I know that's probably very, very different than what traditional gaming industry thinks, but realistically, I just think that's the better approach. And we're seeing it with data. Like, Xbox is just dying. They're just dying. Yeah, the consoles don't have the margins for sure, but the idea is not necessarily to profit off the console. The idea is to create an ecosystem and profit off that ecosystem. If I can get you in my door and make you feel like a very happy customer and then get you to spend more and then take a cut on every single transaction, then all of a sudden I've made a better experience for you and I've made profitable experience for me. Then it just works for both. To me, that makes a ton of sense. Anyways, let's jump back into this. Following the Activision acquisition, Xbox cut more than 2,500 jobs and closed 3 game design studios. Yeah, I'm not thrilled with that. I think the gaming market doing all these layoffs is just representative of like how incredibly stupid it is managed. And as someone who's worked in many corporate tech companies, I can say with 1,000% certainty, these companies are beyond stupid. Beyond stupid. Beyond stupid. With the company exiting what management calls a difficult year amid a challenging mobile game market, Spencer feels good about 2025. To be fair, for 2025, they will get a GTA 6 boost. That's for sure. They're going to get Gears E-Day. That's going to give them somewhat of a boost. Doom: The Dark Ages is looking crazy good. That's a boost. Potentially they have a Fable. I don't feel strongly about this Fable with the direction they're going. It doesn't look like Fable to me, but I'm still cautiously optimistic given that the developers, the Horizon guys, and they've been insanely incredible consistently over the years. So I'm excited to see what they do. But the pitch doesn't seem great to me so far with Fable. But overall, I think Microsoft has good stuff coming out 2025. They just need to nail it. So we'll see what happens there. The Xbox business has never been more healthy. I would disagree. Citing growth in cloud and PC gaming as well as console usage, the business is performing right now, and I think that means a more healthy future for hardware and the games we build. I don't know what they're talking about, healthy future for hardware. I mean, chat. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? What is this? What is the sales? Xbox Series X sales. Where does it say? 29 million. 29 million for the Xbox Series X sales. What is this? This is we're about to hit 4 years in? Yeah, we're about to hit 4 years in, so this is 3.5. Original Xbox sales chart. I want to see the original Xbox sales. I mean, this right here, we can see the Xbox One is beating the Series X, but I'm pretty sure the Xbox Series X is selling less than the original Xbox did. So in a case where your first console in the 2000s, when you were a brand new entrant in the gaming industry, is selling less or on par, even on par is absolutely embarrassing, then your brand new console that you've learned from over 20 years in the industry, to me, like, that is not a healthy hardware business. That's me. Spencer also said he's optimistic about the growth of mobile games. I feel pretty good about where the industry is going. He said, to reach new players, we need to be creative and adapt new business models, new devices, new ways of access. We're not going to grow the market with $1,000 consoles. Do I agree with that? Chat, do we agree that the market would not increase with $1,000 consoles? Because to be fair, the mobile market exploded with $1,000 iPhones. To be fair. On face value, I would agree with Phil Spencer. But in reality, we need to also be fair that the iPhone came out at $1,000 and the iPhone exploded the mobile market. I personally think, like we've talked about this before, but I think you come out with a PS5 that plays PS1, 2, 3, and 4 discs, not just digital versions, discs, plays them all. You sell that for $1,000, I bet you get it. Most people don't buy their phone right out. That is true. Show Pony brings that up. Most people do not. That is true. So maybe that's something you do. But I just don't think that works in an entertainment industry. That's a great point. See, these are the discussions I like to have here on Goose Morning Live, figuring out the gaming market. Because that is true. With phones, you do a 3-year plan, 2-year plan, whatever. You get subsidized. I know Microsoft has tried this with the Xbox consoles. I don't think it's worked as well because I just don't think that's something consumers are used to. No one's going to buy like a TV and get in a 3-year plan. I don't know about this. Again, at face value, I think $1,000 consoles wouldn't grow the market, but I don't know. We are in a tricky situation right now with the economy being absolutely garbage, especially here in Canada. All I would say is what I usually say with Xbox, just to reiterate. I think the handheld, I would assume they're going to be making a copy of the Steam Deck. I do not think this will be great. I do not think it will even beat the Steam Deck, quite frankly. I don't think it will be popular. I think it will be popular by gaming industry journalists. I disagree entirely. It's not going to get those casual people unless the portable device is focusing on a mobile market. If that is the direction, I think Microsoft will disrupt the industry quite heavily, depending on what they do. I think that will be absolutely insane, and I'm not even joking. If Microsoft makes a device that is a mobile device dedicated for games, a mobile device, not a portable device. I mean, granted, it will be portable, but you know what I mean? It's not a Steam Deck. It's not trying to take console games and make them mobile. It's focusing on mobile games first. I think it'll be disruptive. I think it'll be huge. And again, Phil Spencer, I'd love to interview you. Just come talk to the Goose. Where's this post that I made a while ago? Where is it? Open invitation. Phil Spencer. Let's try and repost this. Repost. Phil Spencer, we invited you for an interview here on Goose Morning Live. Let's do it. The chat would love to have you. The Canadians would love to see you. We'd love to chat with you. First time chat, Adam's handler. I ate too many liquors, one sorts. You little rascal. You beautiful Goose-tastic, and I'll never forget that for as long as I live. Quite frankly, I'm going to print that on my wall. I'm very excited about it. Also, real quick shout out to DoUbble69 who asks, did you get the PS5 Pro, Goose? I did not, but I will. Not because I want to, but I have a really cool video idea, and I think it'd be cool. I have a really cool video idea, I need the PS5 Pro for the video. but I do not actually want one. Except for the 30th anniversary edition. I do kind of want it. I know, can we just like really like focus in on what Adam's handler said? I really want to focus in on that. I want that to just sit in. Because it depends how you phrase it. I ate too many licorice one sorts. 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 It really depends how you... He's a modern day poet. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Cameron, shut it off. Thank you, Cameron. Chat, let's hit up the big gaming news of the week. The one, the myth, the legend, the goosing, the thing. Let's hit it up, chat. But before we do, how about a quick little surprise? A quick little fun little game, little goof. A little how do you do? Before we hit up the Game Awards big voting session that we'll be doing, so we'll be voting to see which Game Awards we are choosing, and then we will be discussing the Game of the Year. We're going to be doing that in a second. I thought we should go through Sony's 10 years of Game of the Year nominations. It'll be a quick one, and then we can make a beautiful little short, and then we can help grow the stream. So wouldn't that be beautiful, Goose-tastic? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, chat? Wouldn't it? It would. Chat. Here are Sony's 10 years of Game of the Year nominations. So right here at the top, we have 2024. And right here at the bottom, we have, I forget what the year is. So chat, are you ready to understand what Sony has done? It is blurred. I'm going to be releasing them as we go through it. It is blurred. You watch. You watch what I have in store for you, okay? The Photoshop whiz that I am. So these are Sony's 10 years of Game of the Year nominations. And quite frankly, I think you're all going to be surprised at just how insane Sony is. Okay, so coming in at 2015, the game that everybody wants a remaster of, Sony came out swinging with Bloodborne. Sony and FromSoft come out swinging 2015 with a Game of the Year nomination for Bloodborne. Absolutely insane. In 2016, they come out swinging with Uncharted 4, which quite frankly, if you play Uncharted 4, I gotta be honest, it makes no sense how that game is running on a PlayStation 4. That game single-handedly made my PlayStation 4 a jet engine, okay? 2017, Sony does not stop, and they come out with a brand new franchise, Horizon Zero Dawn. I like the game. I don't love the game. I think Horizon Zero Dawn is a fun, good time, but like Uncharted 4 was absolutely insane. Like to me, Uncharted 4 was like, holy cow, Naughty Dog, you're insane. And Horizon was like, I like it. I like the idea. I like the plot. I like the vibes, but I also like Killzone. But this was great. Now, in 2018, things get a little crazy because Sony gets not one, but 2 nominations for Game of the Years with God of War, which was absolutely insane. They somehow turned Kratos from Spartan to Norse mythology, and they gave him a beard and made him Arzadi. It was absolutely insane. But then they also came out with Spider-Man in 2018, which literally blew my mind. And if you've seen my Spider-Man, I play every Spider-Man video, then you know how much this game meant to me. And this is an incredible game. Honestly, I would say 2018 Spider-Man has one of the greatest Spider-Man stories across all movies, personally for me. 2019 comes out, and they have Death Stranding. This is something I just started playing this week, as you no doubt heard in the stream. I love it. It's a freaking Kojima game, and it's a freaking amazing Kojima game from what I played. You basically are just packing things on your back and moving around, but so far from what I played in the 2 hours I've played, what a wild experience. Coming in at 2020 during the Dark Ages, we have, quite frankly, one of the greatest games of all time. In my opinion, one of Sony's top 5 best games. They came out with 2 nominations that year in 2020. Ghost of Tsushima, which is literally one of my favorite games of all time. Ghost of Tsushima is incredible. If you haven't played it, I would suggest playing on the PS5 version. It is insane. Super hyped for Ghost of Yotei. They also came out with Last of Us Part 2. Very divisive. I had a good time with it, but it just felt like very obvious what they were trying to say with that game. But very interesting. I'm glad they took risks. 2021, they come out the gate swinging with another Insomniac game carrying the industry for Gen 9. We have Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart with Ratchet and his new little buddy, Rivet. I like this game, and quite frankly, the coolest part about this game was just the loading stuff, right? You go through the portal and you end up in a new location with the PS5's SSD, and it's just like instant. They said it could only be done on PlayStation 5, but then eventually came out to PC, so who knows? Who knows? Now in 2022, they come out with another 2 nominations. We got God of War back with God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West, which is fantastic. So already, I mean, looking from 2022 to 2015, Sony is just not stopping. They're just killing it. 2023, last year, they come out with Spider-Man 2. Quite frankly, I think Spider-Man 1 is a better game. Spider-Man 2 plays a ton better than the original. I just think the story in Spider-Man 2 felt a little rushed. In fact, there's a video on my channel that just explains everything I thought went really good and went really bad with Spider-Man 2. But 2024, as we're going to go into in a few seconds, 2024's Game of the Year nomination is none other than Astrobot. In fact, if you love PlayStation stuff, I would say Astrobot is absolutely insane. It's an amazing game. I highly recommend Astrobot. If you love Ape Escape, it is literally the best game of all time. Okay? That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. But I will also say the challenge of Astrobot is pretty weak. I think Astrobot should have focused more on challenge. The AI, the enemy AI, to me, is the thing that's going to lose it in Game of the Year, personally. That's for me, personally. Because, like, the levels are awesome, the fan service is awesome, the platforming is good, but, like, the people you fight are just, like, weak. They're just, like, whatever. They're just, like, afterthoughts. It's just there's certain levels, they're hard to explain, based off of the your controllers, like square, triangle, circle, like the symbols. There's certain levels, the symbol levels, that are incredible because they're hard. And I don't know. The rest of the game is just too simple. That's the only problem I had with Astrobot. Like, I would just be like, this is too simple. It gets a little bit harder as you go on, but overall, I think that will probably give it some problems in the Game of the Year nominations, which we're going to get to right now. But real quick, let's give a quick shout out to returning chatter Job7689, you beautiful little rascal with Sony Cooks. Sony Cooks! And our first time chat, Stoic Gaming X with the TTS of GML 044. Frickin' right! 44 weeks of Goose Morning Live. Oh, I just stubbed my knee. It hurts so much. I'm in miserable pain! Okay, let's go to the Game Awards. Let's go into the Game Awards real quick. Pop this over here, and let's do our nominations. So I've signed in, chat. Let's do our nominations, okay? This is very extreme. This is very intense. Let's put our music on. Wish my mouse wasn't lagging. We're gonna start the voting. These are the Game Award nominations. First category. Whoa, I don't want to do that. Let's work our way back. First category, best esports team. Why is this a category? Why is it a category, chat? In the Game Awards, why in God's name is it a category? Navi. Next category. Oh, we gotta go previous. Why did they do the game thing? Okay, hold on. Start voting. View all categories. Let's start here. Best direction. I want to leave Game of the Year last because I want to talk about it. Because there's some controversy with the Game of the Year. Best game direction. Chat. Best game direction. We have, the nominees are Astrobot, Balatro, Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Metaphor Refantasio. Personally, for me, game direction? My mouse died. It's back. Balatro's pretty strong. Astrobot's pretty strong. Metaphor Sweep, I haven't played it. It does seem to have a pretty strong direction based off what I've seen. For me personally, I mean, honestly, all of these are pretty up there. I'm going to go best game direction. I'm going with Astrobot, personally. The amount of fan service in that direction, they had to go in, like, the sounds, the PlayStation, like, some of the cables you cross ravines with are, like, the PS1 cable. These little, tiny little things, if you look, in certain snowy maps, levels that you play on Astrobot, the snow is the sacred symbols, PlayStation symbols. For me, best game direction, Astrobot. Next category. Best narrative. We have, the nominees are Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Okay, it is part 2 of Final Fantasy VII Remake. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Metaphor ReFantazio. Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2. Silent Hill 2. Of all of these, the only ones I've played are Silent Hill 2. Chat, personally, Mr. Danny Lemon says the narrative Concord was top tier. I didn't want to ban him. Quite frankly, we have no choice. You guys are saying Like a Dragon? I have to lean on you guys for this one. Because I feel like there wasn't much narrative to Silent Hill 2. It's like, go find my wife. But she's dead. Quite frankly, I'm a little confused. Are we saying Like a Dragon? Silent Hill 2? You know what? I'll vote Silent Hill 2 because it's the only one I played. I would never vote on Senua's Saga. Never. Never. Boom. We're locked in. Best art direction. Oof. I have not played Neva. But Metaphor? Okay, real quick. The nominations are Astrobot, Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree, Metaphor ReFantazio, Neva. The art direction for Astrobot is essentially a 3D platformer. Black Myth Wukong has its own style. Elden Ring, I think, is incredible, but it is a DLC, and so we'll touch on that in a second. Metaphor ReFantazio just feels like another type of Persona thing, although impressive. And Neva, I don't know what it is. Personally, for me, I don't know what Neva is. Let's look it up. Let's really quick look it up. Let's look it up real quick. Oh. From the creators of Gris. I've never even heard of Gris. Dang. Dang, bro. This looks like a painting. A little dog jumping around. Oh, little dog sounds. That is beautiful. That is also beautiful. This makes me wonder why Animal Well wasn't suggested too, because Animal Well looks pretty good. Yo, this looks like Princess Mononoke. Like, this all looks like Princess Mononoke, the movie. Right? Am I right? Of course I'm right, Chad. I've never been wrong. Never. It does look like some Studio Ghibli. Look, that looks good, but I'm going to be honest, for a first-time studio, making it AAA and making it have its own specific style, I'm going to give it a Black Myth Wukong. Locked in. Fight me, chat. Fight me. I dare you. Next category, best score and music. For outstanding music inclusive of score, original song, and or licensed soundtrack, the nominees are Astrobot, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Metaphor ReFantazio, Silent Hill 2, and Stellar Blade. Holy smokes. It's like the same games over and over again. Heck of a year. Chat, real quick, I gotta say, this year's been crazy. This year's been, I'd say, people said 2023 was good, and I was like, what are you talking about? You watch your mouth. I don't think it was that good. This year's been a banger. Varied. Look, we got a platformer, a remake of an RPG, an anime RPG. We have a AAA horror game remake, and a high quality action game. Like, we don't get this type of variety. It's incredible. Knightley says, which is why these nominations in Game of the Year in particular are kind of befuddling. I totally agree, and we're going to touch on that last after all these categories, because, yeah, that was a little depressing for me, to be honest. Score and music for me, I'm going to go Astrobot. There were some of the tracks. Can I just play you guys the track really quick? Astrobot. This song, I could not stop loving it. I think it's this one. Chat. Does that not does that not slap? Oh, chat, I am feeling that. Let's go. Let's go. You just see me on a horse. Woo! Got that violin. That trumpet? Oh, every time I walked. Oh wait, this is my favorite part. Songs is brought to you by Canada Dry. If you ain't dry, you ain't high. Off life. You can't tell me it doesn't win. You just can't tell me. You cannot tell me. Try it, I dare you. Best audio design. Recognizing the best in-game audio and sound design. The nominees are Astrobot, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2, Silent Hill 2. I'm probably going to give it to... I'm going to give it to Astrobot again. Silent Hill 2's not bad. Call of Duty, honestly, I think not bad too. Really, you don't think the audio design's not bad? You think it's bad for Call of Duty? First time chatter from a Guamanaut. Not Call of Duty. I mean, it's definitely not going to be over Astrobot. For me, it's Astrobot. Locked in. What are we even doing? Best performance is our next category. Awarded to an individual for voice over acting, motion, and or performance capture. This is interesting. I like these types of things because I want to give shout outs to the actual humans making the games. I like this. I like this. We have Brianna White for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Really wish they told me what she did. So there she is. The nominees continue with Hannah Tell from Life is Strange, Double Exposure. We have Humberly Gonzalez from Star Wars Outlaws. I'm assuming that is K. Luke Roberts, Silent Hill 2. And Melina Jurgens, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. Look. First off, we got the Mayonnator in the chat. Looking good for these stats. First off, shout out the Mayonnator. Shout out Guamanaut. Shout them all out, chat. Look, chat. They all did incredible performances. I would argue not the Star Wars Outlaws one. No offense. Did not like that character whatsoever. Performance was fine. If I'm being real, chat, I do not care for the game. I don't think the games are fun. I think Microsoft backing this game for years was a mistake. I don't think these games make any sense from an entertainment point of view. Artistically, sure. From entertainment, Ain't nobody got time for that. But I have to give it to Melina Juergens for Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. I mean, the performance that she puts in. I don't like the games, but you can't deny the performance is insane. It's insane. Locked in. Melina wins. Congratulations, Melina. The next category, innovation in accessibility. Recognizing the software and or hardware that is pushing the medium forward by adding features, technology, and content to help games be played and enjoyed by an even wider audience. I want to say right now, chat, I want to say right now. I want to say right now. Right now, chat. I want to say it. Are you ready? Because I'm going to say it. I'm about to say it. Quite frankly, I don't think you're ready for what I'm about to say, because I'm going to say it for this category on innovation and accessibility. It's going to be said. You better get ready. Here it comes. Prep yourselves. It's just a matter of time now. This is going to be said. I'm feeling it. It's a dumb category. It's just stupid. I hate it. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. What's the point of it? If it's a good innovation accessibility, it'll be bought more. It'll be bought more. So the sales will dictate what's actually good. This is just some pseudo bullcrap journalistic, let's give flowers to something that we think is good for some accessibility that we've talked to no one with that problem to solve. It's so stupid. It's so, like, it makes no sense. This is such a journalism, elitist, stupid category. But wait, Goose, this is for accessibility. Some people can't play the games. Yeah, sure, 100%. I think people should try to make their games better for that. But, like, the fact that we're giving awards, I guarantee you, none of the people who voted in these awards, this is my problem, none of the people who voted in these awards know anyone who suffers from any of the problems these freaking things are giving you. And it doesn't even tell me what they did. This award is stupid, is a waste of time. There's no point to ever talk about it. It's dumb. I hate that it's a thing, and quite frankly, all it actually does is put 1,000 billion more menus in the games for the 90% of people who just want to play the game. I'll vote Call of Duty. They do have a lot of categories, and they're not annoying about it. That's why it wins. The next category is Games for Impact. For a thought-provoking game with a pro-social meaning and a message. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is one of these stupid journalism, like, elitist, we think we know what provides thought-provoking. Like, think about it. This is a group of people saying, we know what's thought-provoking, and you don't. Because 90% of this is voted by a panel of journalists, not voted by people. What's the Games for Impact with Senua's Saga Hellblade 2? Depression bad? Agreed. I'm voting Neva. Just because that game looks sick. This category, stupid. Insanely stupid. It's just one of these, like, we want to go ahead and push the industry forward with our own spin on what we think matters, not what's matter for the players. Hey, real quick, Game Awards are meant to sell games. That's what the Oscars are for. That's what it's for. It's meant to tell people who don't have time for this stuff to go, this game got an award for best narrative. I want a narrative game. I'll play that. That's what the awards are for. God, these people just, like, they're stuck in their own head. The next category is best ongoing game. There it is. Awarded to a game for an outstanding development on ongoing content that evolves the player experience over time. The nominees are Destiny 2, Diablo 4, Final Fantasy 14, the MMO, Fortnite, and Helldivers 2. For me, personally, Diablo 4 is hot garbage. No offense. I could not believe how much of a pain that game was to complete. I played it on launch. I hated it. And I played it for my Blizzard. I play every Blizzard game, whatever. I played it for... I hated it. I hated it. I don't normally say I hate games. This game wasted so much of my time. I hated it. I literally hated it. It was the only game I can think of for my I Play Every series, we've done 3 now, where I dreaded continuing playing the game. It was killing me. I was like, this is hilarious. And that's why that game has like a 7-minute segment of me just like being like, what was the goal here? You forgot the fun. Especially playing Diablo 1 and 2 and even 3. I know people have issues with 3, but like, I think 3 can be kind of like addictive. But man, Diablo 4 was such a nightmare for me. Destiny 2 makes a lot of sense. I know Wizard says that in the chat. I actually think Destiny does a lot of great stuff. I'm personally going to go and get... I mean, Fortnite, to me, probably is the winner. Fortnite is an incredible machine that just keeps going and adding new stuff all the time. For me, for what it did new for the industry, I think I'm going with Helldivers 2. What Arrowhead did, they had a few fumbles this year, but like coming out of nowhere and releasing a game so popular with this like ongoing narrative, with this game master tweaking the game's like story as it goes on, with like the aliens coming closer and then the machines, I forget, those are the 2 antagonists you fight. I think Helldivers 2 was an incredible ongoing game, and I think we'd love to see Helldivers 3. If we're thinking about best ongoing, and when you really think about what would be more interesting if they got a sequel, Helldivers 3 and Destiny 3 would be the most interesting of all of these, for me personally. Quite frankly, I do want to play Final Fantasy XIV and try that. I've heard great things, especially since like the Shadowborn expansion. I've been wanting to do that. That could be a good stream game. But I'm voting Helldivers 2 for this one. Next category is Best Community Support. Recognizes a game for outstanding community support, transparency, and responsiveness, inclusive, social... Oh, what a stupid category. Best ongoing is the same thing. What's the point of this award? What is the point? What is the point of this award? It goes to Helldivers 2 for me. The way that the CEO was answering on Twitter, very transparently, it goes to him. But I just think this award is stupid. What's the point of it? What is the point? The next category is Best Independent Game. For an outstanding creative and technical achievement in game made outside the traditional publisher system. I love how they word it that way, because technically Valve is an indie studio. They're not owned by anyone. The nominees are, chat, Animal Well, Balatro, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. I've never played that, but that is the greatest title I've ever heard in my life. Neva and UFO 50. I looked at new UFO 50 on Steam. It's in my cart. I kind of want to play that tomorrow night on stream because I owe you guys a stream. We're going to do a gaming stream tomorrow probably, and we're just going to play some games. And I kind of want to play just a bunch of indie games, to be honest. Just kind of in the mood to just play some indie games that I haven't played that much of. I want to play more Balatro, and I want to play UFO 50. They look incredible. Chat, if I'm being honest, Animal Well's super cool. I have a lot to love about Animal Well. I just think the underlying game wasn't as fun as something like Balatro. To me, Balatro is like so addictive. I love everything about Balatro. It's incredible. I want to play it tomorrow on stream. How about that? Best debut indie game. For best debut game created by a new independent studio, the nominees are Animal Well. First game. The game is 30 megabytes. That is, I don't want to swear, but I feel like I should swear to say how insane that is. Amazing job. Balatro, Manor Lords, Pacific Drive, and The Plucky Squire. Chat, you know it. It's going to Balatro. Absolutely incredible debut. Best mobile game. For the best game playable on a mobile device, the nominees are AFK Journey, Balatro, Pokemon trading game card... Wait, really? That's a thing? Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero. I've never played it on mobile, but I'm giving it to Balatro. Balatro is the answer for this. Best VR and AR game. For the best experience playable in virtual augmented reality in respective of the platform. The nominees are Arizona Sunshine Remake. They remade it. What the heck? What are we even doing? The game's not even that old. Asgard's Wrath 2. The only game I've ever seen IGN give a 10 for a VR game. Got a 10. Batman Arkham Shadow. Just came out. Metal Hellsinger VR. Metro Awakening. Chat, what are we choosing? I haven't played a single one. All I know is Asgard's Wrath got a 10. And people were very upset that the new Batman was VR. What are we choosing, chat? Batman? Really? Batman? Over Asgard's Wrath? It's got a 10. You feeling strong about it? Batman. Batman it is. Batman. Just like that. Batman takes it. It's the greatest chat on ****, okay? And if you'd like to join our Discord, it's available in the pinned comment in the Twitch chat, okay? Only 10 slots available every single week, unless you're a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member, which incoming at some point. Then you just get to join in for free. Now, the next category is Best Action Game. For the best game in the action genre, focused primarily on combat. And the nominees are Black Myth Wukong. Yeah! Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Helldivers 2. Stellar Blade. Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2. Chat, you all know what I'm going to say. You all know. It's got to be Warhammer Space Marine 2. Incredible game. I want to go back to it. Chat, we're playing that tomorrow too. Add it to the list! We're playing it! The next category is Best Action/Adventure Game. For the Best Action-Adventure Game combining combat with traversal and puzzle solving. And the nominees are Astrobot, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, Silent Hill 2, Star Wars Outlaws, 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 The Legend of Zelda: The Echoes, Echoes, Echoes Within. It was Echoes of Wisdom. I messed it up. I'm gonna give it 2. We will be doing a Simpsons Sin Run stream. You watch. It's gonna be great. Soon. Soon. Confirmed? Unconfirmed date, but confirmed. The answer is Astrobot. I would probably maybe give it to the Prince of Persia game. Maybe. But I haven't played it. Best RPG is the next category for the best game design with rich player character customization and progression, including massively multiplayer experiences. The last part seems unnecessary, and honestly, best RPG seems whack, given the fact that basically everything's an RPG now. Kind of whack. But I see what they're saying. And the nominees are Dragon's Dogma 2, Elden Ring: Shadow of the Erd Tree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth, and Metaphor ReFantazio. I haven't played a single one of these guys, so I'm going to go with the chat on this one. The chat is saying Dragon's Dogma. We also have one for Final Fantasy VII. Quite frankly, we need a tiebreaker here. What's it going to be, chat? Dragon's Dogma, Elden Ring, Final Fantasy, Like a Dragon, Metaphor ReFantazio. I've been hearing great things about Metaphor ReFantazio, so I think I might vote Metaphor ReFantazio. Dragon's Dogma did look pretty cool too. I think I'm going to go with my gut here, chat. My gut is saying one of these two. And so I'm going to pick Metaphor ReFantazio. The next category is Best Fighting Game for the best game designed primarily around head-to-head combat. The nominees, quite frankly, are Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, which I will never vote for because this is not the Budokai games. I don't play these Tenkaichi games, you sickos. It does look kind of cool. Maybe I'll play it sometime. Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising. Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection: Arcade Classics. Why don't you throw another word in there, you sicko? Huh? Multiversus. and Tekken 8. I'm seeing a resounding love for Tekken 8. Also, shout out to Anmine, the Italian stallion, who's in the chat looking beautiful. An absolute stallion. An Italian stallion. Tekken 8 is the game we'll be voting for. Quite frankly, chat, I want to play this. I want to get good at Tekken. I've never really played Tekken. I want to get good at it. Let's do it. Sipsack with the resubscribe at the 2 months. An absolute stallion. Let's give him some love. Sipsack! Bringing us to 182 of 190. Sipsack, you absolute legend. Shout out Sipsack. Let's send Sipsack all the emotes in the chat, please. All of the emotes. Spin me right round. Dance, baby, dance. Thank you, Sipsack. You're a beautiful, goose-tastic individual, and quite frankly, I wish the best for you. I wish the best for you. The next category is Best Family Game. The best game appropriate for family play, irrespective of genre or platform. Nominees are Astrobot, Princess Peach Showtime, Super Mario Jamboree, The Legend of Zelda Echoes Wisdom, The Plucky Squire. It's Astrobot, baby. It's not even a question. Fight me. I swear to God, I'll come over to your house and I'll freaking take you down like I took down Sponge Aim. You see him chatting in the chat anymore? He's been... Drone strike. Got him. The next category is Best Sim/Strategy Game, which is the best game focused on real-time or turn-based simulation or strategy gameplay, irrespective of the platform. The nominees are Age of Mythology Retold, that's a negative, Frostpunk 2, Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess, Manor Lords, Unicorn Overlord. I've heard great things about Unicorn Overlord, Manor Lords, and Frostpunk 2. Chat, I lean towards you. We have Frostpunk or Manor Lord. Another one for Manor Lord and 2 for Frostpunk. Chat, we have tied it 2-2 Frostpunk, Unicorn Overlord. Or Manor Lord, sorry. Oh my God, I'm scared. I'm scared. Manor Lord wins it, just like that. Congratulations to Manor Lord for winning our nomination. The next category is Best Sports/Racing Game for the best traditional and non-traditional sports and racing game. Oh boy. Here we go. F1 24 leads the nomination, with EA Sports FC 25 following, NBA 2K25, Top Spin 2K25, and WWE 2K24. I think FIFA's huge and everybody loves this, right? So I'm just going to go with this. I don't play these games. I play Need for Speeds. That's it. I'm a casual. Best multiplayer for outstanding online multiplayer gameplay and design, including co-op and massively multiplayer experiences, irrespective of the game genre or platform. And the nominees are Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, Super Mario Jamboree, Tekken 8, Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2. Question: which one of these allowed me to make a giant space armored skull man with Canadian colors and attack people with a chainsaw sword? Which one, chat? I'll let you sit and think about it as I go for another Goose bathroom break. I'll let you think about it. Go ahead. I better get some right answers in here. I better get them. What do we got? First off, the hands are being washed, you sickos. I'm gonna have my first meal of the day. A Quest protein bar. The answer is Warhammer. You sickos. You guys are sick. Next category. Best adaptation. Recognizing outstanding creative work that faithfully and authentically adapts a video game to another entertainment medium. What the heck are you guys talking about Mario Party? You guys are insane. I've never watched Arcane besides the first episode. Hear me out. Hear me out. First off, the nominees are Arcane, Fallout, Knuckles, Like a Dragon, Tomb Raider, The Legend of Lara Croft. First off, I didn't even know the second two were even made. If I'm being honest, I didn't even know Knuckles was made. Is this a show? I never even knew. Try it. Hear me out. Arcane seemed amazing. Okay? Look. Hear me out. I will not be conformed to peer pressure. If you had to turn a video game into... Pick any video game. Okay, let's go to Halo. Let's not do Halo. Let's pick a game that hasn't been done. Ghost of Tsushima. No. What can I use? I need a good example here. Okay, let's choose Warhammer Space Marine 40K. Okay? I said that backwards. If you had to turn a Warhammer 40K Space Marine game into a really good TV show, okay? Which would be easier? A real life version or a CG version? Real quick. Let me know in the chat. That's what I'm saying. Real life. Look, I haven't finished Arcane. I'll give it to you. It did seem good. I thought it came out like a year ago though. Your sub is safe. I love how I was blackmailed. Way to go, chat. What did we learn today? Blackmailing works. You guys are sick. The next category is most anticipated game. Which again, what is the point of this? 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 Why? Why would you give this an award? Kind of stupid. Unless this was like player voted, but it's not. It's like 90% a panel. This category is stupid. I agree. Knightley says in the chat, this category is pointless. It's a stupid category. But regardless, the nominees are Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, Ghosts of Yotei, Grand Theft Auto 6, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, Monster Hunter Wilds. Now, if we're saying most anticipated game, I don't want to hear it. It's just going to be GTA 6. Why is this a category? Excuse me? Where the heck am I? I play every Rockstar game ever? I play every Blizzard game ever? What happened to the 9th generation? Why isn't World of Warcraft dead? 44 weekly, never missed a single stream despite being sick with the Simpsons Hit and Run curse, going to Italy, going to Toronto. I still made it happen every single time. Where the heck am I? What's this even based off of? For a streamer, or the award is, okay, let's back up. The award is Content Creator of the Year. For a streamer, content creator has made an important and positive impact in the community in 2024. What? I literally, people in my videos say they cry. I make grown men cry about video games. I swear to God, 2025, I'm gonna make all these little rats eat their lunch. Chat, 2025. I'm a straight up. The Goose content's gonna go through the roof. You watch. A lot of lessons learned in 2024. We're going through the roof. The nominees are Queso, who is the winner, by the way. Illujuan, Techno Gamers, Typical Gamer, Usada Pecora. It's Queso. It's just Queso. It's Queso. Best esports game. Again, I don't think I would call this best esports game. Because again, when you think about what's the point of an award, the point of an award is to make it so people want to buy that game. It's for a person who goes to a sea of games and sees one with an award on it and goes, okay, this is the best esport. What does that mean? It's a stupid, stupid thing. What you're really trying to say is best competitive game. And that, I think, makes more sense. Best competitive game. But regardless, it's called best esports game. For the game that has delivered the best overall esports experience to players, inclusive of tournaments, community support, and content updates, irrespective of genre or platform. Again, what kind of... What is the scenario where someone's like, really could use an esports right now? I wonder what the best esports game is so I can join the tournaments, scene, community, etc. And not care about the actual game. I just care about the esports scene. You know, people who like are into like NBA, they're into it because they like the game. Not because of the scene. What a stupid, stupid award. The nominees are Counter-Strike 2, Dota 2, League of Legends, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang. I hate that name. Valorant. The chat is saying League of Legends because they're toxic individuals. You've all shown your true colors, and now I regret choosing Arcane. I'm going to go back and change that now. The answer is Counter-Strike 2. You guys are wrong. Fight me to death. Oh God. Best esports athlete. What is the point of this? Nominees are 33. You know what I don't like about esports athletes? They don't go under their real names. I know it says it here, but they have their usernames. It should be their real names. Just like sports. It's just cringe. You're never going to grow the scene using stupid names like this. I mean, I know it's big, but it could be bigger. You just... Come on! 33. Alexib, Chovy, Faker, Zaiwu, Zimijing! Let's go Faker. There it is. Best esports team, we voted. Excellent. Player's voice. Okay, this comes later. And now it's time for the moment we've all waited for. Let's get ready. It's about to get crispy in here. The show's going longer than normal. This is absolutely insane. Pardon me. This is absolutely insane. We're going to be talking about this, chat. Prep yourselves. It's the moment you've been waiting for. I'm just going to finish this little protein drink. It's very delicious. You guys are not blackmailing me again, you sickos. You guys are sick. You get one blackmail per stream. Dude, this drink is delicious. Sorry, as soon as I'm done, we'll jump right into this. Thankfully, I drink these things at a ridiculous pace. This is why I go through like 17 Canada Dries. Which, by the way, this episode is brought to you in part by Canada Dry. If you ain't dry, then you ain't high on life. All right. Let me just top it off. You bought some Fresca? Hey, yo. No Canada Wet? Not over here. No, sir. You keep that to yourself. If you're Canada Wet, you got a problem. I don't think I've ever had Fresca in my life. I never had Canada Dry Zero Sugar until Mr. Danny Lemon shared it in the Discord in the food channel, which I will remind you, is available in the pinned comment. There's only 10 slots per week unless you're a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member incoming, and then you just get free access. But otherwise, it's only 10 slots available every single stream. And it was Mr. Danny Lemon. It was him in the food section. It was Mr. Danny Lemon, okay? He's the reason. He's the reason. Hold on. I'll find it. There's blame to be had, and it's not for me. What a dapper young gentleman. What a dapper young gentleman. Where did he post it? Did he delete the evidence? Such a Mr. Danny Lemon move to do. By the way, the food channel's underrated. Food channel underrated. I passed it? Did I? I passed it. Disgusting. I'm disgusted. Where is it? I know I passed mine. Is it here? Yeah, look. The man is banned repeatedly, but that's a solid omelet. That is a solid omelet. I love when you guys share food. Honestly, I love when you guys share all types of pics. That's mine. I got into it because of him. Canada Dry. Huh. Maybe it wasn't Mr. Danny Lemon. Message could not be loaded. Maybe it wasn't Mr. Oh, it was Weezered. I didn't try this one. There's more? There's cherry? Have I been framing Mr. Danny Lemon for years? Decades even? I'm part of the problem. Absolutely disgusting. Chat, this next segment, get ready in the chat, because if you want to be included in YouTube, we're going to try to make this next segment ready for a YouTube video. And that's going to be, we're going to be discussing the Game of the Year stuff. Doesn't make sense. So we're going to be trying it. We haven't done one of these in a long time, so we're going to be trying. Right after this, we're going to do a tier list of the greatest Game of the Year nominations. We're going to be dealing with it, so get ready, because we're going to be talking about it right now. Game Face. Cameron? Game Face, Cameron! Woo! Yeah, we will be streaming the award show. Actually, I had a content creator friend who's an awesome dude who invited me to go over to the Game Awards in LA and watch it there, but I declined so I can live stream it and hang out with you guys and show it off. So you better be there. I'm going to wear a suit like we did with the Xbox Showcase, and we're going to go through the Game of the Year nominations. Well, the awards. We're going to do it together. It's going to be awesome. Now, chat. I did that for you guys. That's how much I care. That's how much I care. Because you know what you can't get at the Game Awards? Canada Dry. Okay? If you ain't dry, then you ain't high off life. That's all I'm saying. Think about it. Now, chat, the Game Awards have come out and finally given out their nominations for all of the awards throughout the year, and one of the most coveted on their 10th year of the Game Awards is Game of the Year. However, there has been a lot of controversy with this year's Game of the Year awards, because you'll notice of the 6 slots, while traditionally it has been 5 in the past, with the past 2 years it has gone to 6, and 2 of those slots have gone towards a DLC, being Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And the giant discussion that's happening right now is in a year that is, quite frankly, one of the... I feel like it's a really fantastic gaming year, personally. I know we talked about earlier 2023 being like... A lot of people liked it. I personally thought 2023 wasn't that great. I didn't really like 2023, but 2024 has not only been a fantastic year for me personally as far as games, but I think from the variety, and we can see that here with the nominations. So we have Astrobot. You know, this is a small platformer made by around 20 to 30 people from Sony, Team Asobi, which is absolutely incredible. I loved every second of it. And in fact, there's so many clips of me seeing like certain parts that I don't want to spoil playing on stream, but absolutely insane. Astrobot is incredible, and I've personally never played a game that is a love letter to a brand the way Astrobot is to Sony. Like, if you played the packing game that came with the PlayStation 5, like, it's great. It is a love letter, but Astrobot is insane. Some of the things they do with certain franchises, absolutely insane, especially the first levels surprise. Literally blew my mind. And coming in as a debut game, we have Balatro, which is like at its core a super addictive, just amazing video game with its own really fun aesthetic, amazing music. It just gets you in the vibe. Balatro to me is an incredible game, and already to have a platformer and effectively a deck building game with poker aesthetics be in the top 2 game of the year nominations is an incredible start. Right after that, we have a debut game from Game Science coming out from China with Black Myth Wukong, which is like, I haven't played it in fairness, but I've seen a lot of people play it, and chat seems to really be into it, nominating it for Game of the Year already. I saw chat was pretty much blackmailing me to choose Black Myth Wukong. So, I mean, there you go. So Black Myth Wukong is absolutely incredible coming from Game Science. It is a Souls-like China-infused aesthetic vibe from the Journey to the West story. And it looks incredible. And for their first game, that's an amazing one. Aside from that, skipping over the 2 that are causing a little bit of controversy, we have Metaphor Refantasio, which if you know the Persona series, then is effectively that in a different aesthetic. I haven't played it as well, but I know a lot of people really love it. But again, I really want to emphasize here, we have a platformer, a deck building game, a first-time AAA China-infused game, Dark Souls aesthetic. We have Metaphor, an RPG. Like, this is an incredible amount of variety. And before we touch on the Elden Ring Shadow, the Erd Tree, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which no one is denying these are amazing games, the question that's really starting to hit people is, does it make sense to put a remake, and doesn't it make sense to put DLC inside Game of the Year? So, chat, you let me know what you think in the chat below, but before I touch on it, I think it's interesting to see what the Game of the Year awards have been so far. So if we go here, we can see on Wikipedia the nominees for 2014. We have no remakes whatsoever, no DLC. Dragon Age Inquisition takes the win. Bayonetta 2, Dark Souls 2, Hearthstone, Middle-earth. 2015, no DLC, no remakes. Witcher 3, 2016, same thing. Overwatch takes the win. 2017, Breath of the Wild, no remakes, no DLC. 2018 is God of War, no remakes, no DLC. 2019, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice ends up winning. Quite frankly, we get our first remake, and here, this is where I start to put my foot down, where I would actually say, like, I mean, I just started playing Death Stranding, so to be honest, Death Stranding is pretty awesome. My votes would be between Death Stranding and Resident Evil 2. And this is where I think we can start to get in a really interesting discussion on what makes sense for a Game of the Year, because this would be the first time a remake has been put into Game of the Year. And I think remakes make a ton of sense. But before we get onto that, let me jump into 2020, which again, now we're getting more remakes, right? So another year with a remake. Last of Us Part 2 is 2020's winner. 2021, It Takes Two. No remakes in this year. And then 2022, we have the acclaimed Elden Ring, which did win in 2022 with, again, no remakes for that year. Now, last year, we had Baldur's Gate 3 winning 2023's Game of the Year with another remake, a Resident Evil 4 remake, which feels... This one's tricky because I think Resident Evil 4 really holds up. In the case of Resident Evil 2, I don't think Resident Evil 2, A, is easily accessible, and B, holds up as well. The controls are not the same as the third-person controls we have now, and quite frankly, the graphics that they did for Resident Evil 2 is absolutely insane. Obviously, Resident Evil 4 as well, but just the controls, it felt incredible. I never played Resident Evil 2, so going to Resident Evil 2 Remake was an incredible moment for me. I couldn't believe how great that game was. It really opened my eyes to the idea of having a remake in Game of the Year. And quite frankly, I don't think the gaming industry really found a lot of problems with having a remake inside as a nomination. Because effectively, a remake, you are rebuilding the entire game and making new creative liberties to try to change the experience for a more modern audience. So it's not effectively the same type of game. While it is somewhat, it has the essence, it's not the exact same game. And I don't think anyone really, at least I didn't really hear any issues with Resident Evil 4 or effectively Resident Evil 2. I mean, Resident Evil 2 Remake is an incredible game. Right? Resident Evil 3 Remake wasn't even nominated. So you can see, like, these games do have to meet a certain bar. Now, in 2024, as I've said, we have not only a remake again, which I think is fine personally, but we also have a DLC with Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, which leaves to question, what is the purpose of this category being Game of the Year? What fits in this? Should it be anything that's playable? Should it be from any year? Can it be an expansion? Does it just have to be what is the most fun thing of the year? Or does it have to be a game? Specifically, you pop in the disc, you buy the game, and you can play right away. Because in that case, Elden Ring doesn't make sense. And I think the reason a lot of people are having a lot of controversy over this, right, we can go over to the Game Awards. If we go to the Game Awards, Twitter, I mean, we can just see here the nominees for Game of the Year. Let me zoomify this. The nominees for Game of the Year at the Game Awards on Twitter here on December 12th. He goes and posts this. I mean, we can see right here. So I forget, can you play Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree without owning Elden Ring? And then people are starting to meme on this logic, saying, like, why don't you just vote anything? So you could vote Solitaire, no Silent Hill 2, no Helldivers 2, no Space Marine 2, no Tekken 8, but you put a DLC on there. And I think this is where a lot of the problems are coming from. I mean, this guy says right here, nominating DLC is such a disgrace. It's called Game of the Year. And this is where we're starting to run into a lot of issues, because the thing that not a lot of people know about the Game Awards is that the Game Awards are actually voted and decided upon by a panel. Let me see if I can try to pull it up here. Game Awards panel. It's a panel of game journalists. It apparently was on the website, and they did effectively scrub it. Here it is. Okay. So 90% of all the votes for a category in the Game Awards actually comes from these panelists. So we have IGN, Inverse, I've never heard of, the Jeff Gerstmann Show. So those of you who are familiar with Giant Bomb back in the day, I mean, I know it's still going, but it's not really the same. You know Jeff Gerstmann, he was from GameSpot. I actually think Jeff makes a ton of sense for an industry panel. Kind of Funny, LA Times, MinMax, PC Gamer, Polygon, What's Good Games, Touch Arcade, The Verge, VentureBeat, Game Rant, NPR, Pride.com, Variety. And so 90% of the vote for the weight of what wins in this category actually comes from these guys voting these, whereas 10% comes from players such as you and me being able to influence the vote somewhat. And so effectively what you have in this case is the reason that Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are put inside these nominations is effectively because of this panel right here, the members of this board effectively voting them in. And so a lot of people had a lot of fun with Shadow of the Erdtree. I mean, it was a huge event. Then when it came out, I think the world kind of stopped. You know, Kai Cenat had his stream. It was a huge thing. Everybody loved Shadow of the Erdtree. No one's taking anything away from that. But it has gotten a lot of people questioning, does this make sense to have a panel that is really not indicative of what the game industry, the players themselves are feeling? And as we can see on this thread here, try to find it. Where did I put it here? Not this. Yeah, so again, people are not happy DLC nominating. We got a clown meme here. Rigged already DLC for Game of the Year. A lot of people are starting to assume that effectively the rules have been changed, which effectively they were changed for DLC so that Elden Ring can win once again, which as we've shown here in 2022, Elden Ring did win as its own nomination as a game, whereas Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree is very much a DLC. You cannot play Shadow of the Erdtree unless you beat a certain section of Elden Ring. You cannot just simply buy Erdtree and then play it. So that has gotten a lot of people upset. And I think the reason a lot of people are upset is if we look at the best games from this year, we can start to see there's a lot of great stuff this year. So here, looking on Metacritic, we can see the top games of 2024. And I mean, chat, feel free to tell me which ones you're really liking this year, because I think there's a huge variety. And I think that's why this year is such a really incredible year, to be honest, at least for me personally, because of course we have the DLC here, which is being rated very, very high. But we also have Astrobot and a fantastic platformer. We have Metaphor ReFantazio. These types of games are very long, but I think people who like these games, like, you can see all the love and attention that the Persona devs go and put in this stuff, and it looks incredible. Square Enix came with a part 2 to their Final Fantasy remake, Final Fantasy VII remake, and it looks incredible. So we have an incredible anime-infused RPG. We have an Elden Ring DLC. We have Astrobot 3D platformer. We have Final Fantasy remake. UFO 50, which is a collection of 50 single and multiplayer games. I was looking at this the other day, and I was actually pleasantly impressed with UFO 50. In fact, I added it to my Steam cart. I want to play that tomorrow on stream. Animal Wells, another game we played on stream, his first indie game, 30 megabytes for this whole thing. Satisfactory, which I think has been in and out of early access, so maybe that doesn't necessarily count. But Balatro has been insane. I'm not counting the remaster for Last of Us Part 2. No, thank you. Thank goodness. I don't know what this is. Tekken 8, Kill Knight, which Kill Knight looks sick. I added that on Steam as well. Absolutely insane. Destiny 2, The Final Shade came out. Curiously not nominated either, but again, I don't think it's as coveted as something as Shadow of the Erd Tree. Another remaster for Horizon. Like a Dragon came out. There's a couple other things here. Warhammer, maybe I put it here. Oh yeah, so Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 was highly beloved. Got a lot of praise this year. Of course, we have things like Helldivers 2, was heavily beloved, came out in February, highly praised. We have things like Palworld, highly praised, heavily beloved. I mean, a lot of playtime, right? Like, everyone was playing both these things, right? So the question comes back, right? Do DLCs and remakes make sense for Game of the Year? Because we can clearly see the frustration. The frustration is there's a lot of really interesting stuff available this year, and quite frankly, it seems like a disservice to the gaming industry that a traditional game, hence Game of the Year, isn't voted. So I think to look at this, chat, I'd be curious what you guys say. Should DLCs be allowed in or out, or remakes be allowed in or out? We could even make a poll. In fact, maybe I'll even make a poll right here. Poll. Which do we allow? Remakes, DLC, both, none. So here, I'll make a poll. And then I think I can pop it out. Can I do that? Yes. See, chat, we're getting better. We're getting better. So right now, I put it up to the chat. Which do we allow? So right now we have 33% going to remakes, both, and none. So we'll give it that a little bit to pass. And for me, right now, I think, what is the point of something like Game of the Year? I think that's the most important thing to think of. What is it? What is the point of something like that? What is the point of Best Picture? What is the point of Best TV Show? What is the point of Best Game? And I think the idea is, for the person who just looks at a sea of games and says, I don't know what to get, this one has the award, this is the one I buy. And so I can play that. So it's good for those types of people, right? It is a helpful indicator to help those types of people buy games. On top of that, you have just accolades for the developers. And then on top of that, you have people who are fans of the industry to be able to say, like, hey, my game got nominated. I like this game, right? They want to champion their game. So you have those three things. But the first one is the thing that actually leads to sales. So to me, you cannot play Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree right out the gate. So I would say DLC is effectively disqualified. And when we look at my poll here with the chat, we can see that, remakes are overwhelmingly seem to be okay, with 25% saying both, and then 25% saying none. Chat, personally for me, I think DLC makes no sense. It comes down to just the fact that you just can't play it. Like, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree just cannot be played. from the get-go. Like if I buy Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, it just doesn't work. I have to buy Elden Ring and Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree for it to work. So it's not its own standalone package. So to me, I would actually change the rules to say that it needs to be a standalone package, because at the end of the day, that's who it's trying to help. I just think it makes way more sense to add a new category. I mean, we've gone through a few of these categories here. If we just go look at the categories for a second, we can see we have silly categories that to me personally make no sense. Best esports athlete. Why? Who's that helping? Best esports game. Why? Who's that helping? I think you change that to best competitive game, because I think there are people who want competitive games that look at these awards that go, okay, I need a new competitive game. Which one do I pick? This helps someone. Best esports game doesn't really help someone. There's a couple others here that make absolutely no sense. Innovation and accessibility. While admirable, I think it actually makes no sense to have an award for that. Like, what was the point of it? Who's it helping? It's just a panel of people. Where are they? Right here. It's just these guys saying these are the most accessible games. Doesn't make the game better necessarily. They may not know anyone who it actually helps people with that accessibility. They may not be suffering from something that needs that accessibility anyways, and yet they get to vote for it with 90% of the weight. It doesn't make much sense for me. I just see no reason why you need an award for this. Same thing with Games for Impact. It just seems like something that like this crowd here wants to be able to put their foot down in the industry and make a mark. And I just think that it's a little elitist, and I just don't think it's necessary. Like, what's the point? It's not. I don't see what it's helping, other than just like, a fake little hug that everyone gets to have, and like a little firm handshake. It's like we did something, but it's like according to these guys, not really the world. The world will see your impact through sales. So I don't think that's really necessary. Whereas best game of the year can help increase sales. I don't think Games for Impact, innovation, accessibility is going to increase sales. I don't think anyone, like, it seems backwards, right? No one's going to the awards and being like, what's the best in accessibility so I can find a good game? No, they're going, what's the best game? And then which one has the best accessibility for my needs? And I would argue that like only 1% actually do that, if any. So that's the real problem with it. So when we go to Game of the Year, we can immediately see that DLC could be replaced with a new category that is best expansion, right? And we've had a few expansions this year. If we go to best ongoing, there was best ongoing. Let me find it here. Ongoing. So Diablo 4, Destiny 2, Final Fantasy, we have stuff where expansions make sense, and I really think that you could put yourself to have Elden Ring in here where expansions or DLC make sense. Because if I own a bunch of games and I look for an award that says best DLC, then I'm more inclined to go get that DLC. I had a fantastic time with Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, but this one's saying that like the Destiny 2 Final Shape is better than that. Hypothetically, if that won. Or the Diablo 4 expansion is better than that. I own Diablo 4, or I have it on Game Pass. Let me get that DLC. That's what the awards benefits are. It's to help sales. The gaming industry wants to live in this real weird world. And when I say gaming industry, I mean journalists. They want to live in this weird world where they control all the narrative for how games have impact of everybody else and what they do and how people should see them and how should they be perceived. When in reality, all awards are supposed to be is to help sales. That's it. That's the point of an award. And whether your choice wins or not is just a bonus. And so here with all the games that we had this year with the insane amount of variety, I think it's very depressing that Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, as good as it may or may not be with all intents and purposes, if we look here, it is the top reviewed game of the year, or game experience. It just feels strange to call it a game considering you can't just play it right away. But it is rocking here with a 94, tied with Astrobot and Metaphor ReFantazio. So personally for me, I would have preferred having something like Helldivers 2, which did something entirely new this year that we haven't seen, that maybe players haven't had a chance to jump into. Or, I personally liked Warhammer 40K. I would probably say Helldivers 2 leans more, but Warhammer 40K, I think the nice thing about that is we really get a time to just like Warhammer 40K is the whole Warhammer 40K is like a Gen 6 game in Gen 9 packaging. It is a campaign. It is a multiplayer. It is co-op. Like it has everything. It is free customization. I loved everything about Warhammer 40K, and it was like a reminder of what games used to be, not these product-led focuses, pieces of like, hey, buy this, buy that, and get this, like, I don't really like that. So that's where I would land. I'm okay with the remakes, personally, because, again, seeing something like Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2 is just not a great gameplay experience to go back on due to the way the camera controls have changed. So I think it makes a ton of sense to have remakes, to take that thing and bring it to the next generation. It doesn't necessarily mean it's at an advantage, because effectively all the lessons that original game have given the world for other game developers to copy have effectively been learned for over 20 years and can be beaten. But having Resident Evil 2 be nominated, or even Final Fantasy VII Rebirth be nominated for Game of the Year as a remake, tells us something really interesting that I don't think Shadow the Erdtree tells. Each of these games tell a unique story, except for Elden Ring Shadow the Erdtree. I actually think the story this one tells is kind of a negative. So like Astrobot tells us there is a place for incredible 3D platformers. Balatro tells us there is a place where you can just focus on core gameplay mechanics and make an incredible game that can be Game of the Year and go toe-to-toe with AAA developers. Black Myth Wukong tells us there is a place to have a China-infused AAA game coming from this is their first game, Game Science's first game. And they had their own unique, innovative take on the Souls type of gameplay that isn't really Souls-like, but sort of is. And people seem to really love it. Again, the chat seems to really be behind Black Myth Wukong. So far as blackmailing the old goose. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I think the story this tells is those old games that you played back in the day that were fun to you, and maybe people have told you that it's only fun because of nostalgia. Maybe those games are just really good, and they just need like certain mechanics just updated to bring it back to the modern world. But underlying the core gameplay of those games is actually timeless, right? Resident Evil 2 worked. Resident Evil 4 worked. Final Fantasy VII seems to still work. Certain things I don't think work. Like GoldenEye. I just don't think that works. The analog 3D is coming out. We got one, and I just don't think that's going to play as well whenever we get to play that on there. So I don't think that works. Whereas Metaphor ReFantazio, again, it's a hardcore RPG with anime infusion, and it's just like it's 100 hours. Same thing with Final Fantasy VII. I don't know actually their exact timeline, but I know they're long, and it just shows they have a place. They tell a story. Whereas Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree is an incredible game that I just like. What does it say about the industry? I think there's way more interesting things to be said by putting in a Helldivers, by putting in a Warhammer 40K Space Marine. To me, that's more interesting. And I feel like there's another one that I'm missing here that was a very... Which one was it? Chat, I feel like there's another game that's like really, really popular that I'm missing here. I keep hearing lots of great things about Unicorn Overlord. I don't know anything about it, though. Goose on his yapping arc right now? Hey, yo. Also, real quick, we got UK Max in the house looking absolutely beautiful, goose-tastic. We got our Ghost Pepper 1246 in the house looking beautiful, absolutely goose-tastic. Ghost Pepper says, first time chat, Mr. Jeff Keighley wants to present the Game Awards to a group of individuals who are only interested in money and numbers. He doesn't care about the games and the devs or the players. I actually think Jeff cares really heavily about these games. I actually think the exact opposite. I think Jeff cares so much that the Game of the Year awards have turned into a voice of like what we believe is best for the industry. They're trying to choose what's best for the industry rather than let the players choose what's best. And I think if you let the players vote on what the top 6 games of the year are, I don't think you're getting all of these games. I just don't think you are. I think you get these 3. I don't think you get these 3. Personally. But that's just speculation. I mean, I can't prove that at all. I feel like there's another game here. And I think this year we've also started seeing, I know Dragon's Dogma 2 got a lot of love. We're also starting to see this weird thing this year where I feel like, Silent Hill 2 is another remake that I think did really, really well. We're seeing this weird thing this year where we're seeing a lot of journalists review things at a score that isn't indicative of what people think. I've started noticing this more and more over the year, but this year in particular, we're seeing things that like journalists would review a lot lower, but is exploding on impact. I know, like, for example, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero was heavily beloved, and IGN gave it a 7 out of 10. I haven't played it, so I can't really say, but, it just goes to show those types of things. It's like there's a disconnect there of what the journalists think is right for the gaming industry and what is actually right for the gaming industry. And this year has been a lot of interesting lessons as far as, like chat. Skull and Bones came out this year? Skull and Bones came out this year. Did you guys forget about that? Suicide Squad came out this year. Suicide Squad. Remember that? Dude, it's insane. It's insane. So all that being said, I think this makes no sense personally. I just think this doesn't fit with this game of the year. I think it needs an entirely new category. I think if we're thinking about game of the year, we're thinking about something that is trying to create sales for people to buy. It is an award to help people make decisions on sales. And on that front, I just don't think Shadow of the Erdtree makes sense. But I think Best Expansion makes sense because Elden Ring's already won game of the year with Best Expansion 2 years later. This tells a story that makes more sense from a consumer who wants to buy things. And I think there's just a way more variety. Like, personally, if I had to pick to replace this, I'd probably go Helldivers 2. I just think that makes a ton of sense there. They've done a lot of really new, interesting stuff, and they showed that you can just have a live service game that is just fun with the boys. Like, that's all it is. I think if they make a Helldivers 3 with a single-player campaign that is just, like, exactly the type of pitch that they pitched us with Helldivers 2, that will be unstoppable. And I'm not saying Helldivers 2 is better than Shadow of the Erdtree. I'm just saying this doesn't fit in Game of the Year. Now, that being said, which game do I think is the Game of the Year? Which one will I be nominating? Chat! It's time to vote on the Game of the Year. It is time. Once again, the nominees are Astrobot, Balatro, Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Metaphor Refantazio. Astrobot 3D platform, I have played it. Balatro card game, I have played it. Black Myth Wukong, I have not. I have watched a bunch of people play it. Not the same. Elden Ring, same. I've only played these two. 100-hour games are really hard for me to justify. Very hard. Chat is overwhelmingly voting for Wukong. Wukong. Black Myth Wukong. I haven't played it. My personal vote is not Wukong. Mostly because I haven't played it. But even if I had, I don't think I'm using that. I don't know. My favorite game of the year was going to be Astrobot. Because of the love, just the graphical fidelity, the return to 3D platforming that just like cared about just fun times. However, the problem with Astrobot is the gameplay, the combat is so pathetically easy. I think they did themselves a huge disservice. When you play a 3D Mario game, the enemies you fight with your movement system, it's varied in such a way that keeps it challenging. Mario Odyssey, Mario 64, Mario Sunshine are more challenging games than Astrobot. Astrobot is fan service in a beautiful 3D platformer, with incredible set design, incredible music, with horrible non-challenging combat, except for a few levels. And so if I had to give my game of the year for a game that just kept my brain going constantly, I think I have to go Balatro, which is surprising. Because Astrobot, literally, I was hoping, I was getting to all the final worlds, and I had a smile on my face every time, but I just kept finding myself bored as I got further and further. I loved every second of Astrobot. It just, the challenge was so weak, so not fun. It was boring. There was a couple enemy encounters that were fun, but not enough. So chat, my 2024 Game of the Year nomination is Balatro. Balatro has won my Game of the Year. In fact, I'm going to tweet about it right now. You're going to get me in hot water, chat, because I can tell you wanted Black Myth Wukong. My vote. There it is. Balatro. Chat, let's get a quick shout out for all the games of the year this year. Holy smokes. What a freaking year. Let's go. Chat, I think regardless of the controversy, we can all agree this was a heck of a year. I dramatically think this was like the best year in years. Astrobot was incredible. Balatro incredible. Everybody loves Black Myth Wukong. Chat is literally blackmailing me to choose it. People loved Erdtree. Erdtree was a freaking phenomenon. Helldivers 2 was a phenomenon. Pal World literally woke up Nintendo to make proper Pokemon games. Probably just taught them to sue them. Final Fantasy VII taught us that, like, dude, a 20-year-old game still works. It still works. You don't need all this stupid modern stuff that people say you need. It could just be a good game. And all these are good games. There's like no microtransactions in any one of these to my knowledge. Maybe Final Fantasy. But like, dude, this is what I'm talking about. I love it. Quite frankly, all these games, regardless of the controversy, I think this shows that like there's a lot of great stuff coming in games. A lot of great developers. A lot of great ideas. The fact that there's a poker card game that won my game of the year of these nominees. Man, if Warhammer Space Marine 2 and Helldivers 2 were here, maybe. Because I really had a great time with those games. Absolutely insane. Shout out to Local Thunk Playstack for winning my nomination. I can't wait to watch the Game Awards live. And just as a reminder, we're going to be streaming the Game Awards live on Twitch TV/zenkaigoose. So be there, be square. And I'll be wearing a suit and tie. We'll have the Canada Dry in our wine glass, as we do, okay, as us Canadians do. And I'm very excited. I'm very excited to do that. I think it's going to be an incredible moment. We did it for the Xbox Live Showcase or Xbox Showcase 2024, whatever it was called. It was fun. Let's actually check. It's a good question. When is the stream? Loading. December 12th. Holy! December 12th. Absolutely insane. We'll be there. At what time? Does it say? Okay. I think it's usually 7 p.m. We'll figure it out. It's going to be a night stream, that's for sure. So we're going to be doing that. Now, to end the show, I thought it'd be fun, chat, if we... Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Oh, here. I thought it'd be fun if we did a tier list. Chat. We had a beautiful goose moment. The Gosling moment. There it is. We're back. And we tier list the greatest game of the year's. Text-to-speech has been turned back on. You guys are no longer banned. And we do a tier list for the greatest game of the year. We do a tier list for the greatest game of the year nominations of all time. So, to clarify, okay?
20 push-ups for you for voting for Balatro LUL.
You think I won't do it? You think I won't do it? Actually, I probably could. My arms hurt so much. You think I won't do it? I'll do it. I'll do it right now. Dude, I bet you I can't do 20 push-ups anymore. I bet you I can't. I don't think I can. You guys can barely see me. If I go here, you see me? Oh, I have to go more here. All right, 20 push-ups. Let's see if I still got it. Oh, it hurts so much. Are you not entertained? God, I lost all my muscle. Show Pony gifting 1 tiered sub. Holy smokes, he's at 8 tiered subs. Show Pony with the gifted sub to Body Stockings Forever. Can we get a real quick shout out to Show Pony, you freaking little rascal. Let's go, Show Pony. Let's go, Show Pony. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Also, we got Redberry and PRH1 in the chat. Looking beautiful, Goose-tastic. We love to have you. Is there any way to bet money on the Game Awards? Yo, that's a good question. Like Polymarket for the Game Awards? That's a good question. It's an absolute good question. Now, chat, as I said, the Game Awards have been going on for about 10 years now, which means there's about 64 games that
20
have been...
squats for that sub.
You think I won't do it? You think I won't do it? Think I won't do it? Get him out of here! Get him out of here! Woo! Woo! All right, let me catch my breath. So let's restart this thing. It turns out I need to catch my breath still. Hold on. One more time. There it is. This is a new segment we'll be trying on the stream. How in God's name am I still out of breath? One more time, chat. Like I said, this is a new segment we'll be trying on stream. I'm still incredibly out of breath. I hate all of you. I am wheezing. What was I saying? Chat, God freaking dang it! What have you done? Forgot what I was even gonna do. What was I doing? To be fair, I was squat jumping. Okay? It's not like I'm out of breath for no reason. All right, one last time. Chat, we're going to be ending our streams with a new segment dedicated to you, the chat. So we're going to be doing a tier list of the greatest game of the year. Cameron, I swear to God. I swear to God, Cameron. When I'm talking, you don't play the music. What is this segment now? I hate you. I hate you. Like I was saying, for the love of God, Cameron. The Game Awards has been going on. Dude, I can't freaking knock this out the park. Because I'm out of... This was a horrible idea to start the next YouTube segment by getting out of breath. Okay, as I was saying, the Game Awards have been going on for about 10 years now, and with that, there have been about a total of 64 Game of the Year nominations, if you can believe it. I have here every single nomination to ever exist over those 10 years, including the ones from... Including the... God. They went away. There's no love. There's no love. There's none. Everything's broken for me. Everything. Nothing works for me. All right, chat, let's do this YouTube segment one more time, shall we? Again, if we do these segments, then they end up being cool clips that you guys will be featured in to help grow the stream. We'll get better with time. Next time, we've learned not to do squats. It's a lesson we've learned. Okay. There it is, chat. 8 times charm. Yes, sir. The game of year... Okay. The game of... Cameron! My God. The Game Awards... Jeff Keighley's Game Awards have been going on for about 10 years now, and with it have come about 64 different Game of the Year nominations. As such, I have included in this tier list every single Game of the Year nomination, including 2024's Elden Ring Shadow of the Urge Tree, which is very decisive, Astrobot, Balatro, Metaphor Refantasio, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Black Myth Wukong. I have every single Game of the Year nomination, and today we're going to be ranking them all in a tier list and finding out which is actually the best one. And then we can compare that with what actually won Game of the Year. So, to start, chat, our first game. Let me zoomify this. There's presentation mode. Let me go into presentation mode. My mouse is dying. All right, here we go. All right, let's start this. The first game on the list, Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Chat, I'm going to be real. I know everybody loves this game. They like the what's Alexandra, her campaign or whatever, right? This game is an F. Right off the gate, I don't even care. Assassin's Creed Odyssey is like clearly such a ripoff. I mean, with the previous Assassin's Creed before that, it's such a ripoff of The Witcher, but just like a worse version of The Witcher. Such a bad, just like horrible representation of the Assassin's Creed franchise. It's not even Assassin's Creed. It's just an icon simulator set in like this setting, and it just doesn't know what it wants to be. And I hated everything that it was for the franchise. I think it's a horrible representation of Assassin's Creed. It basically isn't an Assassin's Creed game, and I just hated it. It's too many icons. It wasted my time. It was boring. Okay? There it is. There it is. I'm still wheezing. I am. Look, you guys made me do 20 squats. Okay? I'm not hydrated, and it's hot in here. Now, the next game on this list, Alan Wake 2. Personally, I haven't beaten it. We streamed a little bit on stream. I love the aesthetic of Alan Wake 2. It is very slow. I would say Alan Wake 2 is a B. Once I beat it, tentative to an A. But so far, from what I played, it is a B. Now, this is Animal Crossing. Which type of Animal Crossing is this? Which one is this? Animal Crossing New Horizons. Animal Crossing New Horizons. Okay, next game, Animal Crossing New Horizons. I own it. I played it. During the pandemic, it was a huge thing that everyone played. I think if you like Animal Crossing, it works. And if you don't, then it doesn't. So I think a lot of people would rate it like somewhere around here for what it is. But I think if it doesn't hit you for what it is, like realistically, like for me, I found it like a B. It's fun. I love the aesthetics. I love the music. I love the characters. But I don't know. It never really hooks me. World Map says F. World Map in the chat, by the way. Looking beautiful, these guys. See, Show Pony says A and mine says S. I am a hard to please man. I will say to get an S tier is very hard. There's not many in this list. Well, we'll see. Actually, I take that back. There's a few. I take that back. There's a decent amount. I mean, these are effectively the greatest games of the past 10 years, right? So we're gonna see now. What's the start of this thing? I forget what it's called. What's it called? Chat, what's that game called? Plague Tale Requiem. That's what it is. That's a sequel, right? I didn't play it. So I'm going to go ahead and make a second one. Row below. Didn't play. Ba-da-da. Kill me, chat. Kill me. Kill me, chat. Just kill me. I just end it. What is going on? Why is everything I have breaking, dude? It's not fair. I'm a good person. I'm a goose man. I didn't play it. Baldur's Gate 3. I didn't play it. To be honest, here's the thing with Baldur's Gate 3. I've heard fantastic things from actual people. Real people. This I take with a lot of weight. Because personally for me, I feel like the gaming industry is super high on games that like when you play them, they're not typically that great. They're like very overhyped. Like for instance, I think Sekiro is insanely overhyped. I think Sekiro is not a fun game unless you're like the 1% of 1% who likes getting wrecked on the tutorial boss because of how hard it is. And I know there's a couple rats who are going to be like, skill issue. Yeah, but I ain't willing to learn that skill. I got things to do, brother. I got things to do. Now, everyone I've spoken to in real life that have played Baldur's Gate 3 are huge D&D people, to be fair, and they have loved this game. I haven't played it, and the reason I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, I do actually want to do a full day stream of Baldur's Gate 3, so look forward to that. I definitely want to stream that, Cyberpunk, Simpsons Hit and Run. This Christmas, we're going to be streaming Batman Arkham Origins. We're going to be doing that, too, because it's a Christmas game. And a couple indie things, but those games for sure are on my list. And the reason I didn't play is, quite frankly, just 100 hours. It's like, dude, I ain't got time. I ain't got time for that. Bayonetta 2. D. I find the Bayonetta fighting system incredibly just like archaic, not fun, cumbersome, like just it's not worth it. I know again, there's going to be the skill issue, folks. I don't care. This isn't your list. I couldn't care. The Bayonetta, it's not fun. I'm not looking to like learn a laundry list of things because it's like insanely difficult to understand all the combos and make that stuff work. I did not ever enjoy Bayonetta. Never found it fun. I can see how it can be fun if you're willing to dedicate a ton of time into it. I'm not. That's not what I like games for. That being said, chat. Bloodborne is an A. Bloodborne is an incredible game. Bloodborne is a freaking A. The fact that it like removes the shield mechanic and replaces it with a parry system with a gun, what an incredibly genius idea and twist on the Dark Souls mechanics to go from like the turtle system to like this gun shooting parry system. The aesthetics, the vibe, the music. I mean, what can't like it's a FromSoft game, so it has that vibe. I really do wish it would have a remake or a remaster. Quite frankly, they must be working on it. I think that would be huge for them. But Bloodborne to me is a freaking A. I loved every second I played with Bloodborne. But to be fair, when it comes to Souls games, just as I was criticizing Bayonetta 2, I don't have time to dedicate to, or Sekiro, I don't have time to dedicate like a bunch of, knowledge towards one game for that long and just like really try to get super good at it. So usually with Souls games, I get about to halfway to 3/4 in where it really starts kicking my butt. And I just feel satisfied. But I never feel mad. That's the difference with FromSoft's games. Most of them. I never feel mad. I feel super, super satisfied. Felt the same way with Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 is probably one of my favorite games of all time. Bloodborne, felt the same way about Elden Ring. Never beat them, but always feel satisfied. They're incredible games. Celeste. It's like Super Meat Boy. It's fine. It's not my thing. It's fine. Control. Chat, I'm going to ruffle some feathers. I'm going to ruffle some freaking feathers. I love everything about Control except the gameplay. Except the enemies, I guess. The gameplay is fun. The floating around, the telekinesis, all that stuff's good. The shooting. I think fighting people in Control sucks. The people you fight suck so bad. For me, it's a C. The aesthetics, the story, the main character, the vibe, the music, everything. Your moveset, incredible. It's not fun to fight people. I found myself incredibly bored as I was playing Control. Now, for this next game. This next game. Oh boy. This is what I'm talking about. Dear God, give it to me, baby. Hit me, baby, one more time. Daddy needs it. Daddy needs it. Daddy needs it. Give it to me. Daddy needs it. Give it to Daddy. It's an A. Doom Eternal is an incredible game. It's so close to an S. I think they got a little too cocky with the movement mechanics of Doom Eternal. They got a little too cocky with the movement mechanics, and they fumbled the biggest bag with the Mick Gordon situation for Doom Eternal. So it didn't have his full amount of tracks. They tried to do it themselves after some fight with Mick Gordon. I mean, the song we just played literally came from Doom 2016, which to me is an S. That's spoilers for Doom 2016. Doom 2016 is a freaking S. The music's an S. The gameplay's an S. The fact that they brought back effectively a Doom game in a sprint mechanic world of the modern gaming industry, and they brought that back, and it was popular, and it slapped, and the combat mechanics where you just like break people in half. I mean, heck, let's just put that right there, because we already know. Doom 2016 is an S. It is one of the greatest games of the past 10 years, without a doubt, and it like literally created new game mechanics that people have been trying to copy, whether in smaller games, bigger games, it doesn't matter. Doom was amazing. And I still, to this day, in my lifts, I still listen to Mick Gordon's tracks. Still to this day. That's how good it is. Dark Souls 3. C. Did not care about it. Didn't interest me. I have zero interest in Dark Souls 3. It was just like not, I just didn't care. It wasn't interesting to me. It was like more Dark Souls. It fixed Dark Souls 2 stuff. I didn't care. I didn't care, if I'm being honest. Deathloop is a cool concept, but the gameplay is a C. Okay? Chat, I'm getting cutthroat. I want to be realistic as possible. Effectively, if I put something as an S or A, I want you to know you will have a good time. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's not going to be a lot of friction. These games start to add friction in ways that make it annoying to play, unless you're willing to put in all the time to go through that friction. Okay? Deathloop, there's enough friction there and enough nonsense that makes it not as fun. And I think the first-person controls on a controller are exactly what we were talking about earlier, where some first-person shooter games feel jerky. And what they did with Deathloop, the controls feel jerky. In fact, I'd say most Bethesda FPS games feel jerky, which is why I think Fallout got so popular with the VAT system. And I think why Skyrim was unaffected, because effectively it was mostly, you were mostly doing the sword combat, right? The melee combat. Of course, you have your magic and stuff, but it didn't need to be as precise because the hitbox was so big. You had arrows, yeah, sure, but it's just like, again, most people use magic or melee. Death Stranding. I just recently started playing this, and look, I haven't played that much of it, but from what I have played, dude, Death Stranding is freaking awesome. Chat, am I wrong on this? Like, to me, Death Stranding is a freaking A. There's something to be said in video games, which I don't think is a thing that we really have. If you look at movies, okay, the thing with movies is you can really see a director's influence on the games, or on the movies. When you watch a Quentin Tarantino flick, Chris Nolan flick, even a Steven Spielberg flick, although recently I feel like they're not as strong, you can see a director's influence. Denis Villeneuve, Matt Reeves in the Batman, you can see it's their vision. With Death Stranding, it's like one of the rare instances where you see that one person's vision, and it is a weird vision. Death Stranding is weird, but I love it. There's a thing that happens in Death Stranding where part of the thing is you're like carrying things on your back and you have to like bring them from place to place. And sometimes you're just traversing the open area, which looks beautiful. But then they play music in such a way that it feels like a movie. It shouldn't be fun, and yet it is. Death Stranding is super underrated. I feel like people have turned on this game a little bit, but I was really heavily impressed with how good Death Stranding is and just the weird nonsense world that Kojima and his team built. Absolutely impressed by this. Now, Dragon Age Inquisition. Dragon Age has been getting a lot of hate for the new one, Veilguard, because of some weird stuff that they added in and stuff like that, getting all crazy. Look, I find that depressing because for me, Inquisition is so close to an S. Inquisition, I feel like not enough people even talked about it. In fact, I think it did win Game of the Year, right? It did. 2014's first Game Awards Game of the Year winner went to Dragon Age Inquisition. I think Inquisition is literally it's an amazing game. The dragon fights are amazing. The story's amazing. I wanted to go into Veilguard, but everything about Veilguard just looked garbage. Just looked garbage and weird and didn't really continue the stuff that I cared about. I was really sad by that because I really, really like Dragon Age Inquisition. And for context, I didn't like Dragon Age 1 and I didn't like Dragon Age 2. Didn't click with me. Inquisition was incredible, and I think it still holds up today. The only thing that's wrong with Inquisition is some of the graphics are a little janky. There's a bit of jank in Inquisition. Elden Ring's an S. Everybody's already talked about Elden Ring. Elden Ring literally improved in every way on the Souls franchise that has already been beloved, and still no one can really replicate it. Who's really replicated the Souls games to the point of a From Software level. Like Lies of P, I think came the closest, arguably. I've never played it, but I've seen lots of people love it. Elden Ring is incredible, man. Again, it's one of those things. I've never beat it, but I feel satisfied because every part of Elden Ring seems fun. There's so much to it. It feels like Elden Ring feels like the old Super Nintendo games that you'd play where you just had no idea what was coming next. You know, like when you play Link to the Past, there's just so much stuff happening in that world. It's not that big of a world, but there's so much stuff, so much wonder and new stuff. And it's just, again, you're transported to this unique world. And you get that in like Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Doom, Death Stranding, and a little bit of it in Inquisition. I'd say Control does this really well. So there's something special about a video game putting you in the experience that just, when you can marry that with good gameplay, brother, you got something special there. Fallout 4 to me is a D. I thought Fallout 4 sucked. It didn't interest me. It just was bored. It didn't innovate in any way that I thought, besides like base building mechanic, which felt super gimmicky. I had no interest in it. To me, Fallout 4 was like, I don't know. I didn't like it. Final Fantasy VII Remake. I played a bit of this, and for me personally, I was never into Final Fantasy VII growing up. I never really played it that much. So I'd probably put it a C to maybe a B. I'm going to go with C. Like, again, if you like turn-based RPGs, it's one of those. And it's a good-looking one of those. I've been told to continue, and it's worth it. But from what I played so far, it didn't capture my attention in a way that these guys did immediately. I'd much rather play these guys than this. So for me, like, it's between a B and a C. So for me, Final Fantasy 15 remake, 15 Final Fantasy 7 remake fits in a C for me. If I'm gonna be, again, I'm being brutally honest. I'm just looking for like the most fun. Now, chat. Ghost of Tsushima is a freaking S. Ghost of Tsushima is my favorite one. Probably like this. I'll order these. Ghost of Tsushima, man. Well, I've already had so many discussions on this stream many times over the year. Ghost of Tsushima, it marries gameplay with the vibe, the experience, the world, the great acting, the final boss. It's like a mega triple S. Yeah, Mr. Danny Lemon says Ghost is a super S. Like, dude, Ghost of Tsushima is like literally what it's like. When you're looking for like a great video game, it has amazing narrative. It has a world that just transports you and you feel like you're part of this new world. You just want to walk around in it. It's incredible. The gameplay is really fun. It's what Assassin's Creed should have innovated to, not what Odyssey did. Like, it just makes me feel 100% justified for putting Odyssey in F. Ghost of Tsushima, I feel like is talked about enough, chat. I mean, look, Ghost Pepper saying is also top tier in the chat, but to me personally, chat, I feel like Ghost of Tsushima is not as appreciated as it should be, and I really, really hope Ghost of Yote freaking nails it out the park. I really, really do. Now, speaking of nailing it out the park, personally for me, God of War, the new one in 2018, it was 2018, right? Let me just fact check that. God of War, yeah. Which ended up winning Game of the Year. God of War 2018 is incredible. Bar none. What it did on the PlayStation 4 as far as scale, graphics, storytelling, but more importantly, taking Kratos, someone who everyone was kind of over. Okay, the whole yelling at gods and killing them thing was kind of, we were over it. I feel like after the PS3 version, people were like, okay, God of War 3, I got it. I don't need the PSP versions. I don't know. I don't need it. The fact that they translated it and gave him everything he did, and they did an amazing game. And it's a one take. Like, the camera stays on Kratos the entire time and there's no cuts. It just always stays and never cuts. It just follows along. The fact that they did that, innovated on all that, and the gameplay is fun with the hammer that comes back. And of course, you get other things. I won't spoil if you haven't played it. An amazing, amazing game. That being said, God of War Ragnarok, okay? is a C for me. I don't know what it is for you guys in the chat. Let me know. But like, God of War Ragnarok to me was incredibly boring. They threw too many things in there, and they made the puzzles like borderline simplistic, and then had the audacity to have your whoever was with you while you're doing the puzzles, the characters, be like, why don't you try pushing it to the left? And I was like, bro, like, come on, like, give me 2 seconds. I don't need help yet. Overly simplistic. I'd like to go back and beat it. And quite frankly, the first hour of the game did make me cry. Incredible. Also, if I'm being real, Atreus is lame. Chat, do we like Atreus? Is Atreus cool? Because I think Atreus is lame. Like, they got to do something, like cut his arm off or something. They got to... There's something special, but you know when future Gohan and Dragon Ball came and he had like no arm? You're like, whoa. They got to do that. They got to straight up do that. You know in like Reboot, the old TV show, where Bob comes back and he's got these new powers, or Enzo comes back and he's got this like eye? You guys didn't think you were going to get a Reboot mention, did you, in this stream? Well, guess what? You are. So Enzo comes back and he's got like his eye thing and he's like super jacked. They literally need to do that with Atreus. He is so lame. B for boy. I can't do it. It's a C for me. God of War Ragnarok was mid. It was mid for me. Graphics don't matter. It's about the experience. These games handle the experience 1,000 times better. These ones are just missing it just a bit. This lost its shot. Hades, incredible. Man, I don't know. Hades, pretty good. Hades is an A. I take that back. Hades is an A. The underlying gameplay of Hades is incredible. I just think, again, it gets a little too hard. And if you're not willing to put in the effort to do that stuff, like if you're only playing 1 or 2 games a year, Hades is an incredible game to have in your back pocket. It works well portably. It works well on consoles. It is fantastic. You guys can't tell how can you guys tell I'm dehydrated? How do you tell? Because I am dehydrated. I'm out of water. I need to go get water. Yeah, there's something about Hades where it just like it holds up everywhere. So if you're playing 1 to 2 games, like I think, because you had 14 ginger ales. Oh, you mean Canada Dry, right? Because if you ain't dry, you ain't high off life. Yeah, Hades just holds up of all time, but I think if you play more than like 5 games a year, it's kind of hard to justify. Like, it's a lot of time you got to put in to get good at that. Although it is fun all the time. In fact, I haven't tried Hades 2 yet. I kind of need to. It's still in early access, but yes. Actually, give me 2 seconds. Let me go get more water so I can talk. Be right back. More water. I've returned. So much better. Chat, this next one, Hearthstone. You guys actually don't. Imagine if this was all filled with ginger ale. Would I have a heart attack if I drank this all with ginger ale? This much ginger ale? I should find out how much ginger ale a man can have. Yeah, Weezer got me hooked. He's my dealer. This next game, Hearthstone. Hearthstone, when it first came out, was an A. Today, Hearthstone, to me, it's an F. They ruined the game. The UI of Hearthstone is garbage. There's too many cards. It's impossible to learn all the billion heroes. I fundamentally disagree with everyone who says adding more heroes is more interesting than new... Like, for instance, Rainbow Six Siege, Overwatch. I just don't think adding more heroes is a good idea. Super Smash Brothers, having a roster of 100 heroes or whatever, 50 to 60, whatever, To me, it's good marketing. It sounds good. Like it's shareable on Twitter. It's good. It's a higher number, bigger number, better game. As far as the effect on humans, it's too much stuff to learn. When you have too much stuff to learn, you don't want to learn it. And realistically, there's too much content in the world today to justify learning that much stuff for the average person, unless they're just going to focus on that one thing. So if you add more heroes, you are effectively rewarding the 1%, which of course would be the one who are giving you the most money, but you are denying the majority. It's effectively what you're doing. And so I just don't think adding more heroes and like these things, it's wrong. I just don't think. I think you go with things like new maps or new boards, other things like that. I just don't think that works that way. Horizon Forbidden West, I have never played actually. I have never played Horizon Forbidden West. I've wanted to, but I haven't played, unfortunately. Now, Horizon Zero Dawn, to me, is a B. Horizon Zero Dawn is so close to an A. And the reason it doesn't get an A is because Aloy is not a fun character, and B, the gameplay is not as tight of a gameplay loop as something like, let's say, Doom. If it had a stronger character that I cared about, stronger cast of characters, because I couldn't even tell you any of the other characters' names beside Aloy. If it had a stronger cast of characters, it would go A. If it had the same cast of characters but a better gameplay loop, like how tight Doom's is, or Elden Ring's, or Ghost of Tsushima's, it would go A. If it had both, it would go S. Unfortunately, it doesn't do either. Inside is an incredible experience. This one's different. The thing with Inside is it's not really a game. It's more of an experience. And what I mean by that is once you do it the one time, I just don't think you're ever coming back. Ever. It's meant to be played through in a sitting, and I don't think I would do it beyond one sitting. It's meant to be played through in one sitting, experience it, see the wackiness of Inside, and then go away. And in that, I think it's a solid experience. I don't think it blows everyone's mind. It's a derivative of Limbo, which, these are the guys who created Limbo. Limbo was pretty crazy for the time because no one had experienced a type of game like that. Inside just feels like a derivative. It's better than Limbo, in my opinion. I really liked Inside. You guys didn't like Inside? Anmon, you didn't like Inside? I loved Inside. I thought it was a great experience. I just think it's like nothing special. It wasn't an A or an S. Oh, interesting. Interesting. How come you didn't like it? I'm interested. That's the thing about video games. I feel like a lot of people get into these discussions like which better, which worse. But I like to learn. I feel like there's just so many different types of players, and I really like to learn who likes what and why. Because clearly you can see from my tier list, I'm more interested in the experience and gameplay. That's very clear. Like most of these at the top, minus maybe Death Stranding, but these are like high tier gameplay. The rest is kind of like a mix. Was $20 worst $20 of your life? Ghost Pepper liked it. But why though? Anmon, why? I want to know. It Takes Two, I think, is a fabulous idea. I love the idea of 2-player, third person, accessible type of setting that anyone can play. Like you play with your wife, you can play with a friend. The problem is I think the gameplay is kind of janky. It's not really that great. So for me, I think It Takes Two is the best that this developer has done. Actually, I haven't played Brothers, but people would probably argue Brothers is better. But I think what they have here, It Takes Two, has the ability to be an A or an S with a sequel, if done right, and getting rid of some of the jank. My problem with It Takes Two is the pitch that it's telling you is like, play this with someone who's not into video games. This is more accessible. Like the setting, Like, you're probably going to have a difficult time getting your wife to play something like Halo or Doom or Gears. It's not as accessible. But maybe Animal Crossing, you might have a better chance, traditionally. It Takes Two is pitching that idea of like, hey, this is more, it's not a bunch of guns, shooty, kill stuff, blood everywhere. The problem is that type of player, from my experience, it makes it so one person does all the work and the other person has to figure out how to use the camera. It's not as fun. It's like not a two-party fun thing. It's not a two-person fun experience unless you're both the same skill level. And even then, I don't know. First time chat, unknown data. Would you rather have a son that calls his girlfriend mommy or a daughter that calls her boyfriend daddy? Son is saying it in a baby voice, but daughter is saying it in a seductive voice. I cannot believe that question was asked. I forward that question to the chat. I have no interest. That is a wild thing to ask, sir. Next game, Super Mario Wonder. Fourth man today. Get him out of here. I'm just kidding. Unknown data, but that's wild. That is wild. Super Mario Wonder. I love the aesthetic of Super Mario Wonder. I bought it the same day I bought Spider-Man 2, which is on this list. We're going to touch on in a bit. I have serious thoughts on. The animation is incredible in Super Mario Wonder. The aesthetics is incredible in Super Mario Wonder. The gameplay, mid. Honestly, I'll put it to... No, I'm putting it C. Like, it's just not fun. It's boring. It's boring. But it has so much aesthetics. The animation, really, of Mario is, like, incredible. You know what? I'm going to put a B. I kind of actually want to play it right now, just thinking about it. I literally, the more I'm talking about it, makes me want to play it. So the more I talk about It Takes Two in any of these games, I don't want to play it. In fact, I think it's just chilling in my Switch right now. It goes B. Metal Gear Solid: The Phantom Pain. I played the first cutscene. I won't say level because it was effectively a cutscene, and didn't have time to play after that because, quite frankly, I was running into a bunch of issues in my life with university and stuff. So I had a bunch of issues there trying to find a job and living alone. That was a tough time. So I didn't get to play that, but I do want to come back to it. Some say I should play every single Metal Gear game on my YouTube channel, and some say I should play every single Kojima game. Which one should it be? I don't know. Guess we'll find out in the future. I never played this Metroid. I never played Monster Hunter. I played it for like 2 seconds, but it's not fair to judge. It's not fair to judge. Overwatch. When Overwatch first came out, chat, it's an S. When Overwatch first released, it was so far an S. It's not even funny. This is where I'd rank it too. It would go behind Doom. Overwatch was such an S. Everything about Overwatch. You have to understand, Blizzard came from a place where they were MMO guys. They were RPG guys. They were not first-person shooter guys. Twitch first-person shooter guys? No. Not Blizz. No. And then they come out with Overwatch and basically push forward the hero shooter genre that everyone has started copying ever since Overwatch released. Even Blizzard tried to copy themselves with Overwatch 2. And when they did, they deleted Overwatch. And now Overwatch, which is effectively Overwatch 2. So, you know what? I'm going to leave it here because the original Overwatch is an S. But if this counted as Overwatch in general, it's a D. I hate what Overwatch is now. Although they did put a classic mode, I think. So I want to try that out. It is out now, right? Wizard says they have OG Overwatch right now. Well, holy smokes. We got to try it out, chat. Dude, 2024 is insane. Like, literally. Halo added a classic mode, which I played a little bit, by the way, chat. They just added a new BR mode into it, too, which we could play on stream as well. Overwatch added a classic mode. There's a billion games. Incredible time. Persona, I didn't play. Those games are just very long. It's hard for me to justify. It's just so long. Psychonauts 2, I played a bit, and it was okay. Played it about 3 hours, didn't hook me, didn't find it interesting. It was okay. PUBG. When it came out, PUBG was an A. Wasn't an S because if you guys remember, PUBG was the jankiest piece of garbage that ever released. This was the era when The thing that's really interesting about PUBG, here's the thing, okay? The thing that's interesting about PUBG is when PUBG released, it was 2017. When PUBG released, the gaming industry was effectively creatively bankrupt. Nobody was making anything good, and quite frankly, everyone that was trying to make something was releasing it buggy. Buggy, broken, garbage, pieces of junk in Gen 8 that had huge loading times that were like impossible to get through. In fact, I'm curious to see what else was nominated in that year. I don't think it won. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. This, good, yeah, but janky. Zero Dawn, Persona 5, Mario Odyssey. Yeah, so okay. The Switch released that year, so that's what that was. Everything was janky. And so PUBG just gave you the best jank. Because PUBG was effectively just, the continuation of the Arma 3 BR mod. And it was janky, and everybody was loving the BR mods. Because you had the Arma 3 BR mod, you had H1Z1, which was incredibly janky. You had a bunch of stuff. You had the culling, and then you had PUBG Battlegrounds, which broke into the mainstream. Everybody absolutely loved it. It was just a brand new thing that everybody was into, and PUBG was huge for the industry. But let's be real. It was like a broken mess. And if we're including console releases too, a garbage broken mess. I would have never played that on Xbox, ever. I mean, just ever. It was a PC game only, so that you're going to get the best experience there. Everything else was going to be bad. Ratchet & Clank, Rift Apart. I loved every second of it. I beat it. I enjoyed it. But the gameplay of Ratchet & Clank and the story was just... It was, simplistic combat. Level up your guns. It was Ratchet. I just think they could have done way more. Great game. Really cutting edge tech with the loading stuff. But not an A for me. Like, once you beat it, I've never even thought about it ever again. It's just a shame because I feel like they have everything they need. They're just missing the gameplay. The gameplay is good, but it's not great to get it to an A or an S. No way. No way. Oh boy. Chat. There it is. There's our boy. I'm trying to find music for this. I can't find my music. Try to find it. It's not even a question, right, chat? Ghost Pepper, S. Wizard, Absolute Cinema. Dubs, S. Celine, S. Wizard, S. No questions asked. What an experience, right, chat? Where were you when you played Red Dead the first time? Chat, is Arthur Morgan not one of the greatest video game characters of all time? Tahiti, chat. Tahiti. My God. What an experience. What a gift. We live in a world where video game companies constantly, once they hit a certain threshold and they get super successful, they gouge the user like crazy with 1 billion microtransactions and a bunch of junk. We saw it with Halo, Gears, so many. But Rockstar, they didn't have to take 7 years to make a sequel to Red Dead Redemption. They didn't have to. And they made one of the greatest video game characters of all time. An amazing cast, amazing world, amazing gameplay. That snow level was long, though. That was a long level. A lot of us would say too long. A lot longer than we thought it would be. But once you beat the game, didn't you want it to just go on just a little bit longer? And that's really the magic of Red Dead. It's one of those games that you didn't want it to end. But at some point you had to say goodbye. Those games don't come around much. Red Dead, to me, is so close to a perfect game. It might even just be a perfect game. I think Ocarina of Time is the only game I can think of that goes higher than it. To me, Red Dead 2 is like one of the greatest games of all time. God. They had the balls to call a prequel Red Dead 2. God! I just want to play it right now. I'll be honest. It just beats out Ghost of Tsushima for me. And that's just because I'm a countryman. Yeah, conservative goose out here. Got me my cowboy hat. Got me my horse. Yes, sir. Grow my beard. What an amazing experience. I'm just thinking about Red Dead 2, baby. Got me hyped. Oh, I'm hyped. I'm freaking hyped, chat. Holy smokes. Oh. Red Dead 2, man. What an experience. Red Dead 2. But this next game. Resident Evil 2 Remake. We had a discussion earlier about do remakes make sense in Game of the Year nominations, and I very much agree that they do. They very much do. They are a new game. They are retrofitting something that shouldn't, that doesn't hold up necessarily. And quite frankly, if you remake a game with new graphics and it beats the new games that come out today, I think that paints a picture that needs to be said and shouted from the rooftops. You know what I'm saying? If a remake of a 20-year-old game is beating new games, then I think that says everything we need to say about the gaming industry. And to me, when did this come out? RE2 Remake. 2019. Yeah, for me, yeah, that's the best game in 2019. It's not even a question. It's not even a question. Resident Evil 2 Remake, I never played the original. I could not believe how freaking good that game was. I could not believe. Oh, it's somewhere here, chat. I'm going to put here right underneath Elden Ring. Resident Evil 2 Remake holds up in such a disgusting way. I could not believe how good it was, how awesome every part of it. I mean, I didn't even know the main character was Leon Kennedy. I didn't know that. I thought his first appearance was Resident Evil 4. That was my first Resident Evil game. Could not believe how well it held up. The puzzles, the graphics, the sound, the shooting. I mean, granted, a lot of that stuff's been revamped heavily for the remake, which is why I think it deserves a nomination. But to me, that was the best game. An S-tier game. Resident Evil 4 Remake I haven't played, but I've heard it pretty much does the same thing. So the fact that I haven't played it, I can't review it 100%. But I think Resident Evil 4 is one of the greatest games of all time, so I'll put it here. For me, personally. Now, Village. The first-person Resident Evils, I don't find as fun. I do not think they're as fun. I much prefer the third-person Resident Evils. It's not even a question. I think the first-person Resident Evils are an interesting side that they went. Clearly, after Resident Evil 6 was like, they ruined the franchise for a bit. I never got into it. So I played a little bit of 7, thought it was fine, and didn't go into 8. So 8, I didn't even play. Sekiro. When did Sekiro come out? 2019. Same year as Resident Evil 2. We got an S. No, sorry, we have a C. A C. Chat, I'm gonna be honest. I hated playing Sekiro. I hated it. I didn't find it fun. I didn't find it interesting in the same way Dark Souls or Elden Ring or Bloodborne were. I found it insanely cumbersome, confusing, and just a pain. And quite frankly, I know the skill issue comments are going to come. I welcome them. I get it. I get it. I get it. I'm trying to think where this lands, man. This is tricky. I keep drinking. I just never... I get it. I don't think it's a C, chat. I'd much rather play Dark Souls 3. I'd much rather play Celeste. I'd much rather play Control. I'd much rather play Deathloop. The question to me is D or F. Drink water. Get him out of here. 7th band of the day. The question is, what would I rather play? Odyssey or New Hearthstone? I would much rather play Sekiro. What What would I rather play? Bayonetta or Fallout 4? I'd much rather play those. So to me, it's a D. Sekiro is a D. I welcome the skill issue comments. I do not care. I feel like too many people in the gaming industry are sheep. They just say whatever is positive. Your boy don't care. The S and A, you're gonna have a fantastic experience. If I recommended Sekiro like most people do and say it's an S, 1% of you are gonna have fun. 1% of you are gonna have fun. The rest of you are going to hate your lives. It's not a fun game. I like that they took the choice, to be fair. I like that they took the choice with Sekiro. I think they took a really cool choice, and I welcome that. It's not a fun game. Shadow of Mordor. If you remember, this came out 2014, right? If my memory serves me right. 2014. Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor. Ding, 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 ding. Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, to me, is a B. Incredible game. I think it's a B. I think there's just a little bit of jank in the way that the... Like, what's the story, Anmine? Do you remember the story? He's with Celebrimbor. The Nemesis system brings it close to an A, if not an A. But the fact that they patented the Nemesis system makes me want to put it even lower. They patented it, now no game could ever use it. Disgusting. And Shadow of War is worse. Probably put Shadow of War at C. There's no way I play Shadow of Mordor more than these games. No way. No way. But it is fun. I'm sad they're not making another. I think it's fair. Like, I'm not a Lord of the Rings person. I don't like fantasy that much. It takes a lot for me to get into fantasy. That's why like things like Inquisition being up here is a huge shock. I'm not a fan of fantasy games. Like, I was never into Lord of the Rings growing up. Just didn't click with me. I was never into Harry Potter. But I love sci-fi. I love time travel. I love that stuff. So if anything of that genre can get me in there, like Skyrim, like Elden Ring, Inquisition, like that's a big feat. That's a big feat. I'm a big believer in good is good. You know, it doesn't matter what you like. If something's good, it will turn you into liking it. And, Shadow of Mordor was like, I wasn't a huge Lord of the Rings fan, but it was fun. I just didn't think it was God tier. Now, hold on. This next game. This next game, chat. This next game. I swear to God, you better pump those frickin' numbers up, chat. One of the greatest Spider-Man stories of all media. Minus comic books, I haven't read those. This game was incredible. The gameplay, slightly below great. The characters, the graphics, the gameplay of swinging around, the story. Man, the scene with Aunt May? Come on! Chat. You're all wrong. You're all wrong! It's an S. Spider-Man 2018 is an S-tier game. More games should be seen for their incredible storytelling. That was a story that was well told in a game. The connection to Doc Ock, the Mary Jane stuff, the Aunt May stuff, the Miles stuff, the Mr. Negative stuff, all coming together. This is video games, man. There wasn't a second you didn't feel like Spider-Man in this game. And that's what freaking video games are about. Amazing music, amazing graphics, amazing story, amazing feeling, amazing experience. That's video games, brother. That is video games. Incredible. S. Absolutely incredible. Spider-Man 2, F. Next game. Stray. We're talking Stray. Okay? Stray. Moving on, Stray. Now, hold on. Hold on. I want to clear. Hold on. Hold on. Are you holding? Okay, look at this. Is it not going to show me? Oh, it doesn't show me. Okay, I can't show you. Okay, I can't show you. It doesn't let me. I'm going to allow Mine, who's been flagged for using a star word. And it's going to time him out. 22 messages were deleted by him. I allowed him. I clicked allow. Mine's been banned for 10 seconds. Mine, I pressed allow. I swear to God, I pressed it. Spider-Man 2. Let's be real. Spider-Man 2. The gameplay is better than Spider-Man 1. It's not even a contest. The gameplay is better. The traversal. The combat, the same. The stealth, infinitely worse. Basically non-existent. Okay? Basically non-existent. The graphics, incredible. The cast of characters. Kraven, fantastic. Venom, fantastic. Miles at his prime, fantastic. Okay? So I want you to understand something. Spider-Man 2 was supposed to be an S. It had the Venom storyline. Okay? It's supposed to be here. Even listen to this music. They take cues from the original Toby music. Hear the incredible music. Incredible music. But they get a point deducted because Miles' suit was garbage. His new suit. It disgusts me. In fact. If you haven't beaten the game and you're interested into it, then spoilers. Chat, what in God's name am I looking at here? What in God's name am I looking at here? What am I looking at? That is not a Spider-Man suit. That's a crime. That is a crime against humanity. Okay? Now that's a suit. Quite frankly, that is a suit. That's disgusting what this is. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. That's just two men hanging out, but one of them is wearing a disgusting suit. Put the Nike shoes in. That's the best suit. It's not even a question. Miles Morales, Nike. Oh my God, literally all of the things. Nike suit. Chat, it's not even a question. This is the greatest suit. Mr. Danny Lemon, the man is so banned. I don't know how he keeps coming back, but he's banned. This is the greatest Spider-Man suit ever made. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. It's not a question. It's not up for debate. Okay? So they immediately lose a point. They immediately lose a point for that suit. This is disgusting. They lose another point for their Venom stuff. They rush through. And the whole premise of how they handled the symbiote stuff and just basically botched Kraven's story. Spider-Man 2 is a B. It should be an S. By all accounts and purposes, it should be an S. It's so close. I've never played Stray. So I'm leaving Spider-Man 2 there. It depresses me. I think that's why a lot of gamers were depressed, because Spider-Man 2 has everything it needs to be here. And they botched it. And it cost $300 million. Insane. Absolutely insane. I never played Stray. The idea did not appeal to me. Super Mario Maker, never played. Idea did not appeal to me. Stray was an A? Really? Isn't it just a cat running around? Look at what I have in S and A. Celine, are you sure I would find it A? Because if you still think I would find it A, then I will play it. Based off what my S and A's are. I don't know. Just look like... You really think? Interesting. That's high praise. If you think that my S and A and Stray would belong with the rest of those guys, it's better than Spider-Man 2. It's just a cat running around. Has Death Stranding an A. Master Jedi Bob. Shout out. That's what I'm worried about. I feel like Stray, if I'm being honest, playing Stray, I worry it would be a C for me. I think it would just be fine. But I'm willing to try it. We'll bring Sub Sunday back and we can play it. Super Mario Odyssey, to me, it's a B. I don't think Super Mario Odyssey is as fun as the previous ones. In fact, I think it's like they just focused on weird stuff. To be honest, a lot of the problems I had with Super Mario Odyssey was that the Switch was still so behind the other consoles. I love the idea of the Switch. And I like the idea that Nintendo doesn't focus hard on graphics and stuff like that, but it just seemed like this game was so special that more attention to, like, having Super Mario Odyssey at the level of depth of an Astro Bot, which seems to be missing now, which I'll have to add back, to me feels like a better move. But obviously they can't do that. Like, I feel like it would have helped the experience a little bit more. I didn't like the moons as much. I didn't like the bunny people, the wedding bunny people. I like more of a traditional Bowser story. I don't know. Oh, God. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. It's too many heroes, man. It's too many. It's not fun. It's not fun. And the online's always the jankiest thing ever. It's not fun. I don't find it fun. I wouldn't want to play it portably. I don't like playing it on my TV. The online's not fun, so I don't have people to play it with. It's too many heroes. I don't know. What's the Breath of the Wild theme? Oh, I probably can't play it because Nintendo's just a butt like that. Breath of the Wild to me is... it was one of those games where I played it first and it didn't click, but then I went back to it on the Wii U. I bought it on Wii U, okay? Before the Switch was a thing. I bought it on the Wii U, okay? So I bought it on the Wii U, played it, didn't click, went back to it, I think, a month later, and it really, really, really clicked. To me, it's an A, and we'll organize all of this before the end of the tier list. For me, it's an A. Breath of the Wild is a really good game. I think there's a lot to be said for the criticism about the stuff breaking really fast. I think that is pretty lame. But overall, the game was incredible. I loved everything about it. And I love that they built the game that you could just speedrun the game if you knew what to do and you were good enough. That, to me, it's like, it's a game. It's a game. It's not trying to be this artificial experience. It's like, hey, this is basically a modern Link to the Past. And I think that's really, 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 really cool. Breath of the Wild, to me, is a fantastic game. But it did not play super well on Wii U, especially with that stupid tablet. And because, like, if you remember, the Wii U controller was a tablet, which is not fun. And the Switch version never went on sale, so I never got it there. But quite frankly, it didn't look like it ran super well on the Switch either. So for me, it's an A. For me, it's an A. And mine, there's no way. There's no way. I did not like Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't like it. No, and mine. We're individual people with different feelings, and mine. I want to go back to play Tears of the Kingdom because there's this thing that happens where the gaming industry votes on something being it's seen as like God, and if you don't like it, then you're out of the club. And with those games, when they don't click, I do like to come back to them in the same way I did with Breath of the Wild, and quite frankly, I did it with Oblivion. Oblivion and Fallout 3, I did it with as well. They didn't click, and I went back a month later, and eventually it just really got its hooks in me. Sometimes you're not in the right place, and for me, my problem with Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is I don't like the fuse mechanic. I really, really don't like the fuse mechanic. The building things, I find it like annoying. And the Ascension stuff is really cool, but I always forget that is the thing to have. The amount of times I just accidentally got myself into a dungeon where you can't escape without Ascension, and I just like forgot Ascension was a thing, and I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? Granted, that's on me. I'm not saying that's the game's fault, but Tears of the Kingdom didn't hit with me. But Tears of the Kingdom is the same type of game, so it's probably right at the tippy top of B for me. For me. I like Breath of the Wild more. So wait, and mine, you're saying that you liked Tears more than Breath? Who in the chat liked Tears more than Breath? Like, which one was your favorite, Breath or Tears? Because for me, Breath was the better one. Tears just felt like the same thing, but with this new underground world. Really? You guys like Tears? Really? Interesting. I don't know, but why? Why did you guys like Tears more? I'm curious. I'm very, very curious. Why? Because clearly I'm in the minority, and I'm okay being in the minority. I'm just curious why. What was it about? Was it like the Ultra Hand stuff? The sky zones? The fact that there's the new sky and underground zones? The sequel would be Fire to the Wind? Hey, yo. I'm curious. Outer Worlds was a C for me. It didn't click. It didn't click at all for me. It did not click. I like Hit and Run more, but Road Rage was a close second. Thank you, Mr. Danny Lemon. Apologies for everyone who had to wait 10 years for me to cue that up. Guys, I'm sick and tired of everyone saying Titanfall 2 is the greatest game in the world because, quite frankly, it is! I guess that's why, see, Anmine says in the chat, Breath of the Wild was already an unprecedented game and Tears of the Kingdom improved on that concept. I agree, but to me, the fact that they went from 0 to Breath of the Wild and then Breath of the Wild to Tears, like one feels derivative, whereas the other one felt like they crafted something entirely new. Like no one was doing games like that before. An open world that was like Link to the Past, but modern. Like Skyrim's the closest one, but there's still a path you have to follow with Skyrim. Zelda Tears, Breath of the Wild is just like, here's the game. Do whatever you want. I don't really care. And that was so new and interesting. And Tears of the Kingdom just felt like it's that again, which isn't a bad thing. I want to be clear. It's not a bad thing. But to me, one was way more impressive. Whereas, like, if I got my fill with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I felt okay at Tears of the Kingdom. Honestly, peer pressure is keeping it here, but I'd probably put it lower. Yeah, I would actually. I would. I would. It's a C for me. Now that I think about it, it's a C for me. It was like okay for me. That being said, like I said, I will go back to certain games. Tears and Ragnarok, I will be going back to. I just will. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Those for sure, I will be replaying. Because maybe even Deathloop too. I know. And mine's just like, he's got the sniper ready. He's like, this man he's gone. Simpsons hit and run curse forever. Titanfall 2 is literally an incredible game. Titanfall 2 launched an S. Because the multiplayer is dead, I just don't think it's an S anymore. Titanfall 2 fits... Yeah, Titanfall 2 is top of A. But at launch, Titanfall 2 is an S. The fact that Titanfall 2 came out in a world where EA decides to market Battlefield... What was it? Battlefield 1? I forget which one it was. Battlefield 1? Over Titanfall 2? Like... Titanfall 2, I couldn't believe how well it played. If I felt like I was playing Modern Warfare 2 in the modern era. I never forget, and this was back when like all the game stores around me allowed me to do rentals. And like I don't know if you guys ever did this, but I would go to the game stores like weekly and just go rent new games so I could always play the new stuff and like learn the new stuff. I really fundamentally believe renting should be baked into an Xbox and PlayStation 5. Like it just should. Let me rent the game and try it. Because there's a lot of benefit to just letting me jump into a game, taste it, and then, you know, hey, if it worked, it worked. And if it did work, then, you know, I could just play it again. And I rented Titanfall like I think 5 times before I was like, dude, I just gotta buy it. I gotta buy it. I love the campaign, but the multiplayer was so addictive, and I really love the original Titanfall's multiplayer. When you got really good at bunny hopping in Titanfall, brother, it was so much fun. So much fun. Titanfall 2 is an A for me, 100%. But again, at launch, if I want to live in a world where EA focused on Titanfall instead of Battlefield. Or at least spaced them out. Because if you don't know, they released them at the same time and they just focused more on the Battlefield marketing and just completely overshadowed Titanfall and they just got no attention. It was a new franchise, so. Last of Us 2. Last of Us 2 is a game. The game is fun. Really fun. I actually feel very immersed. It's very fun. They tried some new narrative things that are like... Look, I'm going to be honest. The fact that like halfway through the game, spoilers, they swap you to the person that you hate was such a bold thing that's worth rewarding in my opinion. That was such a unique thing to try. And I remember wanting to quit the game when that happened. I said, I don't want to play this person. Because of what she did. And if you played the game, then you know what she did. And if you don't, then you're going to find out in season 2 of The Last of Us TV show. But yeah, I remember just being like, I don't want to play this person. Also, the way they made the character look was like really weird in a world that like, you know, there's not that much sustenance in The Last of Us. Everyone's like, you know, like, except for Abby, who's like yoked out of her mind. What is she on tea? She juiced up? She juiced up turkey? For that, it's close. But yeah, I would never want to play it again. The remasters, I'm like, bro, I'm good. Uncharted 4 is clearly an A. It's an A by far. Absolutely incredible. The graphics on the PlayStation 4 at that time. Like, what year did Uncharted 4 come out? What year was it? 2016. Bro. It shouldn't have looked... Like, this is the pursuit of graphics. Why do we need to go further than that? Uncharted 4 killed it. Don't improve. Don't improve. Uncharted 4 was good enough. Uncharted 2 is S. Wizard says Uncharted 2 S. I 1,000% agree with you. Down to not only the campaign being incredible, but the multiplayer was actually fantastic. I don't even remember if Uncharted 4 had multiplayer. I don't think it did. Did Uncharted 4 have multiplayer? Does anybody know? I don't think it did. Now, real quick, before we finish this, I have to add the rest. Because for some reason, again, even though I've added it like 17 times, they did not add. There we go. Okay, Witcher 3, this is one of those games. I told you, I played it, it didn't click, and then I played it on stream with you guys a month ago, and my mind was literally blown. It was incredible. It was incredible. I don't know if it's snowing, actually. I don't think so. Not that I see. Although we're supposed to get our first snowfall this week in Canada. At least in my area. So I'm not going to rate Witcher because technically I haven't played enough to even put it. So I'm actually going to put here. Even though I know we played it on stream for a bit, but I think that's one of those games. I said Cyberpunk, Baldur's Gate, Witcher, Arkham Origins, Simpsons Hit and Run. These 5 need to be streamed separate, like their own days, because Witcher 3 Wild Hunt was just, bro. Playing that with you guys, I couldn't believe. I was so glad you guys voted that on Sub Sunday in the Discord. Which, by the way, a reminder, in the Discord, you can get free access through the Twitch subscription, or there's 10 slots available each and every week in the pinned comment on the stream chat. But, dude, I just, you can see my reaction in the old VODs. They might be deleted. Okay, well, I'll pop them. They're going to be added in 2025. They're going to be added. Yeah, it was Celine. Celine, you suggested it, right? Couldn't believe it. I'm very excited for Rob's. I am Rob. He's posting a Witcher video for his platinum. I'm very excited. He's hyped it up on Twitter. See his video there. Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I haven't played it. Metaphor Refantasio. I love the name. Haven't played it. Final Fantasy 7 Remake. It's just like 100 hours. I haven't played it. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree. I would like to play, but you guys, I also streamed Elden Ring in front of you guys, so you can understand completely why I will probably never be able to play it. When I played Elden Ring with you guys in like May, whoever was there, you know. Wait, did Jacob say something in the Discord? Are there snow pics? Black Myth Wukong, I haven't played. That's another one I'd like to stream. Elden Ring stream needs to be VOD. Yeah, it does, because that was embarrassing on all parties. Do you guys remember when I literally played the Interstellar music to get to the end of the bonfire, and I did everything that I could, and I still died? It hurt my soul. I'm going to try to get it here. What? You haven't selected any features clips. No, I just want like the regular clips. Let's see if I can find it here. Dang, that's from one of the very first streams. Crazy. Oh, chat, what happened to this game? We should play this game again. That was a lot of fun. Oh, we also need to play this. GeoGuessr. That was a lot of fun. Glennie Powell! We gotta look at our clips more often. Yo, remember me throwing the Molotov? Tahiti. Oh, yeah, it's Tahiti. Chat, where's Tahiti? Oh, God. Wait, what clip was I looking for again? Squirted everywhere. What the heck? Chat, I forget what I was looking for. Really likes big dudes? What the heck? One butt zug? What are these clips? It says I made them. I don't remember them. Oh, clip by Wizard. Elden Ring. Where is it? Elden Ring. Elden Ring, Elden Ring, wonderful, beautiful Elden Ring. Goose loves pizza. Pardon me. Yeah, see this when we wear our suit and tie? We'll be doing this for the Game Awards. It's going to be fun. It's funny how you can see the difference in camera quality. Surely we must be close. My God. Where is this Elden Ring clip? Goldfish brain. Bro, it's so true. It's so true. That was a meme at my work. One of the places I worked, all the boys would be like, Goose and his goldfish. It's the goldfish memory. Okay, bro, can I not search these? Oh my god, Twitch, I hate everything you represent. I mean, you're doing a fine job, Twitch. Please keep us employed here. Oh, nothing can stop me. It's right here. This is why an Elden Ring stream would be very painful. No! 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 No, 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 no. No! 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 There it is. There it is. Shout out to Bacon, Hasha, Kurdish.
No.
Texas speech, killing it as usual. Bunny soldier. What am I wearing? A new outfit. So yeah, the last two games to rate for the greatest game of the year nominations, and we can sort it and compare to what the game of the years have been, are Balatro, which to me is an A, and Astrobot, which to me is like right on the cusp of a B because of that gameplay. That gameplay is not good, but the love and joy that game gives you. Granted, once you beat the game, you get access to speedrunning, and I think then that adds replayability. So for me, I'd put that there. Now let's get to sorting. Cheap viewers on *** by confirmed Dex has been auto-modded. There it is, first time chat. Cheap viewers on ***. Oh, bro. We're on ***, cheap confirmed X. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, bro. We got the best viewers on ***. Relax, bro. All right, let's sort these. Red Dead is definitely here. I think this one's good. This one's good. Let's do a bubble sort. If you don't know in programming, there's something called a bubble sort. Effectively, you compare the two beside each other, and then you flip it, and then you move on to the next. Okay, so S is good. Is Bloodborne better than Titanfall? No. Is Doom Eternal better than Bloodborne? Yes. Is Death Stranding better than Bloodborne? No. Is Inquisition better than Death Stranding? No. Is God of War better than... Yes. Is Hades better than Inquisition? Yes. Is PUBG better than Inquisition? Yes. Is Zelda better than Inquisition? Yes. Is Uncharted 4 better than Inquisition? Yes. Is Balatro better than Inquisition? Yes. Is Astrobot better than Inquisition? Yes. See this? Bubble sort. Let's do it one more time. This good. Honestly, I think A might be set, chat. I think A might be set. You know what? I think this has to go in front of God of War. And I think I have to put this here. Yeah, this is tough, man. Hold on, let me put some tunes here in the background. Okay. Does A look good to you guys? Based off what I've said, my game of the year this year is an A. It's like the best games of this year are nowhere near the best games of the past 10 years. Ain't no S. Balatro is great. fantastic. I think it probably is the game of the year this year for me. Of the options in the game of the year nominees. If Warhammer or Helldivers 2 were in there, I may have changed. Astrobot is literally so close to it. I just think that the challenge in Astrobot is not strong. But these games are much better. I mean, Red Dead versus Astrobot or Balatro, it's not even close. Not even close. I think A is good. The best game of B for me is Spider-Man 2. Why doesn't it let me change this? Horizon goes here. I think the worst one is probably more... No, the worst one's probably Mario. Ah, man, I don't know. The worst one's probably... I don't know, chat. I'm zero Nintendo games in S tier is embarrassing. Zelda's close. Is Zelda an S? Is Zelda an S? Now I have to make it clear, this is just based off of the Game of the Year nominations. But then again, I might not have any Nintendo games in S. You might be right. I'm trying to think of my favorite Nintendo games the past 10 years. I feel like they've consistently made Nintendo games, but they haven't tried to keep up with the industry. They just made what they make, but really, really good versions of those. Zelda's definitely the best one. It was pretty good. Would I play Zelda more than Bloodborne? I would. I think... You're making me think Zelda's an S. Definitely not Tears. I think I could... The thing is, Zelda came out in 2017. Again, I played it on the Wii U. So it's been a long time since I played it. I agree, Master Jedi Bob. It's definitely an S-tier Nintendo game. It's the best they've made in 10 years, in my opinion. If I do the bubble sort... Oh, man. I'd much rather play Zelda than Resident Evil 4. Are these S? Is that what I'm looking at? Because I'd rather play Titanfall more than Resident Evil 4. Or is Resident Evil 4 an A? That's what I'm wondering. Does Resident Evil 4 go here? Look, does Resident Evil 4 go here and these go here? Does that make sense? I'd actually play Bloodborne more than Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 is amazing, but Bloodborne is so new and fresh. I'd actually play... Oof, that's close. Let's leave this here and go back to it. Let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. Resident Evil 4 no higher than A. S tier for me has to be awesome game that pushes the benchmark up. That's the thing. Like Resident Evil 4 did back in the day, but the remake, it's just the game, right? Whereas I think Resident Evil 2 really did elevate. This freaking mouse, man. Shut it on and off 20 times. Let's leave it there. Let's go to B. B, yes, this is the best in B. Quite frankly, Mario Odyssey is more fun than Horizon. Inside is probably here. Ratchet and Clank goes
It's better than Animal Crossing and Alan Wake. Maybe? Let's leave it at that for now. Let's go to C. Celeste. Good gameplay. Control. Great aesthetic. Dark Souls 3. It's better than those. Ultimate's the worst. Deathloop's cool. Not as cool as these. Psychonauts right here. Takes Two right here. God of War Ragnarok. I'd rather play Dark Souls 3. I'd rather play this. I'd rather play Zelda than God of War Ragnarok. I think this is good. Actually, I'd rather play God of War Ragnarok than Control. And definitely Celeste. Bro, this is hard, dude. This is so hard. I'm gonna leave it there. Bayonetta 2, yep. Sekiro. Fallout 4 is harder than that. I feel strong about this F. This looks better now? Okay, let's go through this one more time, chat. Please, if you see anything that you think needs to be contested, bring it up. Because sometimes it just takes a little conversation. And if you see any inconsistencies, like how can you have Animal Crossing there when blank is there, and you talked about that, let me know. But right now, in S tier, we have Red Dead 2, Ghost of Tsushima, Elden Ring, Spider-Man 2018, Resident Evil 2, Doom, Overwatch, Titanfall 2, Doom Eternal, Zelda. Does having 2 Dooms up there? Because Doom 16 is better. But I'd rather play Doom Eternal because they tightened it up. But the music's better. Bro! I think that's good. I think this is good. Bloodborne at A. Let's confirm A. Bloodborne, Resident Evil 4, Hades, God of War. Thing is, I'll never play God of War again. Hades is like infinitely replayable. That's the thing that's tricky. Sponge at A. Sponge, you were banned. Okay? Where were you, Sponge? Where do you think you went? You think you could just walk around? No, sir. That's the thing with Hades. It's like infinitely replayable, whereas something like God of War is more rated on an experience level. Uncharted 4 is higher than PUBG. PUBG at its prime versus Balatro. I think Balatro will age a lot better. I think Balatro will age a lot better than PUBG. But at its prime, for what it did for the industry, I think I put Hades all the way back here, dude. Fortnite at S. Get him out of here. How is Fortnite not put here in Game of the Year? That's actually... The heck? Was it rated? Came out in 2017. Wow, it really wasn't. Yo, Fortnite got snubbed, dude. Effectively, Fortnite should be rated. All right, B, Spider-Man 2. Is Mario Odyssey better than Spider-Man 2? No. Maybe, like, tied. That's better. That's better. Dark Souls 3 better than Final Fantasy. Yes. Zelda better than Final Fantasy. Actually, yes. You know what? Man, now I'm starting to consider Zelda Tears for B. Is Zelda Tears for B based off the way I've talked about games? Am I crazy? I feel like now I've looked at this list too long. I just really didn't like the Ultra Hand stuff, but I liked it more than Animal Crossing. Yeah, like I liked it more than Mario Wonder. That looks better, right? All these Games of the Year winners? Yeah, these are all Game of the Year nominations. These are all Game of the Year winner nominations. So effectively, all of these are candidates to be Games of the Year. And what's funny is like 2 of them I rated at F. Hearthstone at its prime was an S or an A, at least an A. I played Elden Ring. I didn't play Shadow of the Erd Tree, which is why it's here. You rascal. Of these games, which one should I play? Of the ones that I didn't play, chat, which one should I be playing? Honestly, I see deals on Horizon Forbidden West. I'm like, yeah, Wukong is true. Wukong is true. You guys have mentioned Wukong many times as your own personal game of the year. I think this is good. Maybe Fallout 4 at D is too harsh. I think it's more of a mid game. Yeah, I wouldn't say Fallout 4 is bad. It's just mid. Cameron, the music is loud. Thank you. Chat, I feel like I nailed it now. I think I'm good. I think this is my list. This is it. This is it. I think this is the list. Sorted. Not only does it look good, it feels consistent with my values. Like, I feel like, based off everything I said, everything seems fair. Right? Is there anything that's, like, pops out that's, like, based on what you said, this should be higher? I think it's good. Yeah, dude, I know I'm going to get roasted on socials. Mr. Danny Lemon mentioned Threads. You know I'm going to get blasted on Threads. You know I'm going to get blasted on Threads. I actually hate Threads. I think Threads is disgusting dog water freaking social media. It's like, it's hard to explain, but like Threads is super algorithm, what's the word? You effectively, like, doing anything on Threads does nothing unless you're playing the algorithm game, in which it will explode. It's kind of like OG TikTok back in the day. Like, whatever you post on Threads that's image based with like a type of decision will explode. But you're going to get a lot of negativity. I find Threads is actually way more negative than Twitter ever is. I ranked every single Game of the Year nomination from the Game Awards in a tier list. Here is where it stacked. I ranked every single Game of the Year nomination from the Game Awards in a tier list on stream. Live on stream. Here's what how do I finish this sentence? I am on Blue Sky, just to lock my username. I can post this on Blue Sky too. Should start rage baiting people. Every once in a while, I reply to people on threads. I don't like to ever try to be rude or anything, but like every once in a while on threads, I just go, this guy's a bot. There's no way you can have these opinions. There was one guy who argued with me that was just like, he said, chat, okay, actually, I'm curious. What you guys think. He said, we are objectively stupider today. And I said, that is not true. I just don't think that's true. While you guys discuss that in chat, I will say, for everyone watching on YouTube, if you like this, let me know what you want me to rank next. We're going to try to do one of these every single week or some variant of these. This was a lot of fun. I know I'm going to get a lot of hate and a lot of skill issue comments. Please don't be rude. These are my games of the year, tier list, award nominations, whatever. And yeah, this should be fun. Here's the thing, Wizard, if I plug the Twitch link, the algorithm will block it. It's sad, it's annoying. Good luck. I think we're like the smartest we've ever been. I think the top 20% of us are the smartest they've ever been, and the top 80% are not. You know? That's what I think. How do I finish this? How do I finish this? I ranked every single Game of the Year nomination from the Game Awards in a tier list live on stream. Here's what I came up with. I don't want to put you guys involved here. I don't want you guys to get roasted for my sins. See, if I say, how did I do? I know I'm going to get roasted to death. Oh yeah, here are the results. For those of you trying to do stuff on like these threads or Twitter, the way you write has such a giant effect on the post. Less words, fewer point, right to the point. Yeah, so I'm gonna get burned here. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. Let's post this here. Actually, we should have posted on the greatest place on earth. The Zenkai Goose official Discord. Our Game of the Year nominations tier list. We did it, gang. This is the first place I should have posted. See how Cameron immediately responds with a fire emoji? Because Cameron's a god. And now look at that. It's trending. These numbers will be tweaked. The emote number will be changed as we gain more followers and we grow. I'm just trying to keep it slow, and then I'll tweak it as we go. I'm not posting on MySpace. How dare you? Okay, let me post on Twitter. Twitter, that's me. Hey, that's me. I need a new banner. I gotta do that. Gotta find a guy. What did I say? What was my... Let me post. What? It's not posting. How much hate do you guys think I will get? What was my thing? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think I'm going to be murdered? Dude, I'm gonna get dominated, dude. 16 sugs. Bro. I'm so afraid. I am done, I know. People are gonna be unsubbing left and right. Look, I'm consistent. You ask me this question 10 years from now, I'll give you the same list. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. I ain't no sheep. Did I get roasted on this for saying Bellatra? Canadian, right? What is this game? Oh, God. It's certainly black with Wukong for me. Hold on. I think text-to-speech is... Is text-to-speech on? Oh, it's off. It was supposed to be on. I totally forgot. Okay, text-to-speech is back on. Wow, chat. We've been streaming for 5.5 hours? Dude, what the heck is this? Gotta eat. It's crazy.
Boo.
There it is. Really quick, chat. You want to see a fun fact? You guys want some fun facts? Check this out. I got another one for you. The top 10 highest selling fighting games. You think I wasn't prepared with more? I was prepared. Chat, let's break this down. You know your boy's going for another short to help us grow the Twitch thing. Make some noise in the chat.
Making up for lost hours.
Yeah, I owe you guys anyways, so I'm not mad about it. Chat, this is the highest selling... Why does he say highest? Should be best selling. This is the best selling fighting games of all time. Here, I gotta say it in a better way. Here are the top 10 best... No, it has to be better. See, chat, what we're trying to do here is we need that hook. Say,
I love you.
I immediately respect that, but then now I'm thinking of all the text-to-speech you guys are going to put and interrupt me with this. Man, I don't know how to say this, dude. And I hate that my mouse keeps lagging. But I didn't even look at this, to be honest. So I'm curious to see what the number is
Number
myself.
1 fighting game is Fighting You.
You wouldn't win. What do you guys think is the best fighting game? The best selling fighting game? Can't even think of 10 fighting games if I'm being honest. Smash Brothers. Oh, that's a good one. That does look like Link. Could be. These are the top 10 best-selling fighting games of all time, and quite frankly, this is going to be interesting to go through because I can't even think of 10 fighting games. So let's look into this. Coming in at number... Hold on. That's paint. Coming in at number 10, we have Street Fighter V coming in with 10 million copies sold. Insane. Well, obviously, it's going to be tied for something because... Well, tied with Tekken 5, who also has 10 million copies. Isn't that interesting? Because Tekken 5 is on 8, and so Street Fighter 5, I guess, wasn't that successful. Weird. Also coming in at number 9 is our boy Goku with Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 with 10 million copies sold. That is absolutely astounding. Way to go, Dragon Ball Xenoverse. Also coming in at number 9, Dragon Ball Fighter Z, another Goku-inspired game. Quite frankly, this is the best Dragon Ball Z fighting game with another 10 million copies sold, which is beautiful. I love this. I respect this. I wish my mouse would stop lagging. Okay, mouse, figure it out. Figure it out. Good. Coming in at number 8, Mortal Kombat X at 11 million units. That's crazy. I wonder... Oh, I see the yellow one above, so I guess the new Mortal Kombat was going to be much, much higher. Interesting. I didn't like Mortal Kombat X that much, to be honest with you. Right above that is another Weeb game. We got another Shonen Jump game, Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 at 11.9 million copies sold. Right above that, Tekken 7 with 12 million copies sold. Dude, I've never played a single Tekken in my life. I didn't know they were that popular. We got Tekken 5 and Tekken 7 here. I didn't know they were that popular. Coming in at number 5, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, objectively the worst Super Smash Bros. With 13.32 million copies sold. Coming in at number 4, objectively the best Mortal Kombat. Actually, Mortal Kombat 1's pretty good. But Mortal Kombat 11 is freaking goose-tastic. Coming in at 15 million copies sold for number 4. At number 3, we have Super Smash Bros. The DS and Wii U version. This has to be heavily front-loaded on the DS version. Heavily at 15.02 million, just beating Mortal Kombat 11. Coming in at number 2, we have Street Fighter 2 selling 15.5 million copies. Dude, seriously? So Street Fighter 4? I thought Street Fighter 4 would have sold an insane amount. Dude, Street Fighter 4 was everywhere. How did Street Fighter 4 not get on this list? I'm actually a little shocked by that. But coming in at number 1... Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the brand new release in Super Smash Bros. Coming in literally doubling number 2 with 34.22 million units, and I still think it's a C tier game. I said the best selling fighting game was C. That's what I said. Absolutely insane. Chat, which one's your favorite? Of all these, which is your favorite fighting game? Ooh, we should do a racing game list. I'm going to put that in the... Hold on, actually. That reminds me. We need to make a new mega thread. Let's lock this. GML number 44. Oh, this was 43, not 44. The more you learn. You had one job, Cameron. You had one freaking job. Chat, did you guys like Sunday mornings? Because I would like to move Saturdays to Sunday mornings. I kind of feel like Sunday morning was nice. I'm going to look at the data, but here's the thing, chat. We did Friday mornings, Friday nights. Saturday mornings have been traditional. Saturday nights did not work out. And quite frankly, my own personal vibe on Saturdays, I did not like Saturday nights. Like even when I was even though things broke on me yesterday and I couldn't do it last night, I wasn't thrilled to do it at night on Saturday. Because that's usually when I would go out and relax with everybody. That's what my brain's used to. So I would veto that. And then Sunday mornings is what I've done. I have the data on all the first ones, not today's. I'm going to check that after the stream. Most of the Discord voted Friday nights. Quite frankly, the data says Friday mornings.
You playing Fortnite when the OG update drops on December 5th?
I hate you entirely, Spawn Jame. Maybe. The data says Friday morning is the best one. That's what the data says. And Saturday morning follows it. And so I'll see how Sunday morning does. Might be a little skewed given the fact that we streamed for 5, almost 6 hours. But I think it was fun. I think Sunday works a lot and you start the week with it. And chat, something I tried to do this week, let me just finish this off really quick. 30th, 2024. Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Okay. So yeah, like I don't know if you guys noticed, but this Goose Morning Live, I was trying to make it more listenable from an audio perspective. The idea is I'm trying to make Goose Morning Live a podcast that you guys can listen to on the go on Spotify. And then we'll do a regular gaming stream, a Goose Evening Live, if you will, which is more chill vibes. If you remember when we did a few test streams earlier in the summer, we did that, and it was really, really fun. We played like a bunch of games. I think that would make a lot of sense. So I'm thinking about doing that. And then the Goose Morning Lives is basically what we had today. Obviously, would be 3 hours. The idea would be also a podcast you could listen to in the audio. That's what I'm trying to do, but we'll see. So you guys let me know what you think about that. I'll make the mega thread here. Give me 1 second as I go and gather the things I need. The mega thread will be available in 2.38 goose seconds. Start counting, you sickos. You sick individuals. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. That was just rude. What's going on, Goose? Relax. GML 44, November 30th, this week's blah, 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 blah. Let's do this. I will crunch the numbers to see which morning works the best. Very excited to see. Post all your topics and or questions below for next week's show. Keep it cute, you beautiful little rascals. Cool. It has been posted. The new thread is available.
From the beer to the keys to the car to the trees.
Hit me. Oh, that was it? I was expecting more. From the beer to the keys to the car to the trees. One guy in X said you put Tears of the Kingdom in B, and he's right, I think. Hold on. Did you just plug yourself, and mine?
Oh my god, I'm at 20? Oh god. You know I'm getting roasted. Let your voice be heard. Wait, what's the Jesse Pinkman drink? That's how I feel. I have nothing more to add. That's just how I feel. Oh boy. There we go. Okay, so the mega thread is available. We're gonna do another gameplay stream. Maybe not tomorrow. We'll see. I hate this man. This man is a look. Look. Listen. Listen. It was done. We're free. You sicko. You're sick. You need help. Quite frankly, you need a Canada Dry, okay? Because if you ain't dry, you ain't high.
God M.
On life. The only thing you're going to get is a mouthful of Canada Dry. That's what you're going to get. I swear to God. I'm going to find you. I'm going to start pouring it in. I'm going to start pouring it in. I'm going to give you an IV drip of Canada Dry. Wait, what? Did I mess it up? No, I put Breath of the Wild in S, and I put Tears in B. How is B... Why did I like his post? I ain't gonna like that.
Curse not lifted until you played it on stream.
That's true. That's true. Maybe then I'll stop being sick. Also, I need to clean my coffee filter. Chat, this was an incredible show. This probably won't be the podcast one because it went way too long. I do want to test a podcast one. I have to listen to it myself to test it. If that's interesting to you guys, I can post an audio version of Goose Morning Live in the Discord if anyone else wants to try listening to it. But, you know, that's a tall order for something you already watched. But anyways, I'll try if that's interesting. Again, the Discord's available there. You can go ahead and post. I hate all of you. I hate all of you so much that you enable him. How dare you? But if I see a reaction, I click it. I'm a simple man. Chat, I want to give you guys a huge shout out for supporting the stream and helping me, stream throughout the year. Cameron and I really, really appreciate it. The Discord is popping. It is growing. It's getting better and better. If you want, I would love to see everybody's Christmas stuff. We might do a Christmas giveaway if I can figure out how to do that. I think that'd be super, super cool. It is Goosemas after all. It is coming. But I know the Americans are doing their Thanksgiving first, so maybe after that we'll do something there. This whole setup, while it is still a little bit messy, it is getting there, and is thanks to you guys. We got a new lens, new mic. Hopefully the mic sounded good. The mic was good. You guys liked it. The house just looks fancy in pictures. It is not fancy. I promise you that. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the comment. You guys let me know what you want for a gameplay session or Goose Morning Live topics in the mega thread. Post your pics, do your little thing. And to anyone who's watching, lurking, who's interested in going to the Discord, there is a pin comment. You can click in and you can join. There's 10 slots available, and that is Goose-tastic. I think that's pretty much it, chat. I gave you a 6-hour stream. Who thought they were going to get a 6-hour stream? Certainly not me. Certainly not me. I can't tell you my dog's name. You have to guess it. It's the only way. It's a video game character. Video game character. You'll never guess it. No way. But if you can, I'll tell you what it is. Did I not post the link? Emma, you're in there. Or is the link just not in a pinned comment? Do I not have a pinned comment? Oh, wow. Do I not have the pinned comment? Oh, Link is the name of the dog. No, it is not. It is not Zelda related. It's from a shooting game. Okay, chat. I have to be honest with you. My bladder is about to explode. Quite frankly, I'm still dehydrated, but I have to pee like a son of a gun.
Chat, this was an incredible stream. You guys are beautiful, Goose-tastic. We did 6 hours. I think the stream's looking better and better. We got a couple shorts that we're going to make. I'm going to try to make some stuff. Quite frankly, the YouTube channel, Goose Morning TV, will probably be renamed to Zenkai Goose TV or Zenkai TV. And yeah, look forward to that. It's going to be a lot of good stuff. I know some of you have mentioned you want to see VODs of the old Elden Ring stuff or other stuff. That's coming 2025. I just got to get up the manpower. You guys.
When's the next stream, CUH?
The next stream will be probably Sunday morning next week. You can just check out the mega thread and community mega threads on the Discord. I always post the date there. Worst case, I'll always post an announcement to tell you guys when it's coming. So if you go, actually, if you go in the Discord, click channel roles, and then you click Goose Morning Live notifications, then you'll get all notifications for when we go live. That way I don't have to use everyone and bother everyone. I try to use this one instead of everyone, but worst case scenario, I can do everyone. So if you want, just go here, click here, pick your thing, it adds it, and then I will ping you with the announcement, and we'll be bada boom, bada bing. Bada boom, bada bing. You know what I'm saying? Chatteroo, chatty G. Oh, by the way, chat, I added a few new things to the stream, obviously. Physical stuff here and stuff like that, but we have a new end screen where I am showcasing everyone who subscribed. So to give you guys a real quick shout out. So I'm going to go pee. I had a fantastic stream. 6 hours was incredible. A huge shout out to you guys for being here and being part of the stream, making the stream a better place. Except for the select few of you that were banned and somehow are still in the chat. I don't know how you're doing it, but you're banned. I appreciate you guys so much. I'm going to click on music button now. And then see you guys in the future. Chat, post your pics. Enjoy yourselves. Have a fantastic rest of your week. Remember, we'll be doing a Goose Evening Live sometime this week to play just random indie games, I think. I think it's going to be fun, like Velatro and stuff like that. There's just a bunch of cool stuff that I've noticed, and I really want to try with you guys. As well, look forward to the Simpsons Hit and Run stream. It will happen. I just need to pick a day that works well. It's an amazing stream. You guys are amazing people. Hopefully the end screen works properly, and you guys, if you're subscribed, you will see yourself features because I can't thank you enough, so I want to make sure at the end of the stream you guys get your credit where credit is due. Appreciate all of you. Show Pony, Mr. Danny Lemon, and Mine Wizard, Master Jedi Bob, Celine Winter Knight, Kiwi was in here, Severin Curve was in here, of course, Sponge Aim, Ghost Pepper, all of you little rascals in here, amazing. Thank you to all the new followers, all the first-time chatters, everyone chatting in the chat today. You're all beautiful, goose-tastic individuals. Quite frankly, you all need a Canada Dry because, as they say, if you're not dry, then you're not high off life. So look forward to that. Get your Canada Dry, your nearest store near you. And yeah, I'll see you all in the future. You guys are beautiful, Goose-tastic. I hope the sub list works, and if it doesn't, I'll fix it for next stream, but it should work, and I hope you guys see your face, and it's awesome, and you guys stay beautiful, and I'm so happy, and everyone's so happy, and I'll see you all in the future. Bye!